he launched an attack. Facing imminent death, Chu Ran remained calm. Killing me to silence me? Interesting. Fei Yan ignored him and unleashed his ultimate move, demonic nightmare crows. Fei Yan smirked triumphantly. This is what happens when you know too much. Surrounded by a swarm of dark birds, Chu Ran casually analyzed the situation. Manipulating this many illusions at once, you're definitely no ordinary student. But at the end of the day, illusions are just fake. With that, Chu Ran shattered the barrier of birds surrounding him. Fei Yan was so shocked he nearly fell over. How the hell did he break my secret technique so easily? Chu Ran wore a mocking expression. I'm actually short on manpower right now. Tell you what, become my disciple, and I'll spare your life. Fei Yan laughed in disbelief. You want me, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, to be your disciple? Chu Ran replied flatly, yes. I don't care why you came to this academy. He looked him dead in the eye. As long as you don't hurt my people and work for me, I'll help your illusion arts reach the next level. Fei Yan waved his hand and scoffed, refusing to bow down. Chu Ran instantly cast an illusion on him, his voice dropping to a threat. I wasn't negotiating. Fei Yan's mind reeled, his legs buckling under the mental pressure. In his daze, he gasped in horror. His spiritual world. It's monstrous. Feeling he'd made his point, Chu Ran released the illusion. Fei Yan snapped back to reality, terrified, asking what just happened. Chu Ran turned to leave but dropped one last line. Just gave you a little taste of my illusion arts. You have 15 minutes to decide. Lin Fei Yan broke out in a cold sweat. He's suppressing me with just a sliver of spiritual pressure. If I don't agree to his terms, I'm dead. He scrambled after Chu Ran. Mr. Chu, wait, I accept. I'll be your disciple. Back at the library, Chu Ran gathered everyone to make introductions. From now on, you three are my disciples. We'll rank you based on your cultivation level. Lin Feiyan is the eldest disciple. Lu Dao is second. Fang Xin, you're third. Fang Xin piped up. Chu Ran, it took you half a day just to get 3 students. We're still missing 2. He remained calm. I know. It's not a problem. It's getting late. You 3 head back first. She looked at him suspiciously. You're not coming with us? Chu Ran dodged the question. I have some business to take care of. He left and headed to Wang Chen's office, greeting her with a smile. She smiled back. Chu Ran, how did the recruitment go? It went well, he replied. By the way, I heard the academy houses a 1,000-year turtle that can see the past and predict the future. Wang Chen nodded. Senior Black Tortoise has lived for millennia and knows much of the past. But as for predicting the future, I can't say for sure, she added. If you want to meet him, you can try your luck at the Academy Mountain. Got what he needed. Chu Ran took off immediately, but not before dropping a quick thanks. Cut to a starry night elsewhere. Fu Cao stared at the looming gate, muttering doubtfully, So, the Black Tortoise the second prince mentioned, must be in here. He flinched at the crushing aura radiating from within. Incredible pressure, truly worthy of the legendary 1,000-year-old turtle. Stepping into the realm, he bowed respectfully. I am Fu Cao. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Black Tortoise. The beast shot him a side-eye, dripping with contempt. What do you want? Fu Cao put on his most flattering smile. This humble one seeks your wisdom on a certain matter, Senior. Taking the silence as permission, he cut to the chase. Is there a remnant of the Taiji sect hiding within this Spirit Qing Academy? The Black Tortoise spat out 2 words. Don't know. Then, ignoring Fu Cao completely, it turned its massive back on him. Snubbed, the old man pressed on. The world says you know the past and can predict the future. How could you possibly not know? The beast snapped. When I say I don't know, it means get lost, you moron. Suddenly, Wam Fu Cao was kicked flying several meters away. Chu Ran strolled in from the shadows, grinning. Well, if it isn't Teacher Fu, what a coincidence. The old man stared, bewildered. Why are you here? Chu Ran shrugged. Same reason as you. I'm here for the Black Tortoise. Now, if you're done asking stupid questions. Excuse me. His expression hardened instantly. Chu Ran locked eyes with the massive beast, his aura shifting as he addressed the Black Tortoise with commanding authority. Sensing the shift in power, the beast narrowed its eyes. And who might you be? Chu Ran smirked, recognizing the creature. Wait, aren't you that little turtle who stole the White Emperor's sword 3,000 years ago? The beast froze, jaw-dropping. Who are you? How do you know my dark past? Chu Ran replied calmly. Back then, I was the one who begged the White Emperor to spare your miserable life. Or have you forgotten? The black tortoise stared deep into his soul, and suddenly, the image of Lord Yama the Immortal Venerable overlapped with the young man before him. Tears gushed from its giant eyes. It wailed like a lost child. "You're alive. Master, I missed you so much." Chu Ran's voice softened. "Easy, little turtle. Now isn't the time for nostalgia. Tell me, how exactly was the Taiji sect destroyed?" The black tortoise wiped its tears and began the grim tale. "It was the Dongshu sect and Emperor Qin. They framed us for treason, rallying all the great sects to besiege and slaughter the Taiji sect. The Nanyang Li sect refused Emperor Qin's orders, so they were branded as accomplices." Chu Ran broke into a cold sweat. "What about sect master Li? Li Qiren?" The black tortoise frowned deeply. "Slain by Emperor Qin personally. The rest of his disciples, none, were spared." Chu Ran clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. "They died because of us. I swear, I will avenge them all." The turtle sighed heavily. "Our only crime was being too powerful. Even though we sought no conflict, we were a thorn in Emperor Qin's side that had to be removed." Chu Ran's voice dropped, trembling slightly. "And my master? Where is she?" Fairy Yueheng vanished after the great battle. Some say she fell into the void of the Immortal Gate. Others claim she perished in the fighting. Chu Ran's heart twisted in his chest. He took a heavy breath. "I understand." The turtle hesitated. "Immortal Venerable, there is one more thing I must report. I sense the aura of a Taiji sect disciple right here in the academy." Chu Ran frowned. "I've heard rumors. Do you know who it is?" The turtle looked ashamed. "This subordinate is incompetent. I haven't been able to identify them yet." "I don't blame you," Chu Ran reassured. "With the Taiji sect being hunted, whoever they are, they have to be extremely cautious." Later, back at the Clear Heart Pavilion, Chu Ran lay on his bed, mind racing. "I've only been gone a few months, yet the immortal world has turned into a chaotic mess. The Dongshu sect's influence is everywhere now. If I strike them directly, I'll only alert the enemy before I'm ready." He sat up, rubbing his temples. "I'll have to start my investigation from Emperor Qin's side instead." Suddenly, Zhu Baji, sleeping soundly next to him, began to glow. The pig was mumbling in its sleep, drooling over some dream feast. Delicious. So good. Chu Ran stared at the glowing pig, eyes widening as realization hit. Wait, that energy. It's one of the ancient 8 laws. The law of gluttony. The pig blinked open one eye, groggy. "You still up?" Then, noticing its own glowing body, it shrieked, "Ah! What the hell is happening to me?" Chu Ran bonked him on the head. "Spill it. How do you possess the long-lost gluttony technique?" Zhu Baji played dumb. "How should I know? I can't watch myself sleep." Chu Ran narrowed his eyes. "I need to look into this pig's background too." The next morning, the academy was buzzing. "Today's the final master selection ceremony. You guys got a target in mind?" "Definitely. I'm gunning for Master Wang." Fang Xin rushed over to Chu Ran, frantic. "If we don't recruit 5 students today, we're actually going to get fired." Fei Yan tried to calm her down. "Relax, junior sister. Have a snack." She pouted, pushing it away. "You stole this again, didn't you?" "I don't want it." Suddenly, a voice called out. If you're not going to eat that, can I have it?" Wu Ming stumbled toward them, looking famished. "I haven't eaten in days." Chu Ran saw an opening and immediately stepped forward. "I'll give it to you, but you have to bow to me as your master." The guy didn't hear a word of the condition. He just stared intensely at the snack and nodded his agreement. Fang Xin rushed over to stop him. "This guy looks like he's missing a few screws. I really think you should reconsider." He stayed calm. "Being simple and honest is a virtue. Trust my judgment." She exploded. "You're clearly just desperate because you're hungry." A commotion nearby caught their attention. Someone was begging for something over there. Qin Zheng was sobbing, clinging to Wen Huai. "I promise I'll study hard. Please." The man shoved him away violently. "You've been held back for 3 years. You're trash. Get lost." Qin Zheng clung tighter. "Don't. Please, just give me one more chance." Wen Huai kicked him aside. "It's not that I won't give you a chance, it's that no teacher is willing to accept a loser like you." Chu Ran found this amusing. He raised a hand and shouted, "Who says I'm not willing?" Fang Xin panicked he was actually taking a repeater. Wen Huai sneered, "You really are blind. You actually want this piece of garbage?" Qin Zheng retorted, "I'm not garbage. Churan's face went cold as he addressed the teacher. As an instructor, how can you humiliate a student like that? The man kept his scornful tone. What are you to lecture me? Churan kicked him square in the chest. Shut your damn dog mouth. He's my student now. If you've got a problem, come find me at the Qingshan Academy. Churan grabbed Qinzheng and dragged him away. Wenhuai's face turned pitch black as he watched them go. Just you wait. Back in the room, Churan announced, since you're all fellow disciples now, I need to assign your seniority rankings. Qinzheng is 13, Lu Dao 14, Wu Ming 15, Lin Feiyan 16, and Fang Xin is 17. Fang Xin blinked, confused. Why start at 13? He explained. Because I've already accepted 12 disciples. You'll meet them eventually. Feiyan raised a hand. Master, my cultivation is the highest here. Shouldn't I be the senior disciple? Fang Xin added. Yeah, and I arrived first. Why am I last? Churan waved a hand, deadpan. I ranked you by intelligence. They froze, speechless. Wu Ming nodded like it made sense, while Fang Xin snapped, my intelligence is just fine. Churan continued. All right, ignore the details. Being able to bow to me as your master is your good fortune. He pulled out a handful of golden beads. Here, take these. Wu Ming examined one and gasped. Evil warding beads? These are holy cultivation artifacts. Master Chu, where did you get these? He didn't even look up, picked them up. Suddenly, Feiyan stared at a bucket in the corner, eyes wide with shock. He walked over, trembling. Is this the legendary spirit condensing basin? Churan kept his poker face. Yeah, use a gram every day for class. Feiyan was in shock. Master, where on earth did you find such a treasure? Churan glanced at him, completely unbothered. Pick that up too. The disciples went silent, feeling like he was treating them like idiots. Internally, Churan sighed. Finally, this old junk of mine is coming in handy. Suddenly, he stood up. Now, I need to speak with each of you individually. He pointed at Feiyan. You first. Follow me. In a private room, Churan asked, what realm is your cultivation at right now? Feiyan answered immediately. My illusion path has reached the early nascent soul stage. Churan nodded. And your physical body? Feiyan blinked. My body? I've cultivated illusions since childhood. I've never trained my physique. Churan sighed. No wonder you felt so weak when we fought the other day. Starting today, pause your illusion training. Focus entirely on your body. Feiyan hesitated. But I've never heard of an illusion master cultivating two paths. Churan cut him off. They don't do it because their talent sucks. You're different. Since the beginning of time, I've only seen two people with this specific gift. One is you, the other is the White Emperor. Feiyan's heart pounded. He stammered, I can become an existence like the legendary White Emperor? Churan's voice turned encouraging. Your talent is no less than his. If you train my way, becoming the second White Emperor is not a problem. Feiyan walked out of the room, a goofy grin plastered on his face. I can be the White Emperor. Fang Xin saw his dazed look and asked, what's wrong with him? Churan called Wu Ming next. As soon as the door closed, Churan stared him down. Wu Ming, isn't it time you told the truth about who you are? The monk flinched. He tried to play dumb. I don't understand what you mean. Churan didn't waste time. You're clearly an inner disciple of the Lei insect. Why are you hiding out in the Qingshan Academy? Wu Ming froze for a moment, then finally confessed. I accidentally offended the sect master, and the elders made my life a living hell everywhere I went. I really couldn't survive anymore. So, Churan cut him off instantly. It's fine. Starting today, you are my disciple. You have absolutely no ties to the Thunder Sound sect anymore. He pulled out a cultivation manual and handed it over. Stop practicing that trash from the Thunder Sound sect. From now on, you train with this. Wu Ming took it, examining it curiously before realizing this was the secret technique of the Taiji sect. Churan immediately signaled him to keep his mouth shut. Walking out of the private room, he was still reeling from the shock. The Taiji sect's secret technique? I hit the jackpot. Feng Xin sighed softly. Great. Another idiot joined the club. She turned around and saw Lu Dao walking out. Surprised, she asked, Senior Brother Lu, why are you out so soon? He set down the basin in his hands and explained, Master said since I'm a tree spirit with a wood spiritual root, my cultivation method is different from humans. He gave a goofy grin but kept talking. Simply pursuing the path of heartlessness isn't enough. Liu Dao stepped right into the basin and continued. I also have to soak my roots in pure spiritual water every day. Combining both methods will skyrocket my progress. Fang Xin snapped at him, furious. If you want to soak your feet, do it at home. This is the academy, you weirdo. She scratched her head in disbelief. A tree spirit thief. A monk. What kind of freak show is Chu Ran running? Meanwhile, Chu Ran seriously asked Qin Zheng. How many realms do cultivators have in total? He answered fluently. As far as this student knows, there are 7 realms. Heavenly Origin, Tao Seed, Tao Palace, Nascent Soul, Divine Connection, Immortal Venerable, and Supreme Being. Chu Ran asked, Do you know why I made you list them? Qin Zheng looked a bit confused but replied, I don't know. Chu Ran turned, staring straight into his eyes. Because these are the realms you will conquer in the future. Qin Zheng scratched his head awkwardly. But I haven't even reached the Heavenly Origin realm yet. Chu Ran pointed firmly at him. That is simply because you haven't found the right cultivation technique. With that, he tossed a book over. Take it. He was puzzled why he was given a weapon Dao manual. Chu Ran explained. You possess both metal and fire attributes. You were born to master this path. Seeing Qin Zheng walk out clutching the books, Fang Xin remarked, Looks like someone hit the jackpot too. She skipped over, bursting with anticipation. Chu Ran, it's my turn, right? She beamed excitedly. What amazing technique are you going to teach me? Chu Ran didn't even flinch. He just waved his hand dismissively. Go home. Just take your pills and drink the spiritual water on time. She stomped her foot, furious. Chu Ran, you're biased. Why did everyone else get cool stuff but me? He explained. Because they need to cultivate to level up. You just need to rest and nourish the clear void bloodline inside you. Fang Xin listened, but she still had no clue what nourishing the bloodline actually meant. He continued. You carry an ancient bloodline. Once you successfully activate it, you'll ascend to the heavens in a single step. Scene change. A knock echoed from outside. Yue Chan heard it and walked over to see who it was. The door cracked open just a sliver, and Chu Ran quickly greeted her. Seeing him, her face flushed red. Chu Ran? What are you doing here? He looked a bit awkward too. About the, restroom incident last time. It was really a misunderstanding. I actually came to give you this. He handed Yue Chan a beautifully embroidered sachet. She took the gift, feeling shy, and whispered a soft thank you. Suddenly, he switched topics. Manager Yue, may I ask? How long have you been at the academy? The question caught her off guard, but she answered, I've been here since the academy was founded. Why? Is something wrong? Seeing her reaction, Chu Ran added, I heard rumors that someone from the Taiji sect infiltrated the academy. I'm just worried about the students' safety. For some reason, Yue Chan snapped angrily. Absolutely impossible. They were wiped out by Emperor Qin ages ago. You can rest easy on that. Chu Ran studies her demeanor. He can tell she's not lying to him. Good, Chu Ran adds casually. By the way, I placed a heart-cleansing mantra on your sachet. Yue Tian looks puzzled, wondering what that does. Seeing her curiosity, he explains, it purifies energy and calms the mind. It'll help with fatigue. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Deciding there's nothing left to gain by testing her, Chu Ran bids her farewell and turns to leave. Alone in her room, Yue Tian gazes at the sachet. He's surprisingly thoughtful. Perhaps she really did misunderstand him before. Meanwhile, as Chu Ran strolls outside, a figure catches his eye. Qin Zheng rushes over, panting heavily. Master, I need to speak with you. Summoning all his courage, he admits there's something he's been hiding. He knows he can't keep it a secret any longer. After a heavy silence, he stammers, The truth is, I am the 4th prince of the Qin Emperor. Chu Ran's mind races. You have got to be kidding me. I'm planning to slaughter Emperor Qin for wiping out the Taiji sect, and this kid is his son? Composing himself instantly, he puts on a polite smile. So, you are His Highness, the 4th prince. Please forgive my lack of manners. He continues, probing gently, but why would a prince come to the academy alone to seek a master? That, Qin Zheng replies. That is exactly what I need to explain. He raises his hand, revealing a demonic claw, undeniable proof of his mixed bloodline. Seeing Chu Ran's look, Qin Zheng explains. My mother was a princess of the demon race. She married him before he took the throne. But the moment he became emperor, he turned on us. Now my mother is locked in the heavenly prison, and I had to flee the palace just to survive. Chu Ran tests the waters. So, there is no fatherly bond between you and the emperor? Qin Zheng clenches his fists, trembling with rage. Bond? The only thing I feel for that man is pure hatred. A heavy weight lifts from Chu Ran's chest. He breathes a sigh of relief. His worries were unnecessary. Qin Zheng's voice breaks his train of thought. Master, you are the first person to ever treat me with kindness. That is why. I could not lie to you, Chu Ran asks calmly. Let me ask you this. If the Qin Emperor were to stand before you one day, what would you do? Qin Zheng scratches his head, looking sheepish. I haven't thought that far ahead. Chu Ran glances at the boy's pathetic state and drops a bombshell. You could take the throne. Qin Zheng panics. Master, please don't joke. Yes, I am a prince, but I have no allies in the court. With my mixed bloodline, how could I possibly become emperor? Chu Ran remains unmoved. Allies only flock to power. They scatter when it fades. They are unreliable. As for your lineage, leave that to me. Your master will find a way. Qin Zheng still looks doubtful. He hesitates. Can I really do it? Chu Ran stares deep into his eyes. Absolutely. But right now, your only focus must be increasing your cultivation. Energized by his master's confidence, Qin Zheng bows deeply. This disciple understands. Without wasting another second, he rushes off to train. Watching him go, Chu Ran thinks to himself. He knows how to endure humiliation and wait for his moment. That mental fortitude, he truly is material for an emperor. Decided, Chu Ran heads to the artifact forging sect. He needs to find a weapon worthy of Qin Zheng. He sets off immediately and arrives in no time. Looking up at the artifact forging sect's branch sign, he sighs. Time is cruel. To think the once great sect has become this desolate. Chu Ran knocks lightly on the gate. Excuse me. Inside, Chu Yi looks up and asks politely, Young brother, how can I help you? I'm looking for someone, Chu Ran says. Is Ling Tong here? The man looks puzzled. You wish to see Ancestor Ling Tong? Chu Ran perks up. He's an ancestor now? Shen Feng steps out from the back, sneering. He passed away ages ago. Did you live under a rock? Chu Ran eyes the young man. Well, look who decided to show up. Chu Yi interjects. Young brother, if you were looking for the ancestor, you must need a divine weapon forged. Why not let me try? Chu Ran replies with a touch of arrogance. I'm afraid what I need is beyond your skill. Shen Feng explodes. Arrogant brat! My master is the number one. Blacksmith in the imperial capital. Chu Yi quickly cuts him off. Fenger, stop. A guest is a guest. Watch your tongue. Chu Yi bows slightly. Fellow Taoist, I have achieved some renown in the art of forging. Please, give me a chance to prove it. Chu Ran calmly hands over a blueprint. No harm in looking. The moment Chu Yi sees it, he gasps. This is the Ice Thunder Sword. Shen Feng butts in again. That's a weapon only a Dao Realm master could forge. He draws his weapon, eyes blazing. You're just here to cause trouble, aren't you? I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. Chu Ran doesn't even flinch. He casts an immobilization spell instantly. Shen Feng freezes mid-strike, unable to twitch a muscle. Hands in his pockets, Chu Ran smirks. Trying to use the golden hammer technique on me? You're dreaming, kid. Shen Feng's eyes widen in terror. How? How do you know our sect's secret technique? Chu Ran shifts into an attack stance. I don't just know it. I mastered it. He unleashes the first move of the secret manual, the heaven-crashing hammer, launching a strike straight at him. Shen Feng barely manages to block the blow, staggering back. But Chu Ran doesn't let up. He immediately transitions into the second form, Earth Shaker. Watching from the sidelines, Chu Yi gasps as Chu Ran flows effortlessly into the fourth form, then the fifth. Am I seeing things? By the time Chu Ran executes the 18th form, the old man freezes in shock. Chu Yi stammers, impossible. Even the founding ancestor could only perform 15 moves. Chu Ran readies the final strike, the heaven-sealing hammer aimed right at Shen Feng. Sensing imminent death, the master screams, Wait. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Chu Ran shifts his aim at the last second. The attack grazes past Shen Feng, slamming into the ground behind him and triggering a massive, deafening explosion. Chu Yi rushes over, eyes wide with desperation. Fellow Taoist, those last 3 forms, the secret technique. Would you be willing to teach them to me? Chu Ran looks at him, puzzled. Didn't Ling Tong teach you all of this? The old man sighs. To be honest, sir, our sect suffered a devastating fire years ago. The manual containing the hammer arts was destroyed in the flames. To you, it might just be a combat technique, but for blacksmiths like us, it's our lifeblood. Please, I beg you to help us complete our legacy. He bows his head low, his posture filled with humble sincerity. Chu Ran considers this, then sets his terms. If I pass down the entire technique to you, can you guarantee you'll forge the Ice Thunder sword for me? Chu Yi replies instantly, I swear on my life, I will give it my all. Satisfied, Chu Ran reaches into his pocket to retrieve something. Fine. I'll trust you this once. He hands over the items. Here. Take these thunderstones as a down payment. Chu Yi screams in disbelief. These are top-grade thunderstones. Shenfang stares, jaw dropped. And they're the size of a fist. Having delivered the materials, Chu Ran turns to leave. I'll be back in 2 days with the full hammer art manual. Shenfang turns to his master. Master, who exactly is he? Chu Yi, still staring blankly at the stones, mutters, I have no idea. He gazes at the thunderstones, a realization dawning. But he must be connected to the one the ancestor spoke of. The Yama Immortal Venerable. Night falls. Fang Xin is walking alone down a quiet street when a figure suddenly blocks her path. Well, isn't this a junior sister from Lingqing Academy? She steps back, wary. Who are you? The stranger smirks. Just a helpful senior who loves looking out for others. Need a ride home? Fang Xin frowns, her voice cold. No thanks. I can manage on my own. His expression snaps. He lunges at her, shouting, I said, don't be polite. Terrified, she stumbles back. Stay away from me. But before he can lay a finger on her, a shadow strikes him from the side. She turns to see her savior is Liu Dao. He stands over the attacker, looking annoyed. Tomorrow is the weapon forging ceremony for new students. Why are you out this late? Fang Xin blushes, looking down. I was out looking for materials. Liu Dao walks past her, signaling for her to leave. She glances at the man groaning on the ground. Senior brother. What about him? Without looking back, Liu Dao replies, I sealed his acupoints. He'll wake up in 3 hours. Fang Xin scrambles to catch up. Wait! Senior brother, wait for me. Moments later, the attacker stirs. He crawls to his feet, a twisted, demonic smile spreading across his face. His eyes glow, a sinister purple. He licks his lips. Interesting. I ran into a wood spirit root user. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes down the street behind him. Audacious demon! You dare trespass on immortal territory? A chill runs down the demon's spine. He spins around. Who's there? An old man leaning on a cane steps out of the shadows. The one who's going to end you. Seeing it's just a frail elder, the demon sneers. Listen, old man. I suggest you mind your own business before you get hurt. The elder, Li Qiu, steps closer, unfazed. If I'm not mistaken, you're here sniffing around for traces of the Taiji sect, aren't you? The man's demeanor cracks, turning manic. So, what if you guessed it? He roars, his skin tearing away to reveal his true, hideous demon form. Then I can't let you live. Li Qiu snorts, completely unimpressed. Such arrogant last words. He slams his cane into the pavement, summoning the shadow blade. Black smoke erupts, wrapping around the demon like a vice. The creature chokes, paralyzed and screaming in terror. No! Li Qiu watches him struggle. It seems the secret within Lingqing Academy can no longer be kept. He gazes down the empty street and sighs heavily. A storm of blood is coming. Scene shift. A few days later, Chu Ran wakes up to a commotion, looking around in confusion. He rubs his eyes. What's going on today? Why is everyone gathering here? Wang Chen explains. It's the annual forging day. All the disciples are waiting to receive their artifacts. Chu Ran perks up. Wait, are they free? She shakes her head. Of course not. The students have to provide their own materials and pay the forging fees. Chu Ran glances at a large crowd huddled together. What's happening over there? Wang Chen sighs. It's the blacksmith's rule. If you want them to forge a weapon for you, you have to kowtow 3 times first. In the crowd, Qin Zheng stands tall before Yi Chao. Master, please forgive me. A man's dignity is worth gold. I cannot kneel. Yi Chao sneers, his voice dripping with arrogance. Then I guess you don't want a weapon. Feng Xin steps forward, outraged. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? We provide the money and the materials, yet we still have to kowtow to you people? Where is the logic in that? Chu Ran stepped forward, clapping his hands slowly. Well said. His tone carried a hint of arrogance, instantly drawing the crowd's gaze. Truly worthy of being my student. Someone behind Yi Chao shouted back. The 3 kowtows before forging is a tradition passed down by our ancestors. Chu Ran scoffed. The 3 kowtows are for you smiths to pay respects to your founders before firing the furnace. He pointed a finger straight at the man's face. It is not a tool for you to bully my students. His gaze locked onto him. Since you lack manners, today I'll teach you how to behave like a human being. Chu Ran didn't even flinch as Yi Chao lunged at him. He simply barked one command, kneel. The command slammed into him like a physical weight, forcing his knees to the ground. Why? Why won't my body obey me? Chu Ran looked down at him coldly. Since you love kowtowing so much, I'll let you do it until you're satisfied. Yi Chao began slamming his head against the ground repeatedly against his will. He screamed in humiliation, "You bastard! Make it stop!" The crowd erupted into whispers. Who is that guy? He dares to offend the forging guild? I think he's a new instructor. He's in huge trouble now. Qing Tian shoved his way through the crowd, rushing forward in a panic. Out of the way, move, he glared at the protagonist. Chu Ran, are you insane? Stop this instant. Chu Ran barely glanced at him, his voice calm. I'm simply giving them a taste of their own medicine. Qing Tian rushed over to help Yi Chao up, his voice dripping with sycophancy. Master Yi, please. He's new here. He doesn't know the rules. Please don't take it to heart. Yi Chao gritted his teeth, his face twisted in rage. Insulting me is an insult to the entire forging guild. He slammed his knees back down. Fine. I'll stay kneeling right here until the elders arrive. Let's see how you talk your way out of this. Watching the chaos from a distance, Qing Shan asked, Headmaster, should I go down there and mediate? Chang Feng stroked his beard, a faint smile on his lips. No need. It's been a long time since our academy has seen someone this interesting. He continued, I want to see exactly how he handles this. Qing Tian pleaded, Master Yi, I beg you, please stand up. This looks terrible for us. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted. What is the meaning of this? The crowd gasped. It's Elder Zhu. Oh, this is going to be a real show now. Zhu Qian's voice was ice cold. Who dares to bully a member of my forging guild? Qing Tian seized the chance to point fingers. Elder Zhu, it was all Chu Ran's doing. This has absolutely nothing to do with our academy. Wang Chen stepped up to defend him. Elder, this is all just a big misunderstanding. Zhu Qian sneered. A misunderstanding? Then tell me, how do you propose we resolve this misunderstanding? Chu Ran looked him dead in the eye, showing no fear. How about this? Abolish your ridiculous kowtowing rule, apologize to my students, and give us a 30% discount on all forging fees. Zhu Qian exploded with rage. Does this brat speak for your entire academy? Qing Tian stammered, terrified. No, absolutely not. Please calm down. I'll have him expelled from the academy first thing tomorrow morning. It's too late for that, Zhu Qian roared. You've offended the forging branch. From this day forward, none of you will ever receive a single artifact from us. He laughed, clearly enjoying their despair. Without artifacts, let's see how you manage to cultivate. Chu Ran's expression remained stone cold. Does the forging guild really have that much authority? Zhu Qian paused for a split second, then doubled down. Are you questioning me? Chu Ran continued smoothly. As I recall, the guild is a branch of the artifact sect. Unless they speak, do you really have the power to make such a decision? Zhu Qian sneered. The emperor is far away. They can't control what happens here. My word is law. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Zhu Qian, you certainly talk big. Yi Chao's eyes went wide. Wait, isn't that Shen Fang, the eldest disciple of Grandmaster Jia? Zhu Qian was equally shocked. What is he doing here? Shen Fang ignored him, walking straight to Chu Ran and bowing respectfully. Master Chu, please allow me to handle this situation. Zhu Qian watched in disbelief, his mind racing. You have to be kidding me. Why is Senior Shen bowing to that brat? Shen Fang turned his sharp gaze to the elder. Zhu Qian. You were just saying something about whose word is law here? Zhu Qian panicked. No, that's not what I meant. Please, let me explain. Silence. Shen Fang cut him off. I don't want to hear your excuses. Shen Fang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Apologize to Master Chu. Now. Though clearly resentful, Zhu Qian bowed his head to Chu Ran. I was blind. I have offended Master Chu. Please, I beg for your forgiveness. Chu Ran didn't let him off the hook. And regarding my previous proposal, have you made a decision? Zhu Qian nodded hastily. Whatever you say. The kowtow rule is nonsense. We'll abolish it immediately. And all forging for the academy will be free of charge. Free is unnecessary, Chu Ran said dismissively. You still need to make a living. A 50% discount will suffice. Zhu Qian bowed again. Yes, 50% it is. He spun around and pointed a trembling finger at Yi Chao. As for you, you forfeit 3 years of salary and are hereby demoted to a lowly apprentice. He turned back to Chu Ran with a fawning smile. Master Chu, is this satisfactory? Chu Ran smirked. Your attitude has improved. I'll let you off the hook this time. Shen Feng turned to him. Master Chu, perhaps we should go somewhere more private to talk? As Zhu Qian watched them walk away, he bowed deeply one last time, respectfully sending off the two masters. Qing Tian dragged Yue Chan onto the scene. Director, you have to see this. He actually dares to talk back to Grandmaster Zhou. He turned to Zhou Qian, gloating. Grandmaster Zhou, I've brought Director Yue here. Just say the word on how you want Chu Ran punished. The old man looked guilty and turned his head away. That won't be necessary. After some reflection, I believe Instructor Chu's words make perfect sense. Qing Tian whipped his head around, unable to process what just happened. He couldn't believe his own ears. Zhou Qian bowed respectfully to Yue Chan. Director Yue, on behalf of the Blacksmithing Guild, I offer my sincerest apologies to the Academy. Qing Tian gasped in shock. Elder Zhou, have you lost your mind? It's obvious Chu Ran offended you just a moment ago. The elder glared at him. Watch your mouth, or I'll sue you for defamation, he continued, his tone shifting to respect. Everything Instructor Chu said and did was for the sake of the students. I have nothing but admiration for him. Yue Chan turned on Qing Tian, her eyes flashing with anger. So this is the catastrophic trouble you were screaming about? She spun around to leave. If you dare waste my time with nonsense again, I'll have the head elder fire you immediately. He stood rooted to the spot, his mind racing. What the hell just happened? Shen Fang turned to Chu Ran. Instructor Chu, I am so sorry. I was supposed to deliver the sword, but my master ran into some trouble during the forging process. Chu Ran seemed to understand immediately. Trouble infusing the sword spirit, right? Shen Fang nodded quickly. The rank of the Ice Thunder sword is too high. We hit a massive wall trying to infuse the spirit, so we haven't been able to finish it. Chu Ran replied calmly. Go back and tell your master this. If he chants the Molten Heart mantra while infusing the spirit, the resistance will fade. The disciple looked skeptical. The Molten Heart mantra can be used like that? Chu Ran didn't explain, simply waving his hand. Just go back and try it. You'll see. Shen Fang bowed. Thank you for the guidance, Instructor Chu. That night, Chu Ran sat in his room cultivating. He felt a knot of frustration. His cultivation hadn't budged in half a month. It was time to undergo body tempering and spirit condensation. Chu Ran closed his eyes, purging the impurities from his soul. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes snapping open. He felt a sudden surge of enlightenment. He channeled his energy, thinking to himself, the spiritual energy of the immortal world is truly abundant. It won't be long before I can break through the Xiantian realm to the next stage. A massive torrent of spiritual energy rushed straight into his body. Chu Ran sat there, meditating through the long night. The next day, as he walked alone down the street, a voice called out to him. Wang Chen led Yi over to greet him. I was just looking for you. Chu Ran looked at her, slightly puzzled. Is something wrong? She handed him a document. The Academy is holding a martial arts tournament for new disciples in a few days. Your 5 students are required to participate. Here are the details. He took the paper, reading it intently. Let me see that. Yi stepped closer, sneering. He doesn't look like much. Xiao Chen, why do you even talk to him? Chu Ran finally noticed the other girl. She glared at him, her voice dripping with warning. I'm Xiao Chen's best friend, and I'm warning you don't get any ideas about her. She continued arrogantly. She is the daughter of the Zhennan king. You aren't worthy of her. Wang Chen quickly tried to hush her friend, but Chu Ran was already thinking. So the Zhennan king of the Qinling Empire is Wang Chen's father. Seeing he remained silent, Wang Chen pulled her friend away. I'm so sorry, Chu Ran. We have to go. Yi laughed, teasing her friend. Xiao Chen, why are you panicking? I'm just reminding a certain someone not to dream of eating swan meat when he's just a toad. Behind Chu Ran, Li Chu overheard the entire conversation. Kid, the daughter of the Zhennan king, isn't easy to chase. Hearing the old man's jab, Chu Ran replied calmly. I never had that intention to begin with. He noticed something on the old man's broom. Old man, what's that stuck to your broom? The janitor lifted the broom, inspecting it before explaining. Oh, I killed a chicken yesterday. Must have gotten messy. The corner of Chu Ran's mouth twitched up. That's no chicken blood. That is clearly the blood of the demon race. He looked at the old man meaningfully. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. You should be careful when you're killing chickens. The streets were bustling with people. Chu Ran walked down the road, glancing around curiously, until the sound of someone hawking spirit stones caught his ear. He walked past a stall selling spirit stones and paused. Lin Shui was shouting at the top of his lungs, walk on by, pass on by, but don't miss this. Chu Ran looked at the pile of crystals and realized it was earth vein essence. This is a treasure, he thought. With this, Fang Xin could probably awaken her bloodline. Out of nowhere, Su Xia shoved Chu Ran aside and barked at Lin Shui. I'll take this essence. Lin Shui adjusted his glasses calmly. Sorry. I only trade, I don't sell. Su Xia's face lit up with excitement. What do you want in exchange? Lin Shui replied. If you can write calligraphy that satisfies me, the earth vein essence is yours for free. Hearing the condition, Su Xia laughed loudly. He found this challenge incredibly amusing. He pulled out a brush with a flourish. In that case, let me show you what I can do. He began to write, his entire body glowing with a flashy aura. He presented his paper with a smug look. Well, does this catch your eye? Lin Shui glanced at the paper and sighed. The technique is good, but it lacks soul. I'm sorry. I cannot give you the essence. Chu Ran, who had just been shoved aside, stepped forward. Let me give it a try. Su Xia scoffed with disdain. Little brother, I've practiced calligraphy for decades, and he didn't even glance at my work. Don't embarrass yourself. Chu Ran replied with total confidence. My writing will definitely impress him. Lin Shui looked intrigued. Oh? This brother here. Please. Go ahead. A point of light appeared on Chu Ran's fingertip. Lin Shui froze, watching intently. He's using his finger as a brush, the sky as his ink. This is the method of intent. Chu Ran began to write, reciting aloud. Past and present share a laugh, roaming, heaven and earth, wild and free. The words materialized on the paper as he spoke. Let those who come after never dare to compare their heights to mine. Su Xia stared at Chu Ran's calligraphy, stunned. Good writing. What incredible aura. Lin Shui adjusted his glasses and asked, May I ask, who is your master? Chu Ran answered immediately. No sect, no faction. I am self-taught. He laughed heartily. If you don't wish to say, that's fine too. I, Lin Shui, acknowledge you as a friend. He waved goodbye and walked away. All right, the stall is yours. I need to go into seclusion. Chu Ran pocketed the spirit stones, watching the man's retreating back. That guy is actually pretty interesting. Seeing Chu Ran about to leave, Su Xia quickly grabbed him. Brother, wait. He introduced himself hurriedly. I am Su Xia, the Zhenbei king. I have always admired great masters. Would you do me the honor of visiting my manor for a chat? Chu Ran paused and turned to him. After you, Lord Su. I will follow your lead. Moments later, inside the Northern King's estate, Su Xia let out a boisterous laugh. Thank you for this calligraphy, Brother Chu. He beamed with excitement. I'm hanging this right above my bed so I can admire it every single day. Chu Ran looked a bit awkward at the enthusiasm. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. He couldn't help but think, who knew the high and mighty king of the north was such a down-to-earth guy? Su Xia spoke up again. My son is home today. Let me call him over to meet you, Brother Chu. He called out to Su Feng, who had been pacing anxiously outside, summoning him into the room. Chu Ran froze the moment he saw the young man. Something was wrong. He turned to the king. Lord Su, Does your son suffer from a chronic illness that refuses to heal? Su Xia's eyes widened in shock. How? How did you know that? Chu Ran took a calm sip of his tea. Aside from calligraphy, I also know a thing or two about medicine. Su Xia sighed heavily. Years ago, something went wrong during his cultivation. His health has been in ruins ever since. He shook his head. His power regressed all the way back to the innate realm, and he hasn't been able to advance an inch. Chu Ran remained completely unmoved. Don't lose hope, Brother Su. Your son can still be saved. Su Feng couldn't sit still any longer. He shot up from his chair. Master, is that true? Are you serious? Chu Ran muttered a chant over his teacup, weaving a spell to purge evil and restore purity. Beams of light shot from the cup, striking Su Feng directly. He screamed, his body convulsing in sudden, unbearable pain. Su Xia watched in horror. That's demonic qi. How is that inside you? Chu Ran drew the dark energy out and trapped it back into the teacup. He stood up and covered the cup. It is done. The root of your son's illness is gone. Su Xia rushed to support his son. Fenger, how do you feel? Su Feng took a deep breath, amazed. My qi. It's flowing perfectly. I've never felt this light before. Su Xia turned to Chu Ran, bewildered. Master Chu, what just happened? Chu Ran's expression darkened. When your son's cultivation failed years ago, it wasn't an accident. Someone did this to him on purpose. Su Xia felt the blood rush to his head, realizing he'd been played. He roared, What? Chu Ran lifted the teacup. Yinsha energy is colorless and odorless. If I hadn't seen this specific condition before, even I wouldn't have detected it. To use such a vicious method against a child. Whoever did this holds a deep grudge against your family. Do you have any suspects, Lord Su? Su Xia coughed awkwardly. Well, the line of people I've offended would probably stretch all the way to the northern border. Chu Ran stared at him, completely speechless. He shook his head. Never mind. Now that the root cause is gone, we can take our time finding the mastermind. Su Xia bowed his head. Thank you, Master Chu. You are the savior of the Northern King's estate. He signaled his servants to bring in a tray. Please, accept this small token of my gratitude. He revealed a glowing orb. Brother Chu, you're a man of culture. This is the dark spirit holy bead. Please, take it. I won't take no for an answer. Chu Ran examined it closely. This bead should be radiating holy energy, he thought, but instead, it's hiding something sinister. He looked up sharply. Lord Su, where exactly did you get this? Su Xia scratched his head. The Imperial Preceptor gave them to me a few years back. There were two. I gave one to Fenger for his cultivation, and I saved this one because it was too precious to use. Chu Ran's expression turned grave. If I'm right, then the Imperial Preceptor is the one who crippled your son. Su Xia panicked. Brother Chu, you don't understand. The Imperial Preceptor is Emperor Qin's most trusted advisor. We can't make accusations like that without proof. Chu Ran held up the bead. This is your proof. He thrust the bead towards Su Xia. Watch closely. With a sharp squeeze, he crushed the bead in his hand. Dark energy spilled out. Su Xia recognized it instantly. It was Yinsha. Su Feng gasped. That's the same energy that was inside me. Su Xia was baffled. But why? I've never had any bad blood with the Imperial Preceptor. Why would he target my son? Later, as they walked out of the study, Chu Ran explained the grim reality. It's not a personal grudge. He used your son's body as a living array eye. He planted a suppression formation to drain the power of your entire estate. Su Xia stared at him. You know about formations too? Chu Ran shrugged. I know a little bit about arrays. Is there anything you don't know? Su Xia asked in disbelief. Chu Ran didn't answer. He simply waved his hand, activating a counter formation. There is only one formation that uses a living host. Instantly, 4 massive pillars of light erupted from the corners of the estate. Su Xia watched the formation take shape, mesmerized. I've only read about this in ancient texts. I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. Su Feng whispered to his father. Father, Master Chu makes sense, but isn't it a bit rash to accuse the Imperial Preceptor based on just this? Su Xia gritted his teeth. No. It all adds up. When this estate was being built, the Imperial Preceptor showed up uninvited. He insisted I change the garden landscape for better feng shui. I see it now. He was setting the trap right under my nose. Su Feng's face went pale. That explains everything. That's why our northern army has been suffering so many inexplicable defeats. The formation. It's been draining our luck. But why? Su Fang asked. Why would the Imperial Preceptor do this to us? Chu Ran answered coldly. The Imperial Preceptor is just a pawn. The person who really wants to crush the King of the North is the one pulling his strings. Su Xia looks confused, stammering. You mean, His Majesty, Emperor Qin? Chu Ran's expression remains unreadable. Exactly. Over the years, the King of the North has amassed too much military glory. You've outshined your master, and Emperor Qin can no longer tolerate your existence. His heart grows heavy as he sighs. I conquered half this realm for the Qin Empire. I never imagined that in the end, I would still face His Majesty's suspicion. Chu Ran's tone drips with sarcasm. It's always the same story biting the hand that feeds you. You and the King of the South hold too much sway over the people. Crossing the bridge and burning it behind you is inevitable. Su Xia looks back at him, desperate. Brother Chu, since you see it so clearly, do you have a way out? Seizing the moment, he replies, It's simple. Stand with my student. Support the true fourth prince and raise him to be the new emperor. Su Feng and Su Xiao listen, completely thunderstruck. He presses on. The world knows the first three princes are at each other's throats for the throne. The fourth prince, lost among the commoners, seems to have zero chance of winning, right? Before, perhaps, but now, his teacher is me. If the King of the North is hesitant, why not hedge your bets? You might just reap an unexpected harvest. Su Xia bows his head in deep, sincere gratitude. He tells him, Then I will follow Brother Chu's plan. Waving his hand as he walks away, Chu Ran adds, I'll arrange a meeting in a few days. Until then, young Master Su must keep pretending to be gravely ill. We can't alert the enemy. Su Feng looks confused. Father, why did you agree so readily just now? Are we really going to bet the future of our entire family on a prince with absolutely no reputation? The king looks thoughtful. Did you see Chu Ran's methods earlier? His identity is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. He continues, Which prince we pick doesn't matter. Standing in Chu Ran's camp, that is what matters. Back at the Spirit Green Academy, Qing Tian calls out, Master Fu, you're finally back. After hearing the report, Fu Cao's eyes widen in shock. What did you just say? Chu Ran used his own power to rewrite the rules of Qi gathering? He replies, Yes, he's famous across the entire academy now. Not only do the students adore him, but even director Yue Chan favors him. His prestige is about to surpass yours. The old man huffs coldly. A mere ant dares to stand on my level? If I don't kick him out of this academy, I'll write my name backwards. Qing Tian warns him. The academy rules are strict. If we can't catch him in a mistake, I fear the palace master won't agree to it. The old man sneers. He relied on underhanded tricks to trick students into joining him. Doesn't that count as a fault? Qing Tian doesn't quite get it. You mean? Fu Cao explains. A brat like him has zero resources to nurture disciples. If he's not relying on scams, what else could it be? He storms off, still fuming. Just watch how I deal with him. Back at Chu Ran's classroom, he begins his lecture. For today's lesson, we will discuss the Tao of mechanisms. Mid-lecture, a voice calls out from outside. Master Chu. Sorry to interrupt. Zheng Sheng steps into the room. The academy has received a report. Did you use improper methods to recruit disciples? He answers calmly. Elder Zheng, every single one of my disciples joined voluntarily. We need to get the facts straight. Fu Cao chimes in from the side. Still dare to deny it? Even if you recruited enough people, you have no resources. You're just delaying their progress. If that's not a scam, what is? He urges Elder Zheng to expel him immediately according to the rules. But Chu Ran speaks up. Master Fu, I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. Chu Ran turns to Liu Dao. You tell them, have I provided you all with cultivation resources? Hearing his name, he replies, Of course. Master not only gives us resources but also creates cultivation plans tailored to each of our unique traits. Zheng Sheng turns to Fu Cao. Master Fu, do you have anything to add? The old man grumbles. They definitely rehearsed this beforehand. Not paying attention, he steps right into Chu Ran's trap. An iron ball slams down, making him cough up blood. Qing Tian rushes over in shock to support him. Qing Tian points an accusing finger. Chu Ran, you dare to physically harm a colleague? Facing the furious man, Chu Ran simply replies, My lesson right now is on the Tao of mechanisms. Master Fu just happened to step into a trap I set up for a demonstration. Fu Cao, freshly injured, struggles to sit up and argue. Bullshit. You did that on purpose. Chu Ran keeps a pleasant smile and warns, careful now. There's another trap right by your foot. Before he can react, his foot triggers it. Fu Cao looks up to see a magic circle forming above his head. Oh no. Instantly, he collapses to the floor. Chu Ran points at the old man, lecturing his students. Do you see that? This is how mechanisms are used in actual combat. The students nod in agreement. So that's how it works. Understood. The old man sits up, muttering in sheer indignation. Damn it. You dare mock this old master? Fu Cao lunges forward to challenge him, but Chu Ran merely glances at him and points a finger. In a flash, the old man is imprisoned within a massive circle, shouting in confusion, "What is this thing? Release me at once." Chu Ran stops joking. His eyes turn serious, his voice cutting through the air like ice. Fu Zhao, this farce has gone on long enough. With that, he extends a hand and issues a command, instantly vanishing from sight. With the two troublemakers gone, Chu Ran turns back to the lesson. All right, let's continue class. Before disappearing, Fu Zhao refuses to accept reality, fuming with rage. You dare look down on me? Chu Ran, just you wait. 2 days later, at the artifact sect, Chu Yi respectfully presents a large wooden box to him. Grandmaster Chu, the Icewind Sword core has been forged. Please, take a look. He opens the lid, and a gem inside instantly glows. Chu Ran accepts the box, looking pleased. Excellent, very impressive work, truly worthy of the artifact sect's reputation. Raising a finger, Chu Ran confidently declares, now, only the final step remains, infusing the soul into the stone. He immediately chants a spell. A stream of green light surrounds the core. Spirit align, soul return. Standing beside him, Chu Yi can't hide his shock. He can bestow a sword soul directly without any external catalysts? This is a miracle. Having achieved his goal, Chu Ran commands, return. A sword shrouded in green light flies into his hand. Chu Ran grips the hilt, unable to hide his excitement. Finally, the heavenly thunder sword is complete. Chu Yi clasps his hands in deep admiration. Immortal Master Chu, your profound power has opened my eyes. May I ask you to offer some guidance to my sect's disciples? He rejects the offer with a bored look. We'll talk when I have time. I've got a lot on my plate recently, so I'm not free. Chu Yi doesn't give up. He immediately presents a token to show his respect. Then please accept this token. With this, you may enter and leave the artifact sect as you please. When you have time, you must come visit. Fine. Chu Ran happily accepts it. Suddenly, urgent knocking sounds from outside. He calls out, come in. Zhou Qian bows respectfully. Junior Zhou Qian pays his respects. He looks surprised. Immortal Master Chu? I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. Chu Ran cuts straight to the chase. Elder Zhou, what brings you here today? Zhou Qian looks flustered, his voice trembling. I won't hide it from you. Actually, I came to borrow someone from Grandmaster Chu Yi, who had been silent, speaks up. Is this about the artifact forging grand ceremony? Zhou Qian stops hiding it and confesses. That's right. The ceremony is currently being held in the imperial capital. The attendees are all top forging experts from the immortal realms. To ensure our safety, we wanted to borrow your best disciple for support. Chu Yi quickly waves his hand to refuse. Absolutely not. That brat Shen Fong hasn't mastered his craft yet. I can't let him go out and compete. It might shatter his Dao heart. Zhou Qian looks disappointed. If we don't have Grandmaster Shen's help, clashing with the other experts this time might be dangerous. Chu Ran steps in. Don't panic. If little brother Shen isn't available, how about I go with you instead? Chu Yi hurriedly tries to stop him. Immortal Master Chu, that place is chaotic. I fear it will disturb your cultivation. Chu Ran shrugs. It's fine. I've heard about this ceremony for a while, and want to see it for myself. Finally, Chu Ran makes the decision. Lead the way. Zhou Qian immediately bows and responds, yes sir. At the Qinling Empire's Forging Guild, an elder sits with his legs up, arrogantly declaring, the top spot in forging this year will definitely belong to our Wei Kingdom. Zhu Ling, sitting nearby, narrows his eyes and retorts, Elder Ma, don't speak too soon. When it comes to the Tao of forging, my Yan Kingdom claims second place. and no one dares claim first. Zhou Qian and Chu Ran stride in confidently. As they take their seats, Zhou Qian greets them. "It's been a long time, everyone." The man sneers. "Everyone else is already here, yet you arrive late. Vice President Zhou sure knows how to put on airs." Zhou Qian retorts calmly. "The ceremony doesn't start for another 15 minutes. I haven't broken any rules. Elder Ma, are you in such a rush to lose to me?" Elder Ma, having his ego pricked, slams the table. "What did you say?" A middle-aged man points to the center. "Everyone, this competition is divided into 2 rounds, appraisal and forging. Let the ceremony officially begin." Elder Ma crosses his arms arrogantly. "Today, I'll show you all what true forging looks like." "Ah Biao." The disciple beside him nods obediently. Ma shouts, "Show them your skills." He answers loudly, "Yes, master." Juling doesn't back down either. "Lin Mu, you go too." Lin Mu immediately obeys. Zhou Qian keeps a straight face and whispers, "Immortal Master Chu, I'm counting on you." Chu Ran smiles confidently. "Don't worry." Introduction. This round is artifact appraisal. The host explains carefully. Time limit is 1 stick of incense. Whoever identifies the most details about the artifact wins. The middle-aged man gives a brief overview of the sword on display. This sword radiates a floral glow. It is a top-tier artifact. A contestant nods in agreement. Indeed. The blade vibrates slightly. "It's truly a fine sword." Hearing this, Chu Ran scoffs. "Fine sword? In my eyes, this thing is nothing but scrap metal." The crowd turns in shock. One man speaks up. "Master Chu, did you say scrap metal?" Chu Ran levitates the sword and replies, "Exactly. This sword may look exquisite on the outside with surging energy, but inside, it has no heart and lacks a soul. It's no different from trash." The chief laughs with manic mockery. "I think you've lost your damn mind, kid. These artifacts were forged by the realm's peak blacksmiths. There is absolutely no way they lack a sword heart." Watching the exchange, the old man judges silently to spout such ignorance. The Qin Forging Guild has truly fallen from grace, but Chu Ran just replies calmly, "If you gentlemen don't believe me, summon the swordsmith. If I'm wrong, you can fail me right here and now." The chief points a finger, eyes wide with excitement. "Fine, go invite Grandmaster Liu." He thinks smugly, "Today, I'll make your Qinling Empire admit total defeat." Zhu Qian turns back, whispering with a worried look, "Immortal Master Chu. Grandmaster Liu is top tier in the immortal realm. Even if his masterpiece has flaws, surely it's not as bad as you say?" The boy answers flatly, "You'll see in a moment." Liu Hua steps in, bowing respectfully. "You summoned this old man. May I ask why?" The chief speaks first. "Grandmaster Liu, let me ask you, when you forged this sword, did you fuse a sword heart into it?" Suddenly, the old master trembles, hesitating. The chief frowns, watching the reaction. Something's wrong with this old geezer. Realizing he can't hide it, Liu Hua confesses in shame. 2 years ago, while forging an artifact, my heart was clouded. I haven't been able to forge a sword with both form and soul for a long time." The chief roars in anger. "What did you say?" Watching the scene, Juling marvels silently. A fused sword heart. Even I couldn't tell it was missing. He looks at Chu Ran, no longer daring to relax. This kid spotted the flaw at a glance, a true expert. Meanwhile, Zhu Qian praises him endlessly. "Immortal Master Chu, you're amazing." The chief, unwilling to accept it, sneers. "It was just a coincidence. I don't believe you'll pass the next round." Just then, a middle-aged man announces the second round. "Refining." He explains carefully. "Within the time of 1 incense stick, remove the impurities from the ore before you. Whoever achieves the highest purity wins." Jiu Ling orders happily, "Lin Mu, go." The disciple obeys instantly. The chief warns, "Try harder. Don't lose to that kid again." He nods. "Understood, master." He unleashes the red flame technique, while Abi Biao counters with a wild iron fist strike. The crowd gasps in terror at the power. One uses true fire refinement. The other uses fist strikes. So impressive. Is this the true strength of the top disciples? Lin Mu, panting from exhaustion, reports quickly, "Refined iron completed." Not wanting to lose, the other guy adds, "I'm done too." The crowd buzzes with excitement. Turning common ore into refined iron in such a short time. and the impurities are almost gone. The chief sneers. Hey, surnamed Chu, they're all finished, and you haven't even started. Time's running out. You know you can't win, so you're just going to surrender, aren't you? Chu ignores him, channeling his internal energy. No rush. My forging method only takes 1 minute. The chief laughs in ridicule. Is that a lie or a joke? If you can refine that in 1 minute, I'll take your surname. The boy warns him. You said it yourself. Chu points, commanding his sword aura to strike. Someone screams, is he crazy, using sword control to refine ore? The crowd stares, jaws dropped. I've never seen this method. He must be a clown. The chief looks on with disdain. You don't even know the most basic origin energy forging. Just be a good boy and give up. Chu scoffs internally. Principles? To me, those things are just burdens. Finished. He gestures confidently. Take a look. This is the ore I refined. A stone radiates dazzling light, illuminating the entire space. Juling and the chief shield their eyes, gasping. What is happening? It's blinding. Zhu Qian stammers, shielding his eyes. This is the 9-star Wonderstone. Chu looks satisfied with the scene before him. The onlookers are terrified. It's a high-grade 9-star Wonderstone. The chief says in disbelief, what technique did this brat use? How did he forge scrap iron into a 9-star Wonderstone? The live host announces, I declare the Qinling Empire the winner. Chu waves happily at Zhu Qian. Winner's been decided. My job here is done. I'm going to rest. Zhu Qian sits with his disciples and calls out, farewell, immortal Master Chu. But Juling can't hide his unease. His vicious nature surfaces. This guy is so young, yet he has such skill. If I don't remove him, he'll become a massive threat to our nation. He quickly signals his subordinates. Go, take care of him for me. The goons obey immediately. Yes, sir. Chu strolls home with his hands in his pockets, but instantly senses he's being followed. Here they come. Wonder which country sent them this time. The sunlight casts their shadows right behind him. Chu sees them clearly. He spins around with a greeting. You three, sneaking around behind me. Need a favor? They're all holding axes. The young man in the middle replies, we plan to let you die painlessly. But since you spotted us, don't blame us for getting rough. He smirks. Another fun game to play. Perfect timing. I'll test the power of the Ice Thunder sword on you lot. Just a Xiantian realm cultivator daring to talk big, they underestimate him and rush in together. Chu summons his weapon. Sword, come. He raises his hand to the sky, unleashing the sword's power with the first form of the Thunder sword art. Thunderous wrath. Chu simply flicks his sword, blasting energy outward. The 3 men in front are hit instantly, shaking like they've been electrocuted. They're furious and confused. Isn't he a blacksmith? How does he know immortal tier sword arts? Another one tries to close in. Don't be scared. It's a cheap trick. Watch me break it. He swings his axe in a horizontal arc. Chu scoffs. Relying on just you? He controls the sword, sending it flying upward. Second form. Frost breaks the void. The massive sword splits into countless smaller blades, hovering and waiting for his command. Whoosh! One blade pierces right through a thug. Another dodges, finally realizing this kid isn't normal. Unlike the intel said, this guy isn't just a blacksmith. The leader shouts, retreat! Chu won't allow it. He grips his greatsword, preparing to stab the tip into the earth. Third form, 10,000 blades piercing heaven. As the sword tip cracks the ground, energy erupts. A massive wave of magic attacks the remaining 2. It's over. They can only stand there and wait for death. His strike kicks up a cloud of dust and mist. Leaving 2 more corpses on the ground, Chu crosses his arms and walks over to look. Truly a bunch of trash. Died to just the 3rd form. He feels it was a waste of time. Looks like I need to go have a chat with the person behind this. Back at Juling's spot, the middle-aged men are arguing. We clearly won this time. On what grounds does it not count? Juling spouts nonsense. Elder Zhu, don't get excited. You won the round, but the participant must sign in person to confirm. And your immortal Master Chu, I'm afraid he won't be making it. The old man smiles, not even bothering to act. Zhu Qian stands up and slams his hands on the table. What do you mean? So you're the mastermind behind those assassins? Speak of the devil, Chu arrives. What? You're still alive? Juling stares blankly, standing up from his chair in shock. The boy speaks calmly. Because the people you sent were too weak. His hand glows with magic. He's either controlling Zhu Ling or about to kill the old man right there. Zhu Qian turns to ask, Immortal Master Chu, are you saying Wu Ling just sent people to assassinate you? If I didn't have some skill, I'd be dead in the Yellow Springs by now. The chief jumps in fright. Assassination? Elder Wu takes this kid so seriously he'd use such underhanded methods at the Grand Assembly? Chu Ran resolves the issue and turns to leave, waving his hand casually. Anyone else wants revenge? Come at me. I'm waiting. Back at the scene with the 3 dead assassins, someone else is present. A sigh is heard, followed by a scruffy voice. Unexpected. It's the Ice Thunder sword art. Haven't seen this technique since the Taiji sect was destroyed. An old man with a cane, wrapped in a cloak, is genuinely surprised. The next day, Chu Ran asks, Director Yue, you called me this early in the morning? She says, I heard you had a conflict with Fu Cao a few days ago. He replies instantly, That's right. So what? Yue-chan looks worried. Yesterday, he went to the eldest grandson and exaggerated the story. He said, The strength of your disciple, Liu Dao, far exceeds the new students. Because he used to be the second prince's teacher, even the eldest grandson has to give him face. So, the order was given. Liu Dao is banned from the freshman competition in 2 days. Chu Ran listens to the long explanation, acting calm but clearly in a rush to leave. I know. Anything else? She earnestly reminds him. Don't brush this off. Liu Dao is the only student you can use. If he gets disqualified from the grand trial, you guys are guaranteed to lose. But Chu Ran? He was just being Chu Ran. He turned his back, hands sliding into his pockets as he strolled toward the door, one hand raised in a lazy wave. I'm off. I know you're looking out for me, but seriously, you're overthinking this. See ya. Yue-chan stood there, feeling like she'd just wasted her breath. 2 days later, the freshman grand trial finally arrived. The venue was packed, buzzing with anticipation. Fang Xin stood by Chu Ran's chair, her voice laced with worry. Chu Ran, I heard the old Taoist is banned from competing. Do we actually have a shot at winning this? He just sat there, legs crossed, the picture of unbothered calm. Why do you have so little faith in me? She leaned down, peering at him. I'm just afraid of making you lose face, okay? Chu Ran smirked, confident as ever. If soldiers come, we block with generals. Whatever they throw at us, we handle it. Just then, a voice called out. Chu Ran. It was Wang Chen. She walked over. I came to give you a heads up. The grand trial rules just changed. They switched from the challenge system to a random lottery draw. Chu Ran nodded. Not bad. As long as no one was pulling strings behind the scenes, this format was actually pretty fair for the students. High above on the platform, Qing Shan, the presiding official, spoke up. Silence, everyone. Get in formation, now. The vice dean has arrived. No more talking. Sitting below, Chu Ran gazed up at Qing Shan. He dug through his memories, sensing a familiar aura. Why does he feel so familiar? Flashback. 1,000 years ago, at the Nanyang Li sect, Chu Ran, back then the Yama Immortal Venerable, looked at the man before him with a cheerful grin. Brother, where on earth did you pick up that baby? The man knelt, lifting the infant high with both hands. His parents are gone. If I hadn't brought him back, he wouldn't have survived. Please, Immortal Venerable, grant him a name. Chu Ran tapped the baby's forehead. We're in the verdant mountain range. Let's call him Qing Shan. The memory faded. Chu Ran turned to Fang Xin. This vice dean of yours, is his name Qing Shan? She nodded. That's right. Chu Ran chuckled softly. 1,000 years. To think I'd meet an old friend again. The infant has become an old man. Up on the stage, Qing Shan's voice boomed. I declare the competition officially open. But suddenly, a commotion at the entrance. A servant announced loudly. The king of Zhenan has arrived. It is the king of Zhenan. Qian Shanghai. The crowd gasped. The king of Zhenan? He's actually here? Qing Shan immediately stepped down from the platform to welcome him. King of Zhenan, today is the grand trial for our Lingqing Academy disciples. To what do we owe the honor of your visit? The king laughed heartily. I'm here to see my daughter, of course. Wang Chen hurried over. Father, why did you come? Yi, trailing behind her, poked her head out. Greetings, uncle. The crowd erupted in whispers. What? Instructor Qian is the king of Zhenan's daughter? She never mentioned a word about this. She's too humble. Qian Shanghai patted his daughter's shoulder, his voice softening. Chenner, I heard your disciple is competing today. Your father came specifically to cheer for you. Wang Chen narrowed her eyes. You just have ulterior motives, don't you? Suddenly, he spun around to face the arena and roared, which one of you is Chu Ran? Chu Ran didn't hesitate. He stood up. That would be me. King of Jinan. Do you have instructions? Shanghai marched right up to him. I've heard quite a few rumors lately. They say you're trying to cling to my daughter. Wang Chen, mortified, ran after him to stop the scene. Chu Ran sat back down, looking wrongly accused. Absolutely not. I have zero romantic interest in Instructor Qian. Shanghai huffed. Good, at least you know your place. My daughter will only marry a supreme powerhouse. You? You don't stand a chance. His daughter was practically dying of embarrassment behind him. Qingshan stepped in to save the mood. King of Jinan, the competition time has arrived. Shall we? The king moved to a seat. I'll be observing from here. Vice Dean Qingshan, you don't mind, do you? Of course not. Qingshan wouldn't dare object. Having an esteemed guest only makes the trial more fair. Qingshan turned back to the crowd. The freshman grand trial officially begins now. Yue Chan announced the rules. Those who draw the same number will fight. Falling off the stage or losing the ability to fight means defeat. First round, Qin Churan versus Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng stood behind Chu Ran, awaiting orders. While Qin Churan had already used a technique to leap onto the stage, Chu Ran glanced at him. Go on, it's time to test the results of your recent training. Qin Zheng felt a spike of pressure, but he bowed quickly. Yes, master. He dashed onto the stage. I am Qin Zheng. Please guide me. Watching from the sidelines, Fang Xin asked Wu Ming, do you think Qin Zheng can actually win? Wu Ming answered with total confidence. I don't think it'll be a problem. Lin Qingtian was equally confident, sneering at the opponent. That dead last loser surviving 2 moves against my disciple would be a miracle. And he wants to win? Keep dreaming. Qin Churan struck first, shadowless sky art left sweep kick. Qin Zheng didn't feel a shred of pressure. Too fast. But the power is weak. He launched his counterattack just as she closed in. Panic flashed in her eyes. Not good. Can't stop. She slammed right into his technique and was blasted clear off the stage. Qingshan immediately announced, Qin Churan has fallen from the ring. Winner, Qin Zheng. 2 disciples from the same faction looked at each other in shock. Senior sister lost? I think Qin Zheng is actually pretty dangerous. He's nothing like the trash the rumors described. Fang Xian happily ran out to welcome the victor. Senior brother Qin Zheng, excellent work. Kang Hai sat nearby. Curious. Isn't this Qin Zheng the student who gave you such a headache? Wang Chen replied. Surprised. He's actually studying under Chu Ran now. Yue Tian announced, next match. Ling Qiao versus Wu Ming. Ling Qiao sneered. Who is this little brother? Fang Xin shoved Wu Ming forward. Your turn. He doesn't care about girls or winning. He just wants to finish eating. Hearing this, Ling Qiao looked at Wu Ming with disdain. So it's a dim-witted fatty. Definitely not my type. She lunged forward immediately, launching a palm strike. Wu Ming stumbled back from her illusion, whining, I'm not ready yet. The wind from her strike was razor sharp. He gasped for air, reminding himself, she's likely at the 4th stage of the innate realm. Chu Ran shouted, her cultivation is higher than yours. Use movement, disrupt her rhythm. Hearing this, Wu Ming calmed down. Ling Qiao crossed her arms, mocking the strategy. Using agility with that body? Are you trying to make me laugh? Provoked, Wu Ming charged. So what if I'm fat? To her shock, he vanished and reappeared. I'm extremely flexible. Ling Qiao was bewildered. Realizing she might lose, she cursed. Damn it, can't wait. I need to end this fast. She unleashed a chaotic flurry of attacks into the air. Wu Ming dodged, taunting, missed me. And again, hitting nothing but air. That one was fake too. Suddenly, Ling Qiao saw a leg shadow, an opening. She struck with full force, sending Wu Ming flying 10 meters. Wu Ming sprawled on the floor, dust billowing. Ling Qiao smirked in contempt. You lose. But suddenly, another Wu Ming glowing with green energy appeared behind her, making her jump. Spoke too soon. She spun around, confused. Wait, didn't I just knock you down? No time to think. Wu Ming unleashed. A palm strike, blasting her into the air and off the stage. Ling Qiao lay on the ground, glaring up at Wu Ming in disbelief. Impossible. Why are there 2 of you? Poof. The Wu Ming she hit turned into a log. Wu Ming smiled calmly. Master taught me the body replacement technique. Attaching my spirit to wood blinds the enemy. Qing Shan saw the outcome and declared, Ling Qiao can no longer fight. Wu Ming wins. Fang Xin looked at him with admiration, eyes sparkling. Senior brother is amazing. She warmed up, determined. Wu Ming and Qin Zheng won. I can't lose either. Yue Tian announced, next match, Fang Xin versus Huang Tianxiong. Hearing the name Huang Tianxiong, Fang Xin frowned deeply. It's him. As Tianxiong stepped up, his minions chanted, Go young Master Tianxiong, victory for the young master. Seeing Fang Xin's dark expression, Chu Ran wondered, what's wrong with her? She gripped her sword, trembling. Didn't expect to meet you here. Her face was filled with resentment. Huang Tianxiong, do you remember me? He laughed arrogantly, mocking her. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's just you, the lowly trash. Fang Xin gritted her teeth. Today, I will avenge my parents. Chu Ran finally understood the grudge. Blood feud? Before he could think, Fang Xin charged with her sword. Tianxiong laughed loud. You want revenge with that pathetic skill? His hand glowed red with murderous intent. Wait for your next life. Fang Xin immediately felt something was wrong. A second later, she was blasted back dozens of meters. Unyielding, she screamed, Why did you kill my parents back then? Tianxiong looked at her with pure scorn. They were just two filthy slaves. I was gracious enough to let them serve in my manor. Who knew they were as stupid as pigs? They dared to break my glass cup. Memories flooded back the sound of shattering glass. Her parents begging on the floor. Young master, we didn't mean to, he asked her cold-bloodedly. Don't you think they deserve to die? Fang Xin snapped at this ridiculous reason. You killed my parents? Over a cup? She leaped into the air, diving straight at him. Pay with your life. Seeing her go berserk, Tianxiong looked amused, gathering red energy in his hand again. If you miss those slaves so much, I'll send you to reunite with them. His hand erupted with massive power. Seeing this, Chu Ran's face turned grim. Not good. That's a killing blow. Fang Xin panics. I'm done for. I can't dodge. But in that split second, Chu Ran appears, catching her in his arms. She gasps in surprise. Chu Ran? Suddenly, a brilliant blue light explodes from his hand. Holding Fang Xin tight, Chu Ran roars at Huang Tianxiong. Go to hell. The blast hits Tianxiong, sending him crashing to the floor, while Chu Ran lands smoothly, holding her in a princess carry. The audience, especially Tianxiong's lackeys, immediately erupts into gossip. What is this? A teacher interfering in the tournament? Seeing the situation spiraling, Yue Chan turns anxiously to Qing Shan for help. Vice sect leader, this is unexpected. Should I send someone to stop it? He replies with total calm. No rush. He adds indifferently, let's watch first. Down in the arena, Chu Ran raises his voice to the stands. You all heard it just now. Huang Tianxiong personally admitted to murdering two innocent people. According to the laws of the Qinling Empire, he must be executed. Hearing this, Tianxiong trembles as he crawls up from the ground. Innocent people? They were just two lowly slaves. Fu Cao steps in to defend him. Chu Ran, Huang Tianxiong is my disciple. Even if he made a mistake, I should be the one to take him back and discipline him, not you. Qing Tian joins in. Exactly. Huang Tianxiong is the eldest son of the noble Huang family of Qinling. It's not up to a mere teacher like you to judge him. Seeing Qing Tian and Fu Cao protecting him, Tianxiong gets arrogant again. See, you scared now? I come from nobility, and I share a master with the second prince. In the Qinling Empire, I am a superior being. He continues shamelessly. Forget two peasants. Even if I killed this wretched girl right here, no one could do a thing to me. Hearing this bold declaration, Chu Ran's face goes completely blank. He asks coldly, no one can do anything to you? Really? Suddenly, a beam of golden energy shoots from his eyes like a laser, slicing straight through Tianxiong. You spoke a bit too soon. A miserable scream echoes, and then Tianxiong's head rolls cleanly off his neck. Witnessing this, the crowd drops their jaws. What the hell? He actually dared to kill Huang Tianxiong. Fu Cao sees him kill his student without a shred of hesitation and explodes with rage. You bastard! Committing murder in public? Guards! Surround him. But Qin Zheng speaks up softly. I'd like to see who dares. He steps in front of Chu Ran and Fang Xin, shouting, Master Chu is the prince's teacher. He acts on the prince's authority. Who dares touch him? Hearing this, the old vice minister puts his hands on his hips, thinking, The empire has 4 princes. I know all their tutors. Which prince is he talking about? Instantly, Qin Zheng flashes a badge. I am the 4th prince of the Qinling Empire. His aura flares up. My master is handling business. Do you have an opinion? The entire stadium shakes with shock. That trash is actually a prince? The old man stands there, mouth agape. That badge isn't fake. Who knew the 4th prince, who never shows his face, was at the Spirit Green Academy? Seeing the badge, Fu Cao thinks, no wonder Churan was so arrogant. He's clinging to a prince. Qin Zheng continues, his face unmoving. Fu Cao, if you're not convinced, come find me. The old man can only grit his teeth and bow. This old subject dares not. Huang Tianxiong brought this evil upon himself. Master Chu has done the people a great service. Chu Ran, Fang Xin, and Qin Zheng turn and walk away without giving them another glance. Inside, Fu Cao is fuming. Chu Ran, just you wait. I will pay back this humiliation tenfold. Seeing everything settled, Qingshan clasps his hands behind his back. All right, it's over. Clean the ring. The tournament continues. Yue Chan announces the final duel of the grand tournament. Since they are already facing each other, Qin Zheng, disciple of Master Chu versus Mu Chengtian, disciple of Master Fu. The Anyang crowd immediately switches to gossip mode. Fighting already? Enemies on a narrow road? Who's going to win? Hearing his favorite student will fight Qin Zheng, Fu Cao is overjoyed. Excellent. Even the heavens are helping me. Mu Chengtian specializes in spirit beasts. If his snake accidentally bites this 4th prince during the match, who can say anything? His student, Mu Chengtian, possesses a venomous snake with glowing eyes, always ready to bite a truly vicious creature. The old man smiles wickedly. I'll wait for the poison to kill Qin Zheng, then I'll accuse you, you arrogant brat, of causing the death of a prince. At that point, not even the King of Heaven can save you. Before the match starts, Chu Ran tosses a sword to Qin Zheng. Catch. Master, what is this for? He replies calmly, this is a weapon I made for you earlier. This round, don't get into close combat. Use ranged sword arts. Qin Zheng stares at Chu Ran, eyes wide and confused. But, I've never learned sword arts. Seeing Qin Zheng holding the 2-meter-long sword, Chu Ran says, just listen to my commands. Qin Zheng nods, reassured. Yes, master. He guided him slowly, instructing him to focus his mind and let his energy converge on the blade. Instantly, the sword radiated a brilliant blue light. On the opposite side, Cheng Tian sneered at Qin Zheng, arrogance dripping from his voice. I only need 1 finger to block an attack from the likes of you, your highness. Chu Ran's voice cut through the tension. Strike his face, gripping the sword with both hands. Qin Zheng lunged straight at Cheng Tian. He calmly extended a single finger. A novice daring to show off in front of a master? How cute. He erected a defensive barrier against Qin Zheng's strike. A loud clang rang out, but wait. Cheng Tian's defense shattered. He scrambled back instantly, gasping. He actually blocked my primordial heaven finger? His finger throbbed from the backlash, swollen into a lump. Damn it, I was too careless. Chu Ran continued his lesson without missing a beat. The blade is physical, the energy is ethereal. Compress your qi, make it an extension of the sword itself. Qin Zheng focused intently, listening to every word, and in a flash, he grasped the concept completely. The arrogance was gone from Cheng Tian's face. He looked as twisted and pained as if he'd been kicked in the crotch. Cut the act. He unleashed his spirit snake, commanding it to devour Qin Zheng where he stood. Qin Zheng's pupils constricted in focus. The snake barely launched before Qin Zheng acted. Not wasting a split second, he unleashed his technique, Void Slash. The strike slammed into Cheng Tian with massive force, sending him flying backward. The onlookers dropped their jaws. Learning swordsmanship mid-battle and fighting on par with senior brother Mu? As expected of a prince, Cheng Tian was battered and dirty, but his ego remained intact. To push me this far, you actually have some skill. But this ends now. Cheng Tian began channeling a surge of magical power. Snake devours the sun. 2 more poisonous vipers materialized. From the sidelines, Chu Ran barked, Qin Zheng, pour everything into manifesting your blade aura. End this in 1 strike. He obeyed instantly, raising both hands to gather his energy before slashing straight down. Sky-rending slash. Cheng Tian's 2 serpents were instantly sliced in half. The backlash made Cheng Tian spurt blood as he collapsed. Qin Zheng stepped closer, making sure his words were heard clearly. You lost. Stay there and cry for your master to save you. As Qin Zheng turned to leave, Fu Cao rushed in to help his disciple. Cheng Tian stammered, Master, I'm useless. The old man checked his pulse. Hush now. Let me stop the bleeding first. Fu Cao glared at Qin Zheng's retreating back. That prince. Unexpected talent. He'll be a major threat to the second prince later. If I don't kill him now, when will I get another chance? Discarding all dignity, he secretly infused his spiritual energy into the small snake lying next to Cheng Tian, biding his time. Fang Xin saw the danger and screamed, Qin Zheng, look out. The snake, empowered by Fu Cao's dark influence, mutated into a colossal king cobra, lunging at Qin Zheng's unprotected back. He heard Fang Xin, but when he turned, the beast was already there. I can't dodge in time. Luckily, his master was faster. Chu Ran flashed forward in a rage. You dare harm my disciple? Slash, slash. With 2 clean cuts, he sent that snake straight to hell. Cheng Tian, lying in the corner, vomited blood again from the connection. Fu Cao ignored his student's pain and turned on Chu Ran. Spirit beasts share a soul with their master. Killing the spirit snake is the same as killing Mu Cheng Tian. Chu Ran stood calmly, a smirk on his lips. Who said I killed the spirit snake? I merely crippled its cultivation, turning it back into a harmless little worm. Seeing the tiny snake crawl back made Fu Cao even more furious. Damn you. My disciple spent years cultivating that bond. You destroyed his foundation in a single strike that's a fate worse than death. I will make you pay. Fu Cao flared his mana aura. Up in the judges' seats, Yue Tian leaned over to Qing Shan. Vice headmaster, the student trial has turned into a duel between masters. Shouldn't we intervene? No. Fu Cao relies on his status as the prince's tutor to pull dirty tricks in the academy. It's the perfect time to knock him down a peg. In the audience, Qing Tian watched Fu Cao go all out with excitement. That's the Three Souls art, a minor divine ability only usable at the peak Xiantian realm. Master Fu is terrifyingly strong. Others whispered, I heard that spell is vicious. Whoever gets hit becomes a mindless idiot. Master Fu is seriously out for blood. Chu Ran scoffed at the old man. Resorting to such crooked, heretical arts. No wonder your student turned out to be trash. Let me show you what orthodox cultivation actually looks like. He clasped his hands, channeling energy to summon the immovable Wisdom King. Kang Hai stared in shock at the power radiating from him. That's the indestructible Vajra body. So, Chu Ran knows that technique too? Fu Cao's jealousy flared. He pointed 2 fingers. The immovable Wisdom King? So, what? My Three Souls art has 3 variations. Let's see how many you can handle. He launched the attack immediately. First variation. River of Desolation. A grotesque, ghostly skull screamed toward him. Chu Ran stood his ground, not flinching an inch as he began his chant. Heavenly Evolution Great Art Zen Dharma Aspect. 2 giant hands manifest, catching the massive skull. Chu Ran chants the final incantation. Fu Cao immediately counters. Second variation. Yin Soul Obscuring Sun. He unleashes a wave of dark energy. The sky turns pitch black. The giant skull vanishes, replaced by thousands of tiny skulls raining down like fire. The spectators scream in terror as the skulls chase them, not just Chu Ran. What is this thing? Run, run away. Kang Hai is terrified. Such unpredictable soul power. Even I couldn't block this move. Chu Ran is in danger, but the boy remains perfectly calm, chanting another verse, majestic heavenly might, boundless great Tao. At Chu Ran's command, the immovable Wisdom King stirs. Fu Cao's hair stands on end. He screams, oh no! Then, as if hypnotized, he opens his mouth and sucks all the tiny skulls back into his own stomach. Fu Cao gags, unable to hold them in, and falls to his knees to vomit. Chu Ran approaches, hands in his pockets. Fu Cao, you have no strength left to fight. Admit defeat. Fu Cao stands up, trembling. I will never surrender. The boy replies casually. Fine. Then let's continue. Suddenly, the old man's pupils spin wildly out of control, and he answers in a voice filled with pure terror. No, 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 I yield. Thud. He slams his head against the ground. Immortal Master Su, I beg you, spare my life. I'll never dare cross you again. The sect disciples whispered among themselves. One moment Master Fu is speechless, the next he's surrendering. By the looks of it, he's completely done for. Yue Tian, confused, leaned in to ask Qing Shan. Visect Master, what about Fu Cao? The old man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. He's suffering backlash from his own three souls art. Chu Ran patted the head of Fu Cao, who was kneeling at his feet. If you want to surrender, just say it. No need to perform such a grand bow. He simply extracted the evil energy from the vertical eye on the old man's forehead. Fu Cao's real eyes rolled wildly as he gibbered in terror. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Having absorbed the demonic energy, Chu Ran commanded, stand up. That third eye on your forehead is gone now. Fu Cao looked around in a daze. He stood up, spinning in circles as he asked, What? What happened to me? Witnessing this, Qing Shan held Chu Ran in high regard. One finger to destroy an evil god, one thought to shatter heaven and earth. This boy, Chu Ran, he truly carries the aura of the Yama Immortal Venerable from years ago. If he didn't know for a fact that the Immortal Venerable was dead, he would have mistaken this boy for that old friend. In Qing Shan's eyes, the phantom image of the Yama Immortal Venerable seemed to loom right behind Chu Ran. The scene shifts to the Huang estate. Huang Qingsheng slammed his hand on the table in a rage, cursing up a storm. A wretched servant added fuel to the fire, reporting, Master, the young lord was crippled in the arena just for punishing two lowly servants. You must avenge him. Huang Qingsheng's eyes turned red with fury. Chu Ran, I will make you pay with your life. The servant then turned to report to Qin Ye, who was seated above. Your Highness, the first prince, the information has been delivered. Qin Ye nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Qin Ye twirled a lock of his long hair, musing aloud. That kid, Qin Zheng, looks honest, but he's no pushover. He chuckled, showing his face at the trial this time. I fear he's finally developed a thirst for the throne. The servant scoffed. He's just a lowly mixed-blood mongrel. He can't stir up any real trouble. Qin Ye saw deeper. He might not be able to stir up trouble, but that Chu Ran standing behind him, that's a different story. My second brother and I have been deadlocked for years. Whoever secures a new power base can seize the immortal opportunity. But Chu Ran killed Huang Tiansheng. If he can survive Huang Qingsheng's wrath this time, then he is a man worth recruiting. As he spoke, he idly conjured a small spell in his hand, playing with the energy. Meanwhile, Chu Ran was meditating in the void. He focused on the mantra, the Tao follows my heart, free and unfettered. His form returned to the room, his divine technique now fully mastered. He clenched his fist. Who would have thought that fighting Fu Cao would push his indestructible diamond body to perfection? Chu Ran stepped outside. Sensing a heavy killing intent in the air, he walked down the stairs. Li Qiu was sweeping the courtyard nearby. Seeing him pass, the old man spoke up. Master Chu, I hear the Imperial City isn't safe lately. It's better not to go out. Chu Ran simply smiled. Someone has invited me. Naturally, I cannot refuse. Li Qiu resumed sweeping, sighing as the young man walked away. It seems a battle today is unavoidable. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky. Standing amidst nature, Chu Ran called out to the hidden presence. Are you still not going to show yourself? A voice laughed like a landlord who just had a bumper harvest. As expected of Master Chu, you detected us so quickly. He looked at the figure in the black cloak and fired off a question. Who sent you? The first prince, the second prince, or the Huang family? The assassin tried to show off in front of Chu Ran. In a flash, he darted behind him, giving a non-answer. We never waste breath on the dead. You offended someone you shouldn't have. He leaped up, dagger in hand, declaring confidently, Today is the day you die. He shouted, Shadow clone, and split into multiple figures. Below, another assassin cast a spell, unleashing a raging flame cage. Fire surrounded Chu Ran, binding his arms, but he just scoffed. You think these petty tricks can hold me? Chu Ran shook his hands to test the flames. The assassin laughed arrogantly. It's useless. My magic isn't that easy to break. Remember, the one killing you is the #1 assassin of the heaven rank. The illusions dove down one by one to strike him. Seeing Chu Ran immobilized, he sneered with contempt. You can't even block a single move? Is that all you've got? The fire mage suddenly shouted, Something's wrong. Look. What you've been slashing is just a log, not a person. What? The assassin looked around frantically. Where is he? Right behind you, Chu Ran whispered. With a simple flick of his finger, he sent the assassin flying into a corner. The other assassin couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. How did you escape my raging flame cage? Chu Ran replied simply, Because you're too weak. He reached out and struck. burying the mage straight into the ground. He tossed the other assassin over to join him. Now one was lying flat, and the other was planted vertically. Chu Ran squatted down in front of them. "Who sent you? Talk, or I'll use your heads to decorate my house." Suddenly, a voice called out from nearby. "Master Chu." Chu Ran turned his head. "Who is it?" A figure emerged from black smoke, speaking in an old, weary voice. "Please, show mercy." It was Li Chu. He bowed his head in apology. "These two are my disciples. They are ignorant and accepted a bounty they should never have touched. Could you please spare their lives for this old man's sake?" The two assassins cried out in pain. "Master, save us. We won't dare do it again." Chu Ran crossed his arms and shook his head. "Old sir, I don't care about your relationship. If your disciples want my life, they must accept the punishment." Li Chu couldn't let this slide either. He summoned his familiar broom. "If that's the case, then forgive this old man for the offense." In an instant, the broom transformed into a sharp sword. Chu Ran stared at Li Chu's weapon. It looked strangely familiar. That wooden sword, could it be? Memories flooded back of a time he sat drinking with an old friend, a young servant boy standing by their side. Chu Ran had asked his friend, "Say, Brother Li, why did you bring a kid along?" That was 1,000 years ago, and the man sitting across from him was Li Zong of the Nanyang Li sect. Hearing Chu Ran's question, the man patted the child's head. "This little one was orphaned by the war. As long as I have strength, I will protect him." That little boy was none other than a young Li Chu. Young Li Chu, obedient and well-behaved, held the teapot and poured a fresh cup for Chu Ran. "Immortal Venerable, please have some tea." Amused, Chu Ran produced a wooden sword. "I carved this when I was bored. Here, take it as a gift." Li Chu accepted it with both hands, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal Venerable." As the memory faded, Chu Ran was certain, it really is him. 1,000 years had passed, and that little servant boy had become an old man. Chu Ran asked directly, "I was wondering why there was an aura of the Taiji sect within the academy. It seems it's coming from that wooden sword. You're a survivor of the Nanyang Li sect from back then, aren't you?" Li Chu instantly went on guard, gripping his sword tighter. "How do you know that? Did Emperor Qin send you to hunt me down?" Chu Ran waved his hand dismissively. "You've got it wrong. I'm not." But the hot-tempered Li Chu was already charging forward. "Cut the crap! I won't let you leave here alive today." Chu Ran sighed helplessly. Why does no one ever listen before attacking? Fine, if he wants a fight, I'll test just how strong he's become. Meanwhile, Li Chu prepared to swing his blade. Chu Ran didn't back down. He summoned his own sword and slashed twice. Floating life, 10,000 blades. Li Chu was taken aback. "You know the way of the sword?" Chu Ran replied instantly. "I don't just know it. I created the 3,000 Dao intents." To Li Chu, this sounded like a sick joke. The 3,000 Dao intents were created by the Yama Immortal Venerable. A brat like you has no right to claim them. Today, I'll teach an arrogant kid like you a lesson on behalf of the Venerable. With that, he unleashed the heavenly thunder slash. In a split second, Chu Ran absorbed the entire attack. Li Chu panicked. This is the power of Taiji. Who are you?" Chu Ran shook his hand casually. "Little Taoist boy, it's been a long time. Do you still not recognize me?" Li Chu froze in shock. You are." Chu Ran smiled. "I told you. I created the 3,000 Dao intents, that aura, that mannerism. It can't be fake. It's really the Immortal Venerable." Li Chu believed him. He immediately dropped to his knees. Li Sect, disciple Li Chu pays respects to the Yama Immortal Venerable. The two disciples who had tried to ambush Chu Ran earlier were terrified. "What is going on? Master is kneeling to him?" Chu Ran stepped forward and helped the old man up. "Stand up. I have questions for you. Why are you hiding in this academy?" Li Chu looked ready to cry, wiping his face with his sleeve. "This disciple is hunting a traitor." Chu Ran was intrigued. "A traitor?" Li Chu stroked his beard and explained honestly. "It seems you don't know. Back then, when the Taiji sect and Li sect allied against Emperor Qin and the Dongshu sect, we lost because of a spy." Chu Ran's expression darkened. "A spy?" Li Chu continued. "That traitor secretly disabled the Guardian Mountain formation of both sects. Master and my martial brothers were caught off guard. They were all slaughtered. And after the Great War, that traitor secretly fled to the imperial capital. I've been lying in wait here just to find him and take his life. Chu Ran asked. Have you found any leads? The old man shook his head. Not yet. He is extremely cautious, always using the hidden spirit art, but occasionally, a trace of his aura leaks out. I am certain he is still in the capital. Chu Ran immediately formulated a plan. He is in the dark, while we are in the light. The only strategy now is to wait. Li Chu clasped his hands behind his back, his voice firm. As long as I can avenge the sect, I will wait as long as it takes. Chu Ran started walking. Good. But we can't talk here. Let's go somewhere else. Li Chu grabbed his broom, and the two disciples scrambled to their feet, answering, Yes, sir. The scene shifted to Li Chu's residence. Li Chu explained in detail. After escaping the Li sect, I established the 8 Desolation sect to cover my tracks. It has grown to several thousand disciples now. He then pointed to the 2 battered figures, the self-proclaimed #1 assassins from earlier. These are Tian Jing and Tian An. I raised them myself. They are completely trustworthy, Immortal Venerable, please rest assured. The 2 young men bowed nervously. Immortal Venerable, please forgive us. We didn't know you were an old friend of our master. Chu Ran waved it off. I don't mind. From now on, just call me Master Chu. I cannot reveal my true identity yet. The 2 immediately nodded in agreement. Li Chu then spoke up. Immortal Venerable, since you have returned, the 8 Desolation sect should be under your command. Suddenly, 2 people barged in from outside, interrupting them. Sect Master, please reconsider. It was Shi Yue who objected, her voice sharp. The 8 Desolation sect is now the #1 sect in the Qin Ling Empire. What qualifications does this brat have to take your place? Li Chu frowned, stroking his beard sternly. Shi Yue, do not be insolent. Master Chu is an old friend of mine. Apologize at once. She scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. He looks the same age as me. How could he possibly be an old friend of yours? You're definitely scamming me. Li Chu turns to Chu Ran. Immortal Master Chu, please forgive her. This girl is stubborn, but she's not bad at heart. She is the youngest daughter of the late emperor of the Qin Ling Empire, the eldest princess, Shi Yue. Hearing this, Chu Ran asks Shi Yue, as the Qin emperor's sister, shouldn't you be living in luxury at the palace? Why run off to a sect? She snaps back, clearly uncomfortable. Don't lump me in with him. That beast killed my father and mother to seize the throne. We are sworn enemies. One day, I will kill him. He replies, the desire for revenge is good, but you're only at the Xiantian realm. How can you possibly fight him? Shi Yue shoots back immediately. You're just at the Xiantian realm too, yet you dare lecture me? Chu Ran wags his finger, channeling a bit of magic. I am different from you. He flicks the energy toward her, and Shi Yue's entire body begins to glow. What did you do to me? Li Chu answers on Chu Ran's behalf. Focus your mind. This is a great blessing for you. Shi Yue glows brighter and brighter until she gasps in shock. I broke through to the Dao Seed realm. How is this possible? He explains that she practices the eternal brightness art. The final stage requires destruction before reconstruction. She had to cleanse her marrow and rebuild her meridians to achieve perfection. Shi Yue still doesn't believe it. The scriptures don't mention that. How do you know? Li Chu steps in. The eternal brightness art was created by Immortal Master Chu himself. Shi Yue, do you believe in his power now? She nods, dazed, and thanks Chu Ran. Li Chu speaks up again. I told you all, if we want to kill the Qin Emperor, we must wait for the right moment. Now that Immortal Master Chu is here, our time has finally come. Ji Yue is still hesitant. But I heard the Qin Emperor is about to enter the Dao Palace realm. Killing him won't be easy. Li Chu strokes his beard. Immortal Master Chu, what do you think? He replies that now isn't the time to strike, not for any other reason, but because his disciple, Qin Zheng, still needs more training. Until he has the strength to be a good emperor, let the current Qin Emperor enjoy his final days. Stay calm. When the time is right, I will let you know. The scene shifts to the incredibly luxurious imperial city. In a quiet courtyard, 2 servants are gossiping. Did you hear the crying in the middle of the night? I heard it was a group of women who just entered the palace. I heard His Majesty is using women to cultivate an evil art to extend his life. Is that true? Seeing someone approaching, the other servant warns, shut your mouth, or you'll lose your head. A carriage approaches. The eunuch announces, His Majesty has arrived. The 2 servants immediately drop to their knees. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Qin Emperor lifts the carriage curtain. I thought I heard someone here gossiping with vulgar language. The two stammer, Your Majesty must have misheard. The old man sneers cruelly. The royal garden has been lacking fertilizer lately. You two look healthy. You'll make excellent compost. I'll be borrowing you for that. The two tremble and scream, Your Majesty, spare us. Then, there is only the sound of screams and blood splattering. The Qin Emperor smirks and orders his men to drag them away. The guards obey. Yes, sir. As the Qin Emperor enters the palace, someone approaches him. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Emperor speaks to the man. Rise, Imperial Preceptor. Even the lowly guards are gossiping. I sacrifice the living to extend my life. I suppose the whole world knows by now. The Imperial Preceptor replies, The entire empire belongs to you. Even if they know, what can they do? The Qin Emperor looks up at the ceiling. It's a pity my time is running out. This world won't be mine for much longer, and I still have to worry about my legacy. The Imperial Preceptor approaches the throne. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. Years ago, the sect master of the Lai sect, Li Tianren, passed his inheritance to a disciple before he died. I have sent men to find him. Once we have that inheritance, it will help you break through to the Dao Palace realm. The old man smiles with satisfaction. That's right. I just need to break through to the Dao Palace realm, and I can extend my life by 20,000 years. He stands up straight. I order you to intensify the search for the Li sect remnants. Find this person for me. The Imperial Preceptor bows respectfully. One morning at the Lingqing Academy, Chu Ran is in the middle of a lecture. In this lesson, we will discuss immortality. Although cultivators can ascend to the heavens and burrow into the earth, they cannot defy the laws of time. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are inevitable. Hearing this, Wu Ming raises his hand in confusion. But I heard that the Yama Immortal Venerable had an undying, ageless, and immortal body. Was he not bound by these laws? Chu Ran explains. Although reaching the immortal venerable realm allows one to grasp the great Tao of heaven and earth and extend one's lifespan, there is still an end. It is just beyond the sight of mortals. Fang Xin looks bored, resting her chin on her hand. The immortal venerable realm. She stares at her palm and wonders, when will I ever be able to reach that kind of level? As the lecture ends, Chu Ran waves his hand. All right, that's it for today's lesson. You are all dismissed. The students below respond excitedly. Yes, master. We take our leave. After the students leave, Chu Ran prepares to head out when Fei Yan runs up and whispers, Master, I heard the eldest princess is hosting a treasure appraisal tonight at Wangbei Pavilion. Rumor has it there will be plenty of good items. Are you interested? Chu Ran thought to himself. Princess Shi Yue's offer sounds fascinating. Piqued by curiosity, he agreed immediately. All right, I'll go take a look. Over at Wangbei Tower, the place was absolutely packed. People were streaming in and out, the noise was deafening, and everyone from wealthy merchants to commoners was gathered there. Chu Ran arrived on the scene, flanked by Zhu Baji who, as usual, couldn't care less about anything except stuffing his face. Wang Chen was there too. She waved and called out, Master Chu, you made it. Standing next to her was Yi Yi, wearing a scowl that screamed, Why does it have to be him? Yi Yi marched right up to him, poking a finger at Chu Ran's chest as she interrogated him. Don't tell me you're stalking us? Chu Ran replied calmly. You're overthinking it. I'm just here to appraise some treasures. Suddenly, a group of musicians began playing different instruments, yet they all harmonized into a single, perfect melody. The crowd erupted in praise the moment they heard it. This music, it's the Vast Sea Starfall tune. Someone nearby shouted, The second prince has arrived. Chu Ran couldn't help but be impressed by the tune, thinking, hilarious. This guy actually brings his own background music wherever he goes. He's got a whole symphony orchestra for an entrance. Meanwhile, Yi Yi, standing nearby, felt a strange sense of relaxation wash over her as the music played. Heard before he's seen that's the grand style of Wang Chen's future husband. Give it up, kid. You can't compete with that. But Wang Chen looked visibly panicked. Yi Yi, stop it. I've told you 1,000 times, I have absolutely no feelings for the second prince. Yi Yi looked disappointed and sighed. You really don't know a good thing when you see it, miss. Just then, the second prince descended from the sky, riding atop a massive white wolf. He commanded, Keep playing. Keep dancing. He was clearly showing off, flexing his power so these ignorant commoners could witness the true might of a prince. His subordinates obeyed instantly. As he finished speaking, he spotted Wang Chen standing next to Chu Ran in the crowd and called out, "Isn't that my lovely fiancée?" He leaped gracefully to the ground, marched straight up to Wang Chen, grabbed her wrist, and tried to drag her away. "Come now, Wang Chen. Let's find somewhere quiet to chat." Wang Chen resisted, pulling back. She tried to stay polite. "Your Highness, the second prince, please let go of me." Ignoring her, he reached out and caressed her cheek, leaning in close. "You're about to become my princess consort. Why are you still acting so shy?" Wang Chen couldn't take it anymore and rejected him flat out. "I am not a tool for you to manipulate the court. I will never agree to this marriage." The second prince's expression darkened. Since seduction failed, he switched immediately to intimidation. "Do you actually think your opinion matters?" As he spoke, he clamped his filthy hand around her chin, making her skin crawl with disgust. His face twisted, eyebrows furrowing as a sinister grin spread across his lips. "Don't think you can act high and mighty just because your father is the Jinan king. Either you marry me obediently, or wait until I take the throne and wipe out your entire clan. Do I make myself clear?" His vicious threats left her trembling, unable to speak a single word. Suddenly, another hand shot out and clamped down on the second prince's wrist. It was Chu Ran. His face was stone cold. "She's clearly not interested in you. For a prince to be clinging on like this, it's a bit pathetic, don't you think?" Nearby, Fu Cao was shocked by Chu Ran's audacity and roared, "You dare stop the second prince? You must be tired of living." The second prince frowned, annoyed that some nobody was ruining his fun. "And who exactly are you?" Fu Cao and two guards stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, this is an instructor from Lingqing Academy. His name is Chu Ran." Hearing this, the prince sneered with contempt, shaking off Chu Ran's hand. "A mere instructor dares to touch me? Guards, chop him up and feed him to the wolves." Three of the prince's guards immediately drew their swords, pointing them at Chu Ran. "Yes, your Highness. The blades were so sharp they blinded the eye. They must polish those things daily to get them that shiny." Wang Chen panicked. "Wait, this has nothing to do with him. But honestly, how could these small fry possibly hurt Chu Ran?" Chu Ran instantly released a terrifying aura that exploded outward from his body. "Get lost." With a single burst of energy, the guards were sent flying into the air. The second prince was furious. "You dare resist? Surround him. Kill him." The remaining guards swarmed in, encircling him instantly. Yi looked anxious. The prince isn't playing around anymore. Wang Chen was overcome with guilt, blaming herself for dragging him into this. "Chu Ran, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault." But they had no idea who they were dealing with. Chu Ran just smirked with absolute confidence. "You think a bunch of weaklings like you can touch me?" The second prince decided it was time to unleash his real power. "Ignorant peasant," he spat. "The vast sea starfall tune isn't just music for cultivation." A cruel, twisted smile formed on his face as he delivered the killing blow. When played in reverse, it becomes a massacre spell. Formation. The musicians instantly shifted gears, launching themselves into the air, instruments at the ready for a lethal attack. "Don't waste your breath on a petty immortal," one of the attackers sneers. Inside this formation, even a heavy Dao realm expert would be ground to dust. Suran stands unmoved, not a flicker of fear in his eyes. Wang Chen, however, is losing his mind. He scrambles over to Zhu Bajie, screaming for help. "Immortal pig, you have to help Suran. He can't hold out against the starfall formation." But surprisingly, the pig doesn't even flinch. He just sits there, calmly watching the show as if he's already read the script and knows exactly how this ends. He goes back to stuffing his face, mumbling between bites. "Chill out. These clowns aren't even enough to get stuck in Suran's teeth." One of the assassins makes his move, unleashing the heavenly demon zither sound. Dozens join in, sending waves of crimson energy rippling through the air with every strum. The melody isn't music, it's murder. The sound waves manifest as invisible blades, sharp enough to slice through anything in their path. Nearby objects shatter instantly. Civilians cover their ears in agony, screaming as their internal organs threaten to burst from the pressure. "Run! Get out of here!" Yet, Suran stands untouched. To be honest, with this pathetic level of skill, they couldn't touch a single hair on his head in a million years. Suran smirks, effortlessly conjuring a protective barrier around his body. "Catchy tune," he quips. "Too bad it doesn't work on me." The assassins stare in disbelief, their jaws dropping. What? The heavenly demon zither sound didn't even scratch him? Suran's barrier expands outward as he locks eyes with them. My turn. A sword materializes in his palm. In a heartbeat, he unleashes a barrage of razor-sharp sword beams that tear through the air at the speed of light. The musicians hovering in the air don't stand a chance, they drop from the sky like flies. Ah, run, the second prince watches in shock. What kind of power is that? How did he shatter my starfall formation so easily? Having dealt with the small fry, Suran strolls forward, hands casually tucked in his pockets. A blinding aura radiates from him, making him look like a god descending to earth. Got any other tricks? Because that last one was a joke. The second prince grits his teeth and plays his ace, the massive white wolf standing by his side. So, you got lucky with the sound waves. Let's see you dodge the claws of the heavenly evil wolf. He points a finger. Kill him. The heavenly evil wolf lunges instantly, bearing razor-sharp fangs, its eyes glowing a bloodthirsty crimson. Suran remains unfazed. An illusion of a white-haired figure flickers behind him, accompanied by the majestic aura of a golden dragon. Filthy beast, Suran commands. You dare act up in front of me? The ferocious wolf freezes, instantly terrified. It tucks its tail between its legs, whimpering like a well-trained puppy. The second prince stares blankly, as his vicious monster suddenly turns into a submissive pet. It's like the thing was hypnotized. Heavenly evil wolf. What are you doing? He screams. I said kill him. Suran laughs, seizing the chance to roast him. Good dogs don't bite people. Your Highness, maybe you should learn some manners from your pet. The prince grinds his teeth in fury. Useless trash. Realizing the beast is broken, he mercilessly executes the wolf, sending it to meet its ancestors right then and there. Composing himself, the second prince offers a backhanded compliment. You have some skill, Suran, I'll give you that. He narrows his eyes, his ego swelling as he starts to brag. But I went to the southern border at 10 years old. I've slaughtered over 10,000 beasts and exterminated countless demons. I am half-step into the heavy Dao realm. If I handle you personally, you're dead. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. Second brother, why lower yourself to argue with a lowly servant? The prince spins around. Big brother? It's the first prince. The first prince continues. You represent the royal family. Getting worked up and losing face like this makes us all a laughingstock. The second prince scowls. Mind your own business. Chu Yi replies calmly. Don't misunderstand. I'm only thinking of your reputation. A prince brawling with commoners in the street? The rumors won't be kind. Hearing Chu Yi's logic, the second prince crosses his arms. He turns back to Suran and sneers. You wretched punk. Just you wait. Unlike his younger brother, Chu Yi is infamous for his cunning schemes. He coats his words in honey as he addresses Suran. Master Chu, I have heard much of your fame. Would you honor my estate with a visit for a chat? Hearing this, he instantly sees through the man's intent. He thinks, this first prince is playing the good guy to recruit me. He may be charming, but he is no pushover. Suran shuts him down immediately. Apologies. I have zero interest in your little power struggle dramas. The second prince chimes in with a smirk. Big brother, looks like he doesn't appreciate your kindness. Stop humiliating yourself trying to warm up a cold stone. Though displeased, the first prince suppresses his anger and replies gently, what a pity then. As you wish. Master Chu. He spins around sharply. Let's go. He heads upstairs. Later, the two royal brothers sit together at a dining table. The second prince speaks up. Big brother, even if you want to build your forces, there is no need to seek out this low-class Suran. Chu Yi asks, what are you getting at? The second prince stands up to voice his thoughts. Since he offended me and disrespected you, why don't I just kill him? It would put both our minds at ease. Chu Yi agrees. Fine. I turn my heart to the bright moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Kill him. This second prince is clearly still holding a grudge. Seeing Suran standing nearby, he can't help but sneer. Suran, once this banquet ends, your life is mine. Just then, a woman in a red cloak strides in. It is none other than the eldest princess. The second prince jumps up and rushes to her. Aunt, I haven't seen you in days. You look younger than ever. But Chu ignores him completely. She says coldly, move, I have no time for your nonsense. The second prince feels utterly humiliated. She walks straight to Suran. Master Chu, please come to the inner chamber. I have something to discuss with you. Watching them enter the inner chamber, the second prince seethes with rage, unable to do a thing. He thinks, So he has the eldest princess backing him. No wonder he's so arrogant. Inside, a curious Chu Ran asks, Lady Shi Yue, is something wrong? The princess turns to him. Your little scene in the hall today will certainly reach the ears of Emperor Qin. He has always been petty. Offending a prince is like slapping the emperor's face. You should leave the capital and hide for now. Ignoring her advice, Chu Ran crosses his arms confidently. You worry too much. Emperor Qin can't touch me. The princess sighs. Fine. If you are that confident, I will say no more. Despite her words, she remains deeply worried for the young man standing before her. She pulls something from her robes. Right, the old sect master ordered me to bring this to you. She reveals a glowing red stone. Please, take it. Chu Ran accepts it, recognizing the item immediately. Extreme fire ore. Excellent material for weapon refining. I hope it helps you, she adds. Chu Ran smiles, determination burning in his eyes. This will be perfect as the core for my sword embryo. Scene shift to the imperial palace. Beauties perform an elegant dance. On the supreme throne, the emperor asks with a grim expression, Chu Ran, I have heard that name no less than 3 times recently. Imperial preceptor, what do you think? The imperial preceptor standing nearby replies, he appeared out of nowhere. His background is highly suspicious. He leans toward Emperor Qin. I also heard he has joined the 4th Prince's faction. I fear, the emperor's face darkens. I am not even dead yet, and they are already impatient to snatch my throne. The preceptor quickly reassures him. Rest assured, your majesty. Once you break through the Dao Palace realm, you will rule for 10,000 generations. Emperor Qin snorts coldly. 10,000 generations. Without warning, he activates the Great Soul Absorption Art. The bodies of the dancing concubines erupt in purple light. As they scream in terror, the preceptor steps forward to flatter him. Congratulations, your majesty. Your power is improving by the day. Emperor Qin produces a handkerchief and wipes his mouth. Bring me a fresher batch next time. These were too old. Time flies like a dog in an open field. 3 months later, at the Lingqing Academy, Chu Ran takes a stance, facing his pet. The mental cultivation power within you only appears when you mobilize your meridians. He clenches his fists, voice full of excitement. Let's go 2 more rounds. Bajie waves his hand lazily. No fighting. I'm tired. I want to eat. Chu Ran taunts him immediately. You don't want to eat. You just want to run away. The trick works instantly. Bajie stops dead and asks angrily, What did you say? He charges straight at Chu Ran. Eat my kick. Seeing his plan work, Chu Ran grins with delight. That's it. That's the one. The relentless sounds of combat echoed from outside. The commotion instantly caught Yue Chan's attention. She frowned, wondering what on earth was happening inside. Suddenly, the door burst open, startling her. Seeing him sitting silently on the floor, Yue Chan finally spoke up. Chu Ran, what is going on? Private duels are forbidden in the academy. Chu Ran didn't move, just smiled. We were merely sparring. A cultivator standing beside Yue Chan chimed in with a sneer. So this is the famous Master Chu? Getting thrashed by a spirit pet like that? He's nothing special. Chu Ran eyed the stranger. And you are? Yue Chan quickly stepped in to introduce him. This is General Xu Ping. He just returned from the southern border and insisted on paying his respects. Chu Ran's mind raced. Straight from the southern border to see me? His motives aren't pure. Chu Ping stepped forward, offering a handshake. Master Chu, I've heard so much about you, but the scene he just witnessed made him skeptical. I just wonder if your skills actually live up to the rumors. Sensing the doubt, Chu Ran decided to flex a little power. He replied calmly, Oh? I hope I haven't disappointed you, General Xiu. As Chu Ran squeezed his hand, Xu Ping's face turned dark as coal. I'm using 100% of my Arhat palm strength, yet his hand won't budge. He really is the powerhouse who suppressed Fu Cao. Yue Chan sensed the tension spiking and quickly intervened. You two just met. Let's relax a little. Chu Ran didn't push it further and released his grip. Apologies. My mistake. Xu Ping, thoroughly spooked, scrambled backward. He stared at his trembling hand in horror. This arm. I won't be able to hold a sword for a month. Realizing Chu Ran was no ordinary man, Xu Ping spoke with newfound caution. My skills are inferior. I've embarrassed myself. He clasped his hands and bowed low. Master Chu's power is profound. My visit today was presumptuous. I will return later with a proper gift to pay my respects. Xu Ping turned sharply to leave. Farewell. Yue-chan watched the bizarre encounter and sighed. What a strange man. He shows up out of nowhere and leaves just as fast. Chu-ran knew it wasn't that simple. The reason lies with the person pulling his strings. He shared his deduction. Xiuping was sent to test my strength. Do you know who backs him? Yue-chan was sharp. She caught on immediately. You mean the third prince? Rumor has it he'll return to the capital in 3 days for Emperor Qin's birthday. Chu-ran scratched his cheek, a playful grin forming. So, that's it. The first, second, and third princes all gathering in one place? The show is just getting started. Yue-chan looked at him, puzzled. Why do you look so happy about that? Yue-chan's voice turned anxious. The third prince holds immense power in the military, but the royal court is controlled by the first and second princes. She filled Chu-ran in on the intel. They say Emperor Qin's lifespan is nearing its end. A battle for the throne is inevitable. You need to make plans for your disciple. And fast. After a moment of thought, he nodded. You're right. It's time for him to step into the light. The scene shifts to the blacksmithing guild. Qin looked at Chu-ran, confused. Master, why did you bring me here? Chu-ran patted his disciple's shoulder. You've been cultivating the art of forging for a while now. Today, you're taking the 1-star blacksmith exam to test your skills. Qin hesitated. Master, am I really ready? I heard the pass rate is incredibly low. Chu-ran smirked confidently. Relax. With your talent, it'll be a breeze. An old man nearby snorted loudly. Talking big won't save you from biting your tongue, kid. Chu-ran turned to face the heckler. And who might you be? The man stroked his beard. I am the 5-star blacksmith, Luo Cheng. You speak of the exam as if it's child's play. Isn't that a bit arrogant? Seeing the disdain on the man's face, Chu-ran shrugged. Think what you want. My disciple will pass, regardless. Luo Cheng scoffed in disbelief. Fine, fine. Just don't come crying when he fails. Let's go. They entered a large chamber equipped for forging. This was definitely the exam hall. A 5-star blacksmith named Wu Xia was briefing the candidates. Today's task is to forge a standard spirit tool right here. You have 2 hours. Luo Cheng smirked at his student. Go on, apprentice. The disciple bowed. Yes, master. Nearby, Chu-ran encouraged his own student. Just do exactly what I taught you. Treat it like practice. Qin nodded. I understand. The candidates took their stations. The examiner shouted, Begin! Immediately, Luo Cheng's disciple unleashed a technique, breathing fire like a dragon. Wu Xia clasped his hands, impressed. Elder Luo, I didn't realize your student had already mastered such a high-level refining technique. Luo Cheng beamed, laughing loudly. You flatter me, Elder Wu. He quickly feigned modesty. He has merely picked up a few tricks from the 9 forging methods. Chu-ran, overhearing this, raised an eyebrow. The 9 forging methods? Luo Cheng sneered. What? You don't even know the 9 forging methods, yet you dare to call yourself a teacher? Chu-ran seems intrigued. Go on, tell me about it. Luo Cheng takes his time to explain. It is a secret art left behind by an ancient almighty being. It condenses the path of forging into 9 distinct ways. It is the must-read Bible for every blacksmith in the world. Hearing this, Chu-ran thinks to himself, I can't believe the notebook I casually scribbled in back then is now worshipped as a holy scripture. How amusing. The scene shifts to Qin. He unleashes the floating life myriad edges, and countless rays of light flash through the air. Luo Cheng watches the technique, his jaw dropping in shock. Wait, something is off about that kid. He can't believe his eyes. He is using the lost art of the artifact forging sect Void Treading. If he keeps this up, whatever he forges will be legendary. Luo Cheng's face darkens with fear. If he takes first place, I'll be a laughingstock. He can't let Qin finish. He steps in immediately. Stop! Everyone stop right now. I have an objection. Wu Xia looks confused. What is it, Grandmaster Luo? Luo Cheng, the shameless old fox, points a finger straight at Qin. You are cheating. Your qualification is revoked. The surrounding disciples start whispering. The nerve of him, playing tricks right in front of Grandmaster Luo. Qin immediately defends himself. I did no such thing. Chu-ran steps forward. You claim my disciple cheated. Do you have any proof? Luo Cheng comes up with the most ridiculous excuse imaginable. A technique like void treading? He must be using some underhanded trick to fake it. Unbelievably, Wu Xia nods along. Grandmaster Luo makes a good point. Qin Zheng, you are disqualified. Qin Zheng stares in disbelief. What? But Chu Ran isn't about to let them bully his disciple. Hold it. I taught him void treading myself. Do you have a problem with that? Wu Xiao laughs like he just heard a joke. You? Luo Cheng scoffs, refusing to believe a word. Stop spouting nonsense. Void treading was lost when ancestor Ling Tong of the artifact forging sect passed away. Who do you think you are? What a load of garbage. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupts them. Insolence! Who dares disrespect immortal Master Chu? Seeing Elder Zhou Qian arrive, Wu Xia instantly cowers. Elder Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Qian ignores the pleasantries and demands. What is the meaning of this? Wu Xia scrambles to explain. Grandmaster Luo caught this man's disciple cheating. Zhou Qian snaps back instantly. Impossible! He walks over to Chu Ran and bows respectfully. Immortal Master Chu, the guild president and vice president heard of your arrival. They ended their travels early just to welcome you. Chu Ran doesn't waste time on pleasantries. So, how do you intend to handle this mess? Zhou Qian doesn't disappoint. He points a finger straight at the ringleader. Luo Cheng, you are jealous of true talent. Your blacksmith qualification is hereby revoked, and you are expelled from the guild. The old man gasps, unable to believe his ears. Huh? Zhou Qian then turns to the accomplice. Wu Xia, as an examiner, you failed to distinguish right from wrong. You forfeit 1 year's salary. Wu Xia tries to make excuses. Elder Zhou, please, I was deceived too. Zhou Qian cuts him off cold. Silence. With that settled, he turns to Chu Ran with a warm smile. Immortal Master Chu, please, right this way. Chu Ran calls out. Qin Zheng, you are coming with us. Qin Zheng is confused but nods obediently. Yes, master. The three of them head to a different location. After walking for a while, Chu Ran asks, why do your superiors suddenly want to meet me? Zhou Qian looks at him with admiration. The guild leadership has heard of your past deeds. They are all very impressed. President Qi, in particular, holds you in high regard. Chu Ran raises an eyebrow. You mean Qi Wuliang? Zhou Qian is surprised. You know our president? Chu Ran shrugs nonchalantly. I have just heard the name. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Vice President Gu Shi and Guild President Qi Wuliang are enjoying some tea. Gu Shi breaks the silence. This Chu Ran appeared out of nowhere. Zhou Qian speaks of him like a god. Is he really that special? Wuliang replies, if he didn't have skill, he wouldn't have been able to help us secure first place in the last forging tournament. Gu Shi grips his teacup. I am still skeptical. Back outside, Zhou Qian stops walking. We have arrived. The guild manor is just ahead. Hearing the commotion, Gu Shi says, they are here. He slams the table, grinning cunningly. Let me test him first. Wuliang doesn't stop him. It seems he wants to enjoy the show too. Gu Shi shouts, sword form. Instantly, moisture in the air condenses into a translucent water sword. It shoots straight at Chu Ran. Zhou Qian screams, Master Chu, look out! Chu Ran's expression doesn't change. He calmly erects a barrier. Don't panic. Seeing the sword fail to scratch him, Chu Ran mocks. Seems you have a unique way of welcoming guests here. It is only polite that I return the favor. Tiny droplets of water materialize around his body. Zhou Qian watches, jaw-dropping. That is the steam from earlier. Chu Ran gently flicks his finger, sending the droplets forward. Go! They shoot out at breakneck speed. The droplets stretch out, looking just like deadly hidden weapons from the Tang sect. Gu Shi realizes he is in trouble and scrambles back. Thinking he is about to meet his maker, he lets out a terrified scream. Luckily for him, Wuliang steps in just in time, unleashing the Wuliang palm to block the attack. Chu Ran calls out, President Qi. That tea to sword trick wasn't half bad. Elder Qi Gong nods, satisfied with the distraction, but turns his gaze back to the fight. Immortal Master Su's moves are complex. He gathers energy for a new attack, but let's see how you handle this. Can you reflect this back at me? Wu Liang roars. Han Shan mirror. He strikes, launching a massive sphere of swirling orange energy straight at Su Ran. Zhu Qian gasps. Immortal Master Su, look out! That's the Guildmaster's signature technique. Su Ran doesn't give a damn. Sword, come. A powerful aura envelops him as his blade materializes in his grip. He charges head-on, clashing with the attack. When the dust settles, he stands completely unscathed. Is that it? Want to go another round? Gu Shi, realizing he nearly died, is awestruck. He starts clapping. Immortal Master Su really lives up to the legend. I submit. I totally submit. Wu Liang bows respectfully. Gu Shi immediately barks an order. Zhu Qian. Brew a fresh pot of tea. We wish to speak with Immortal Master Su properly. The servant bows. Yes, sir. The sky is blue, the clouds are white, and the sun is shining. The fighting is over. Everyone sits down civilly to enjoy some tea and pastries. Gu Shi breaks the silence. A genius youth indeed. We've been looking for a chance to pay our respects, and today, our wish has finally come true. Chu Ran gave a humble smile. You two are far too kind. But internally, he knew he was centuries older than these old fogies. Wu Liang wasted no time trying to cozy up. The Forging Guild is desperate to befriend you. Name your price. Anything you need, consider it done. Chu Ran didn't hesitate. Actually, I do have a favor. The elder nodded eagerly. Chu Ran gestured to his student. My disciple, Qin Zheng. He has immense talent for forging. I want him to train here at your guild. Wu Liang froze, his smile faltering. Well. The two old foxes exchanged a sharp look. Gu Shi caught the hint and stepped in. Master Chu, that request is a bit complicated for us. President Qi clasped his hands, looking pained. The Forging Guild has always remained neutral. We know who your disciple is. If we take him in, we're choosing a side in the battle for the throne. Seeing these old schemers playing hard to get, Chu Ran decided to dangle a piece of irresistible bait. What if I trade you the 9-pattern forging method for his spot? President Qi's eyes went wide with disbelief. The 9-pattern method? Gu Shi gasped. Are you serious? Chu Ran remained as calm as if he were buying cabbage at the market. Naturally, I can teach it to you right now. Wu Liang's mind raced. If they secured that legendary technique, the entire guild wouldn't just improve, they'd ascend to a whole new level. Greed won out. He bowed low. Master Chu, that is an offer we simply cannot refuse. Chu Ran shook his hand with a grin. Then my disciple is in your care. The elder nodded vigorously. We will nurture him with everything we have. Once the crowd dispersed, Qin Zheng turned to his teacher. Master, that man Shen Feng, who visited our academy, wasn't he from the artifact sect? Why didn't you just send me there to study? Chu Ran replied gently. The artifact sect isn't suitable for beginners. You need to build your foundation here first. He then pulled out a gleaming blade. Oh, right. This is the Ice Thunder Sword I prepared for you. He handed it over. From now on, this is your weapon. Holding the treasure in his hands, Qin Zheng couldn't hide his excitement. The spirit is condensed, the aura radiating outward. I've never seen such a masterpiece. He bowed. Thank you, Master, Chu Ran added. 2 days from now is the Qin Emperor's birthday. You'll come with me to the palace to make an appearance. Qin Zheng nodded obediently. Yes, Master. Time flew by. 2 days later, at the Imperial Palace's outer court, the celebration was in full swing, with dancers and music filling the air. Feng Xin looked around, eyes sparkling. It's so lively. She spun around, pointing. Look over there. That coral tower is gorgeous. Qin Zheng, however, let out a heavy sigh. Grandeur like this, I wonder how much sweat and blood it cost the common people. Fei Yan scanned the area with a greedy grin. I heard the palace is stuffed with treasures. Man, I'd love to rob this place blind. Chu Ran scoffed. You think the Emperor would let us into the outer court without guards watching our every move? Fei Yan blinked. But I don't see anyone. Chu Ran didn't lower his voice. Southeast and northwest corners. 2 shadow guards. He gave a casual threat. The moment you make a move. Swish. Your head rolls. Fei Yan scratched his head, laughing nervously. I'm all talk, no action. Just joking around. The scene shifted to a nearby arena. The crowd roared with bloodlust. Great hit. Kill him. Fang Xin watched the chaos. A martial arts tournament? A bystander chimed in. I know that kid on stage. That's Wen Xuan. Peak cultivation. He's the third prince's dog. Wen Xuan's opponent unleashed a thundersword strike, but Wen Xuan deflected it like he was swatting a fly. With a clean, brutal slash, Wen Xuan sent his opponent flying into the air, screaming in agony. The unlucky fighter plummeted straight into the river below. Fang Xin covered her mouth in horror. His weapon was shattered. He couldn't fight back. Why did he have to kill him? The crowd murmured uneasily. It was just a match. Was that really necessary? Chu Ran immediately sensed something was off. Something's wrong, he thought. The arena is rigged with a formation. Every soul that dies here is being sacrificed to the Emperor. He watched the dark aura rising from the river. That's the soul-absorbing great art. Xu Fang smirked as his student won. Worthy of being my disciple, he shouted to the crowd. Who else dares to challenge my student? Chu Ran glanced at his own disciple. Lu Dao, go teach him a lesson. A firm voice replied immediately. Yes, master. Fang Xian looked worried. But master, senior brother just advanced to the Xiantian realm. Can he really beat him? Chu Ran explained calmly. Exactly because he just advanced. He needs a real fight to stabilize his new power. Xu Fang sneered. Chu Ran, the arena has no rules on life or death. Don't come crying to me when your student ends up a corpse. Chu Ran snorted. I return those words right back to you. On stage, Wen Xuan scoffed when he saw Lu Dao. Another sword user? Call me Grandpa, and I might let you die quickly. Lu Dao didn't even blink. Cut the crap. Make your move. Wen Xuan charged like a rabid dog, reckless and wild. Taste my spear. Lu Dao didn't back down, unleashing his technique. 1,000 leaves, 10,000 willows. As the attacks clashed, Wen Xuan laughed. Child's play. But Wen Xuan's taunts didn't shake Lu Dao for a second. He gripped his sword tighter, eyes blazing. Bring it on. Wen Xuan laughed like a maniac. Useless. Haven't you heard? An inch longer, an inch stronger. He readied his spear, sneering. I don't have time to play games with you. He charged at Liu Dao, screaming. You and your spear can go to hell together. Wen Xuan's eyes burned with madness as he charged, but he suddenly froze. Something was wrong. Vines had ensnared him before he even realized it. Liu Dao coldly threw his own words right back at him. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Was that it? Wen Xuan struggled desperately to stand, but it was useless. Terror finally set in as he begged. Spare me, please, spare my life. Liu Dao had no intention of showing mercy. A traitor who aids the enemy deserves nothing but death. Countless vines constricted around Wen Xuan, sending him straight to his ancestors. The battle ended so abruptly that Liu Dao felt nothing but boredom. Witnessing this, Xu Fang screamed in panic, trying to rush the stage. My disciple! But it wasn't that simple. Chu Ran stepped in, blocking his path. Hold it. Xu Fang lost his composure completely, roaring, Get the hell out of my way. Chu Ran seized the moment to throw Xu Fang's own words back in his face. Life and death on the arena are irrelevant. Isn't that exactly what you said? How did you change your mind so quickly? The onlookers reveled in the karma. That guy always bullies us using the third prince's influence. Someone else jeered. Finally, he gets a taste of his own medicine. With the matter settled, Chu Ran didn't linger. Let's go, he said, leading his disciples away. Fang Xin chimed in with praise. Senior brother, you were amazing. Meanwhile, Xu Fang was seething with rage, gritting his teeth. Chu Ran, just you wait. The scene shifted to the Supreme Hall. Fang Xin gazed at the massive architecture in awe. So this is the Qin Emperor's palace? It's incredibly luxurious. Fei Yan's eyes lit up with greed. Money. It smells like money everywhere. What a gold mine. Seeing his disciples spacing out, Chu Ran called out, Don't just stand at the door. Let's go inside. But as he moved to enter, Fang Xin stopped him. Chu Ran, this isn't the outer court. You can't enter without an invitation. Chu Ran casually flashed 3 shining invitations like a boss. Will these do? Fang Zong examined the cards, stunned. King Zhenbei, King Chenan, and even the eldest princess? Where did you get the connections to pull this off? Without answering, Chu Ran led the way inside. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder from behind. Halt! It was Xu Fang again, he sneered. Chu Ran, His Highness the Third Prince summons you. Chu Ran didn't hesitate to refuse him flat out. Sorry, not interested. Footsteps approached, accompanied by a voice. That's quite an attitude. It was none other than the Third Prince himself. Qin Yan strolled over leisurely. Even I am going. Do you dare look down on me? The others immediately bowed. Greetings, Third Prince. He waved a hand dismissively, at ease. Qin Yan looked at Chu Ran with utter contempt. Chu Ran, I've heard of you. General Xu is my army's top warrior, yet he fell to you. You have the skill to be arrogant, I'll give you that. Chu Ran replied without a shred of respect. Spit it out. I don't have time to waste on you. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed. He was a man who tolerated no disrespect. If he couldn't control someone, he would destroy them. Suddenly, the phantom image of a tiger and leopard fist manifested. Onlookers knew this technique had reached the peak level, but Chu Ran just scoffed, looking at him like a fool who didn't know his limits. Qin Yan stomped the ground, signaling him to bring it on. He was confident that even if Chu Ran blocked the technique, he couldn't withstand the raw power. Naturally, Chu Ran decided one finger was all he needed. Instantly, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from his fingertip. Qin Yan panicked as his spiritual energy was instantly drained, while the crowd gasped, terrified by the sudden, overwhelming pressure. Moments later, Qin Yan stumbled back, coughing up blood. He screamed for someone to transfer energy to him, terrified that his own had been completely shattered. It was impossible. A peak-level cultivator's power, wiped out in an instant? Qin Yan shrieked, describing the sensation of his very bones and flesh being crushed. He realized his intelligence reports were dead wrong. Chu Ran was far from simple. Just then, an announcement called for all invitation holders to enter the banquet. Chu Ran smirked, telling Qin Yan that if he wanted another beating, he knew where to find him. Qin Yan coughed violently but refused to back down. "You just wait." Ignoring him, Chu Ran turned and signaled Qin Zheng to follow. The others stayed behind. Soon, the hall was packed with distinguished guests. What surprised Chu Ran most was seeing both the head and deputy deans of the academy. They rarely showed their faces, yet here they were for the birthday banquet. The second prince suddenly spoke up. "You two have some nerve. You actually dared to show up at my royal father's birthday banquet?" Chu Ran shrugged. He was invited, so he came. The prince warned him, "This isn't like other places. If you cause trouble here, you're dead." He gestured for Chu Ran to follow him to their seats. Moments later, a voice boomed, "His Majesty has arrived," and everyone bowed. Following protocol, the Qin Emperor told them to rise. When he noticed the imperial preceptor arriving late, the emperor graciously waived any punishment. Chu Ran, however, was the only one analyzing the imperial preceptor's Lizong cultivation technique. Suddenly, a spectral figure materialized in the air. "Such a lively party, yet you didn't invite this old man?" A guard instantly shouted, "Who dares cause a scene?" However, Emperor Qin quickly explained, "That man is the sect master of the 8 Desolates. His movements are a mystery. I wouldn't even know how to summon him." Thanks to that explanation, Li Qiu immediately retorted, "Unintentional isn't an excuse." The crowd erupted in confusion, screaming, "That's the Empire's #1 sect. We couldn't invite them before, so why show up today? Could they have formed an alliance?" While everyone panicked, only Chu Ran remained completely calm. Then Emperor Qin spoke with deep respect. "Sect Master, please take the seat of honor." At the same time, a secret transmission reached Chu Ran. "Immortal Venerable, I'm here to boost your prestige. When the fighting starts later, we won't lose out." Chu Ran couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This guy really never misses a chance for some excitement. The eunuch finally shouted, "Let the birthday banquet gift-giving begin." Qin Ye quickly stepped forward. "Your son wishes Imperial Father boundless longevity. This is the cold sea stone I ordered from the North Sea. It calms the heart and soothes the spirit, nourishing the primordial spirit." The crowd gasped in awe. This was a legendary treasure, nearly impossible to find. The emperor praised him happily. "Excellent. You have a filial heart." The second prince quickly stepped up. "Your son also has a gift for you. This is the beast core of a dark flame beast at the Tao realm. It is filled with fire essence. One beast is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, perfect for Imperial Father's cultivation." Emperor Qin nodded with satisfaction. "These live in magma and are incredibly hard to catch. You've worked hard." "Of course," the prince replied respectfully. "As long as Imperial Father is pleased, your son would cross mountains of blades or seas of fire." Qin Yan then stepped forward. "This is a weapon crafted specially for you by the Artifact Sect. Do you like it?" Emperor Qin beamed and ordered, "Excellent. Reward him." The surrounding crowd began to nod in agreement. With such heavenly treasures and spiritual energy already presented, it will be difficult for anyone following them to surpass this. Qin Zheng asked anxiously, "What should we do?" But Chu Ran simply said, "Watch me." He quickly stepped forward. "Emperor Qin, I lead disciple Qin Zheng to wish you a life of 10,000 years. The emperor's smile instantly froze. 10,000 years? The crowd sensed the mockery. His Majesty is about to pass the 10,000-year mark. Isn't this kid cursing him by setting a limit? Exactly. Sure enough, Emperor Qin roared. Did you come here today to die? Chu Ran replied calmly. No. Not only will you not kill me, but you will also thank me. Immediately, the command was given. Spouting nonsense, get the hell out of my great hall. Chu Ran pointed a finger at a figure in the crowd. You are Qing Sheng, the one who allowed his son to harm Fang Xin's parents, correct? There is no place for you to speak here. Before Qing Sheng could even finish his rebuttal, he gasped for air, suffocating. The crowd began to scream. Lord Qing is dead. That kid dared to kill a first-rank official of the court. Emperor Qin was furious. Arrest him for me. Chu Ran spoke leisurely. I told you. I prepared a big gift. If you want to live another 2 years, tell them to stand down. I'm not in the mood for a massacre today. Pharmacist Kong recognized the item in his hand immediately. That is, primordial yang herb. Emperor Qin couldn't sit still any longer. What? He hurriedly asked. How do you possess such a thing? The heaven-defying pill uses the primordial yang herb to extend life. This is an earthly treasure one can beg for but never find. Chu Ran couldn't help but praise him for having good eyes. But the first prince was skeptical. Is it real? Can it really extend life? Emperor Qin chimed in. Pharmacist Kong, are you sure you aren't mistaken? The old man replied respectfully. I stake the honor of the Pharmacist Guild on it. That is truly the primordial yang herb. The emperor fell into deep thought. My lifespan is running out. If I can extend it, I might hold on long enough to break through to the Dao Palace realm. Suddenly, Chu Ran tossed it over. I'll give this bit of trash to you as charity. The old man held the primordial yang herb in his trembling hands, while Chu Ran spoke coldly. Fourth prince, the gift is delivered. Let's go. Emperor Qin cursed silently. I'll spare your life today for the herb, but I won't let this go so easily. Once outside, Qin Zheng asked, There is one thing I don't understand. Why did you give him the primordial yang herb? Wouldn't his death be exactly what we want? Chu Ran explained briefly. If Emperor Qin dies now, it will spark a chaotic war for the throne. Let him live a little longer. Once your cultivation advances, you can dethrone him yourself. He then added a twist. Besides, those herbs can only extend his life for 1 year. So, you need to hurry. Go meet up with Fang Xin. I have to go find 2 old acquaintances. Meanwhile, the guests leaving were in high spirits, but Chang Feng looked thoughtful. Chu Ran acts high and mighty, but unexpectedly, he's just another fame-seeking hypocrite. Qing Shan agreed. True. Giving Emperor Qin an extra year of life. If he steps into the Dao Palace realm, we're in trouble. Chang Feng accepted the reality. For now, we can only wait. Then he snapped. He shouted angrily, I don't want to wait. The faces of the Nanyang Li sect master and my senior brothers float before me every day. Even if it costs my life, I must kill Emperor Qin. Just then, a voice startled them. You two are quite lively. I've been waiting for you both for a long time, Qingshan asked warily. Did you hear what we just said? Chu Ran quickly admitted it. That's right. I didn't expect the vice head of the Lingqing Academy to be a survivor of the Li sect. While Qingshan wanted to respond, Chang Feng was already channeling his energy. If you heard things you shouldn't have, then you can't leave here alive. The moment he lunged forward, Chu Ran instantly manifested a barrier. Qingshan, eager to help, shouted, I'm not done yet. Take this. The technique you're using is the long rainbow art. But suddenly, Chu Ran teleported. He appeared right in front of the old man and remarked, Too slow. Little Shan, it seems you still haven't mastered the 37th form of the Li sect's mental cultivation. Qingshan instinctively leaped back, gasping in shock. How? How do you know my childhood nickname? Only 2 people ever called me Little Shan. One was the sect master, but he died right before my eyes. Stammering, he pointed a trembling finger at the young man. The other was. Chu Ran interrupted with a knowing look. Li Qiren had a good eye. Saving your life back then wasn't a waste. Qingshan's face changed instantly. It really was him. Li sect disciple Qingshan pays respects to the Yama Immortal Venerable. Immediately, Chang Feng also chimed in. Disciple Chang Feng pays respects to the Immortal Venerable. Chu Ran gently helped them up. All right, stand up, Qingshan cried out in joy. I never thought I'd see you again in this lifetime. Chang Feng finally relaxed. With this person in charge, even if Emperor Qin had the 8 desolate sects' help, there was nothing to fear. Chu Ran coughed lightly and confessed, Actually, the 8 desolate sect is also with me. They couldn't help but scream, "The 8 Desolate sect is independent of the 9 provinces. And they listen to your orders?" Churan quickly explained. Sect Master Li Chu is actually an old friend of the Li sect. To catch the traitor who caused the Li sect's destruction years ago, he established his own faction. Immediately Cheng Feng asked, "So, did Brother Li find any clues about the traitor?" Churan bluntly revealed, "It was the national teacher inside the main hall earlier." He instantly realized, no wonder his cultivation technique looked so familiar. It must have been derived from the Li sect's life and death secret art. They spoke in unison. "Since we know who the traitor is, please, Immortal Venerable, lead us to take revenge." He reassured them, "Don't worry. The Li sect and Taiji sect are branches of the same tree. We share the same enemy. This time I will kill Emperor Qin and destroy the Eastern Void." They bowed to him. "Thank you, Immortal Venerable." Chu Ran then shared his deduction. "I humiliated Emperor Qin today. He will definitely seek revenge. We can use this opportunity to dismantle his forces." Chong Feng hesitated. "Is that really your plan?" Chu Ran replied cryptically. "You'll see when the time comes." Meanwhile, back at the palace, Emperor Qin slammed his hand on the table. "Damn it, he dared to play me for a fool in front of everyone. Detestable." The national teacher spoke up anxiously. "Your Majesty, please calm down. That man casually produced primordial yang grass. He is certainly no ordinary cultivator. If we strike now, we might offend the power backing him." Emperor Qin demanded, "Then how should I handle this?" The old man replied quickly, "I heard primordial yang grass only grows in the Taiji sect. Why not frame him as a remnant of that sect? Capture him, torture him to reveal the herb's source, and once we have the intel, silence him." Hearing this, Emperor Qin ordered, "Take 5,000 elite soldiers. You handle this personally." The scene shifts to a mountain region, cooler and fresher than the palace. At that moment, Chu Ran was receiving a report. "Immortal Venerable, we followed your orders and temporarily disbanded all the academy disciples." He then commanded, "Go wake up the Black Tortoise." A voice echoed from above, "Senior Black Tortoise." The beast grumbled irritably, "I want to sleep. I don't have time for you." Chu Ran had to step in. "You've got some nerve, refusing to even open your eyes for me." Immediately, the Black Tortoise panicked, shouting, "Immortal Venerable? You're here too?" He didn't scold the beast, but asked, "You've been holed up in this cave for 100 years. Do you want to go out for a stroll?" Its eyes sparkled like stars. "Of course I do. I dream of it. But because I leaked heavenly secrets in the past, I was punished. I'm trapped here." Chu Ran replied calmly, "Simple. If you find someone who has transcended the heavenly Tao to form a contract with, the seal can be broken." The Black Tortoise thought for a moment. "The only person who has ever transcended the heavenly Tao is— You mean you're willing to form a contract with me?" Seeing him nod, the Black Tortoise cried out in gratitude. Next, Chu Ran fires a beam of light straight at the creature. "With your body as the vessel and my name as the bond, I seal this contract." The beam strikes the seal on the turtle's shell instantly. Feeling the weight lift, Xuangui rejoices. "Finally, I'm free. Been a while since I took this form. Feels a bit strange." Qingshan gasps in shock. He never expected the legendary senior Xuangui to look like a little kid. Chu Ran calmly explains, "That's the perk of the Divine Turtle Clan. Even at thousands of years old, they still look like teenagers." Suddenly, the boy shouts, "I sense a squad approaching the academy, and I smell all kinds of exotic beasts with them." Hearing this, Chu Ran says, "Must be Emperor Qin's hit squad. Let's go test their mettle." The peaceful mountain erupts with the sounds of battle. Following orders, the Celestial Masters deploy a formation to gather spiritual energy, sealing the entire area in a transparent barrier. Qingshan and Changfeng whisper their praise for Chu Ran. "Immortal Venerable, you predicted this perfectly." Emperor Qin really couldn't hold back. But they didn't expect the Imperial Guards themselves. Standing before them is the elite army straight from the palace. Qingshan glances at Chu Ran, worried. "Venerable, the Imperial Guards are a legion raised on Emperor Qin's rarest treasures. They're the strongest army in the 9 provinces." Yet Chu Ran isn't worried at all. In fact, he comforts the old man. "Relax. If soldiers come, we block them. Simple as that." The Imperial Preceptor sits arrogantly on his palanquin, sneering. "You two, I represent Emperor Qin, to arrest the Taiji sect remnant, Chu Ran. Stand down now, and you might just keep your lives." Changfeng steps forward to block him. Master Chu is one of our Lingqing Academy. I don't care if it's you or Emperor Qin himself, I'm not taking a single step back. Qingshan also roars at the old man to cut the crap. Seeing he can't sway them, the old man turns his attention to Chu Ran. Chu Ran, do you really want to drag this whole academy into the grave with you? Chu Ran lets out an amused sigh. Into the grave? Huh. I think you're overthinking things. The preceptor smirks mockingly. Fine. Then I'll cripple you first before dragging your sorry carcass to His Majesty. He unleashes his pressure on a spirit beast, ordering, Fire! The first volley of cannon fire slams straight into the barrier surrounding the academy. Seeing the blasts do absolutely nothing, the preceptor screams in disbelief. How? How can a Lingqing Academy formation withstand high-tier spirit beast cannons? Chu Ran smiles, impressed. You guys are using the defensive formation I created back then pretty well. Not bad. Qingshan and Changfeng smile humbly. You flatter us, Venerable. We juniors only know a fraction of your wisdom. The preceptor suddenly pulls out a spear glowing with golden light. Don't get cocky yet. Look at this. Qingshan nearly bites his tongue in shock. That's the Void Spear. Changfeng is stunned too. Isn't that a magical artifact of the Taiji sect? Rumor has it that it was crafted by the immortal Venerable himself, capable of destroying anything. Chu Ran scratches his head, thinking helplessly. That piece of junk? I just threw that together years ago, and this guy treats it like a treasure? The old preceptor hurls the spear with decisive force. The tip slams into the barrier, sparking a massive explosion of fire. The impact tears a hole in the barrier, cracks spreading rapidly. Qingshan is surprised, but resigns himself it couldn't hold out forever. Changfeng sighs in awe. An artifact made by the Venerable himself. Truly terrifying power. Seeing the barrier crack, the preceptor shouts in excitement. Their formation is broken. Attack! Attack! The spirit beasts obey, rushing forward and firing wildly. Chu Ran casts another spell, mocking him. You think that is enough to hurt me? Explosions pop harmlessly against the Taiji shield he summons. Qingshan starts. He recognizes it, the Taiji Void Devouring formation. He never thought he'd be lucky enough to see this technique again. The preceptor, seeing he can't touch Chu Ran, jumps up in a rage. Chu Ran! What kind of demonic magic are you using? He curls his lip in a provocative smile. Didn't you call me a remnant of the Taiji sect? You guys made it up. But hey, even a broken clock is right twice a day. The preceptor turns purple with rage, pointing a shaking finger. You really are a traitor. Seize him. Soldiers rush in like moths to a flame. Chu Ran sighs at their stupidity. In an instant, his pressure blasts them all backward. The preceptor grinds his teeth, clenching his fists. Why is this brat so hard to kill? Looks like I have to go all out. He flares his aura, chanting a spell and using blood as a catalyst. Beasts of the four directions, heed my command and return. With a roar, spiritual energy crashes down from the heavens. Dragon, Keelan, Turtle, and Phoenix gather in the sky at his call. Changfeng thinks, this is bad. Just one is enough to destroy heaven and earth. But now, all four are here. Looks like we'll have to risk our old lives today. Qingshan realizes these are the four ancient vicious beasts. But he spots something else, pointing frantically. Look there. No, it's not just that. Look at him. The preceptor channels all his power to transform. With a long scream, his body morphs into a yin demon form, horns sprouting from his forehead. Half his body is covered in grotesque dragon scales. Qingshan was terrified. He actually mastered the Li sect's forbidden art? Changfeng stared, eyes wide. That thing neither human nor demon could command the elements. It was way deadlier than any ancient beast. The imperial preceptor laughed like a madman. Chu Ran, even with godlike powers, you won't leave here alive today. Chu Ran finally got serious. 4 little brats and a yin demon body? Interesting. You might actually be worth my time. The preceptor gritted his teeth in contempt. Cut the arrogance! Ancient gods, hear my command. Dragon, Keelan, Turtle, Phoenix, gather your power and strike him down. Chu Ran used a single Taiji technique to block the four-way assault. But as they collided, the beast's raw power seemed to have the upper hand. A massive explosion erupted as the energies clashed. Qingshan and Changfeng threw up a barrier to block the shockwave. Senior brother, watch out. Qingshan panicked as cracks instantly spiderwebbed across his shield. Not good, it's gonna break. But just as hope faded, a new formation enveloped them. This is Senior Xuangui's Mystic Spirit Formation. Changfeng sighed in relief. Thank God. Xuangui stood like a statue before them, glancing back to explain. The immortal venerable ordered me to protect you. Stay calm. Qingshan lit up and asked, Senior Xuangui, do you think the venerable can win this? The boy just let out a soft breath. The Taiji sect's arts are unfathomable. Even combined, those beasts are no match for him. True to his word, Chu Ran stood there, calm and mocking. Is that all you've got? Show me what else you can do. The dragon spirit was stunned. You blocked our combined attack? You actually have some skill. Chu Ran stared them down and smirked. Wrong, kid. You're just too weak. Step aside and let your master fight. The preceptor stroked his silver beard, furious. Don't get cocky. I will destroy your very soul. A massive skull materialized above him. With my spiritual sense, I summon the killing intent of the 8 directions. Chu Ran simply raised a finger, formless finger. An invisible blast shot toward the giant skull. A blinding light erupted upon impact, obscuring everything. When the dust settled, the preceptor froze in shock. Then he lunged forward, desperate. Take this! As he closed the distance, he unleashed the heavenly thunder destruction. Chu Ran snorted and blocked it with a wave of his hand. But suddenly, the preceptor cackled maniacally. You fell for it! Instantly, Chu Ran's body turned a deep, bruising purple. Qingshan's eyes bulged in terror. Oh no. This is... Changfeng finished the sentence for him. The heavenly origin divine art. The preceptor's laughter echoed through the sky. He bared his teeth, gloating. Caught in my art, you can't move a muscle. You'll watch helplessly as I drain your cultivation until you wither and die. The dragon spirit in the sky saw its chance. It signaled the others to devour Chu Ran while he was paralyzed. Qingshan screamed, Master Chu, look out! But Chu Ran didn't panic. He smiled. In his mind, he chanted, Taiji lightning blast. He shouted one word, destroy. A blinding green aura erupted, shielding him and shattering every attack. The light intensified, obliterating the binding spell instantly. The beasts were blown back, screaming, impossible! Below, Qingshan and Changfeng watched in awe as Chu Ran crushed the monsters with a mere snap of his fingers. The preceptor nearly bit his tongue. My art suppressed you. How are you moving? The restriction seal was still on Chu Ran's palm, but his eyes danced with amusement. You came from the Li sect, yet you only learned trashy evil arts. You want to drain my cultivation? Fine, take it. A massive surge of energy flooded straight into the preceptor through his own binding spell. He couldn't handle the overwhelming power, but to his horror, he couldn't break the connection. His body swelled, ready to burst. He begged desperately. It hurts. I'm ripping apart. Mercy. Master Chu, have mercy. Chu Ran stared coldly at the preceptor. Mercy? When you betrayed the sect and slaughtered your own brothers, did you show them any mercy? The preceptor froze, realization dawning on him. Wait, you are the Yama Immortal Venerable? Venerable, please, I was wrong. Chu Ran just snorted. Suddenly, the flow of energy stopped. The preceptor felt a spark of hope. It stopped. The Venerable spared me, but his yin demon body was fading fast. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. The energy inside him detonated. In an instant, the Imperial Preceptor was blown into a million pieces. The royal guards fled in panic like headless chickens. Chu Ran exhaled, relieved. From the moment you betrayed the sect, your fate was sealed. Xuangui. The boy answered immediately. Chu Ran simply ordered the little guy to clean up the battlefield, and the black tortoise happily agreed. A bright, peaceful light once again bathed the academy. Everyone rejoiced in the victory. Qingshan bowed respectfully on their behalf. Thank you, Immortal Venerable, for saving our lives. But Chu Ran turned to him with a serious expression. This victory is only temporary. Emperor Qin will not let this go. Qingshan was puzzled. Even the national teacher wasn't your match. What can Emperor Qin possibly do? Chu Ran forced him to face the hard truth. No, Emperor Qin has cultivated evil arts for years, combined with the heavenly treasures he stole from the Taiji and Li sects. I fear his power is now above mine. Terrified and anxious, Qingshan asked, Then what should we do? Chu Ran looked at him meaningfully. After this failure, he won't strike again immediately. I will enter seclusion for a while. He smiled faintly, thinking confidently. Emperor Qin, just wait until I return. That will be the day you die. In the magnificent imperial palace, the sky outside was clear and beautiful, but inside, a man was smashing objects in a fit of rage. Bastard! You killed my national teacher. You destroyed my elites. Chu ran. You deserve death. A gentle concubine stepped forward. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. The death of a national teacher is insignificant. Hasn't this served to test Chu Ran's true strength? The old man couldn't help but narrow his eyes in confusion. Beloved consort, what do you mean? The imperial concubine slinks forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Emperor Qin. You've already got one foot in the Dao Palace realm. Just a few more years to perfection. By then, won't toying with Chu Ran be entirely up to your whim? Something clicks in the old man's mind at her words. You're right. Looks like I need to speed things up. My beloved, would you be willing to help me? Before she can even nod, Emperor Qin unleashes the soul-devouring art, freezing her in place. After draining her dry, the old man bellows toward the door. Guards! Gather every maid in the palace. I need to cultivate. The servants outside scramble to obey. Emperor Qin throws his head back, laughing maniacally at the sky. So what if I can't beat him now? Once I step into the Dao Palace realm, forget one Chu Ran, even the 4 great empires will grovel at my feet. Cut to 2 years later. Inside the Spirit Qing secret hall, Chu Ran sits in meditation, repairing his body as spiritual energy floods into him. Chu Ran snaps his eyes open and chants the incantation. Mystic heavens and earth, root of 10,000 qi. Through endless kalpas, I prove my divine power. Moments later, he inspects his body's transformation with a satisfied grin. The Dao seed is formed, and the 5 minor divine powers are unlocked. He clenches his fist, relishing the power. The sensation of marrow cleansing after a breakthrough. It feels incredible. As Chu Ran steps out, 3 figures are already waiting. Disciples Wu Ming, Lin Fei Yan, and Liu Dao. We welcome Master from seclusion. In unison, they clasp their hands and drop to their knees. Pleased, Chu Ran asks, how did you all know I'd be coming out today? Fei Yan smiles proudly. We sensed your supreme spiritual power piercing the sky from miles away. Liu Dao chuckles. With that kind of aura, it could only be you, Master. Chu Ran nods, satisfied. Good. You've all improved significantly. Then, noticing the absence, he asks, where are Fang Xin and Qin Zheng? Fei Yan explains, Qin Zheng is cultivating at the weapon-severing sect and doesn't have our freedom. As for junior sister, she's a busy woman. You'll have to go invite her yourself. Cut to another location. Qin. Zheng exhales sharply. No need to argue. Just come at me all at once. Qin Ye raises an eyebrow, glaring at him with a cold snort. All at once? You think you can handle that? The second prince clenches his fists in arrogance. Do you have a death wish? Qin Zheng raises his sword, cutting the chatter. Enough talk. Make your move. Qin Ye's veins bulge with irritation. So cocky, huh? The second prince grinds his teeth. I'm done waiting. The 3 clash instantly, unleashing mystic yellow arts and void wind thunder strikes. Meanwhile, beneath a humble sign reading Wild Flower Sect, Chu Ran looks up, lost in thought. Wild Flower Sect. A sect founded by Fang Xin. The name certainly suits her wild nature. 2 guards block his path. Halt, this is a restricted sect area. What is your business here? Chu Ran frowns slightly, but explains calmly. I'm here to see Fang Xin. The guard snaps back furiously. Shut your mouth. How dare you call our sect master by her name? Chu Ran sighs. Just go tell her I'm here. Ask her to come out and see me. Seeing Chu Ran's attitude, the disciples flare their spiritual energy and charge. Oh ho, still acting tough? Grab him. We'll drag him before the sect master. Chu Ran shakes his head helplessly. Fang Xin's disciples are just as hot-headed as she is. He releases a wave of pressure, blasting them aside, and walks straight in, leaving them in the dust. However, the moment he steps through the gate, 3 more disciples block his path. They surround him, forming a Tai Chi circle beneath his feet. Trespassing without permission? You must have a death wish, one of them sneers. Prepare to be crushed by the Wildflower Freedom Formation. Chu Ran has no interest in fighting children. He simply steps out of their formation as if it isn't there. The mob wailed in despair. They couldn't hold him back for even a single second. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when Fang Xin's voice cut through the air. Chu Ran. She flew toward him, her face flushed red with pure excitement. "You've finally come out of seclusion." Fong Xin threw her arms around him in a tight hug. "The moment I got the news from my seniors, I wanted to rush over immediately. I never expected you'd actually come here yourself." Chu Ran looked at her with a proud smile. "Establishing your own sect in just 2 years? Not bad at all. You're doing better than your seniors." She scratched her head, laughing sheepishly. "Hee hee. I just wanted to see what it felt like to be a majestic sect master. That's all." Turning to the 3 disciples she'd just scolded, she snapped, "Hey, why aren't you bowing to my master yet?" The group instantly dropped to their knees, clasping their hands. "Grandmaster, please accept this bow from your humble grand disciples." Chu Ran face-palmed, sighing awkwardly as he told them to rise. He groaned internally. "Grandmaster? Great. I feel like I just aged a few hundred years in a single second." Suddenly remembering something, Fang Xin spoke up. "Oh, right." Senior brother Qin Zheng rushed back too. "He said he has something urgent to discuss with you." Chu Ran let out a surprised, "Oh?" But before he could say more, he sensed a familiar aura approaching. Fang Xin whipped her head around and grinned. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Qin Zheng stepped forward and knelt before Chu Ran. "Master, this disciple has arrived late. Please forgive me." Chu Ran helped him up, his tone casual. "Rise. What did you need to see me about?" Qin Zheng's face was filled with worry. It's Emperor Qin. Today, he suddenly sent out invitations for a banquet. He announced that he intends to select his successor during the feast. Feng Xin gasped, outraged. "What? That's way too sudden." Qin Zheng nodded in agreement with her, continuing his explanation. "He's summoned all the princes. I'm worried. This might be a trap." Chu Ran glanced at him with an amused smirk. "Of course it's a trap. And what's more, it's a trap set specifically for me." Qin Zheng started, alarmed. Then, should I refuse the invitation? Chu Ran gazed into the distance, narrowing his eyes. "No, you must go. The stage has already been set. How can the main characters be absent from the show?" 5 days later, inside the golden palace of the imperial court, Emperor Qin's voice boomed through the hall. "I have summoned you all here today to discuss the matter of succession." Sitting on the throne, he looked far more haggard than before. "Our Qinling Empire reveres martial strength. Therefore, the next emperor shall be decided by a martial arts tournament." Qin Yi stepped forward, clasping his hands. "Imperial Father, as the eldest son and brother, allow me to begin." He turned to Qin Zheng with a sneer. "I shall challenge fourth brother." Standing nearby, the second prince cursed silently. "Cunning snake. He's deliberately picking Qin Zheng because he thinks he's the weakest." Thinking this, he immediately interjected. "Big brother, wait. There's no need for you to dirty your hands with fourth brother. I alone am enough to handle him." Qin Zheng casually swung his sword, warming up his wrist. "Humph. These petty tricks are worthless before the techniques master taught me." He unleashed the first form of the Ice Thunder sword art. In an instant, both princes were lying flat on the ground. Qin Zheng stood over them, his aura towering to the heavens. "Do you still want to fight?" The officials and soldiers stared in shock. That aura. It's the peak Xiantian realm. Qin Ye clutched his chest, coughing up blood in disbelief. "Qin Zheng, where did you learn such sorcery?" The second prince couldn't even stand up as he gasped. I didn't even see his movements." Seeing they had no fight left in them, Qin Zheng turned his attention elsewhere. "Third prince, it seems it's just the 2 of us now. Will you fight me?" Qin Yan twirled his spear with a cold smile. "Fourth brother, you certainly are arrogant. Eldest and second brother have lived in luxury within the capital all their lives. They know nothing of real combat. Defeating them proves nothing. But I have spent years fighting on the battlefield. Today, only one of us leaves this hall alive." With that, he unleashed a massive surge of spiritual power. Qin Zheng gulped nervously. This pressure. He's already taken a half step into the Dao Seed realm. A spectral image of Chu Ran flickered into existence behind Qin Zheng, whispering encouragement. "I've infused 10% of my spiritual power into your sword. Strike without fear." Hearing this, Qin Zheng's confidence surged. Qin Yan's spear, engulfed in the crimson flames of the 9 heavens flame art, thrust straight toward him. The 9 heavens dragon roar surrounded him on all sides, cutting off any escape. Qin Zheng immediately chanted, "All laws are void. The sword heart reigns supreme." Spear and sword collided head-on fire against ice. The shockwave from their clash blasted through the entire Great Hall. The officials stumbled backward, gasping for air. The pressure is too intense. It's going to blow us all away. When the dust settled, everyone opened their eyes to see Qin Yan lying limp on the floor. The officials were terrified. That was the war god of the Qinling Empire, and he had been defeated by Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng stood tall in the center of the hall, looking up at the throne. Emperor Qin, I have won. The emperor let out a breath of pure contempt. Humph. To defeat all your older brothers, you do possess a sliver of ability. He curled his lip in a mocking sneer. But with the filthy blood of your mother running through your veins, you will never be worthy of the throne. I have long since decided. The third prince shall be the crown prince. Qin Zheng shook with rage. Didn't you say the winner would be decided by combat? How can you go back on your word? The emperor raised his chin arrogantly. I needed to teach you a lesson. No matter how hard you struggle, you will never escape my grasp. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. Hearing those cruel words, Qin Zheng trembled, his entire body shaking with pure, unadulterated fury. Suddenly, back in the imperial palace, the tension breaks as a black shadow materializes in the hall. Breaking your word. That is not the way of an emperor. The officials gasp in shock. It's the sect master of the 8 Desolates. They drop to their knees, bowing low. We welcome the sect master. Even Emperor Qin bows respectfully. I didn't know the sect master of the 8 Desolates was visiting. Please forgive my lack of preparation. He barks at his servants. Men, bring my throne here. Then, gesturing politely, he offers the seat. Please, sect master, take the seat of honor. The hooded figure, whose white beard peeks out from the shadows, speaks up. No need to sit. I came to inform Emperor Qin that the 8 Desolate sect has a new master. Emperor Qin bows again, confused but respectful. Oh? Then I must welcome the successor properly. The figure cuts him off. Skip the pleasantries. Seeing the emperor's submission, the real mastermind speaks. A familiar voice rings out. Emperor Qin. Long time no see. The emperor snaps his head up, stunned. That voice. Chu Ran pulls back his hood, smirking. What's the matter? Don't recognize me? Emperor Qin stumbles back in terror. Chu Ran? You are the sect master of the 8 Desolates? Chu Ran raises an eyebrow, stepping forward with swagger. That's right, and I've brought you a little gift. Behind him, Li Chu throws off his cloak. Chu Ran introduces him casually. Meet the survivor of the Tai Chi sect and the Li sect you spoke of. Emperor Qin stares in absolute shock. Standing right before the old man was the very person he'd yearned to destroy. The servants couldn't help but whisper, how dare he strut so brazenly before his majesty. This was a blatant slap in the emperor's face. Hearing every hushed whisper, Emperor Qin's hands trembled as he clenched them tight. Meanwhile, Chu Ran only dialed up the pressure. 1,000 years ago, the Li and Taiji sects were sold out by traitors, then wiped out by the Dongshu sect and the Qinling Empire. The traitorous imperial preceptor is already dead, and you're next on the list. Hearing the boy's grandiose declaration, Emperor Qin just let out a mocking sneer. You heard my days were numbered. So you came to force an abdication, didn't you? He clutched his face, laughing maniacally. Too bad. You miscalculated. Emperor Qin channeled every ounce of his internal energy into the 9-star soul return art, ready to fight a true battle to the death. Standing atop the high dice, the emperor roared, Chu Ran, I've already broken through to the peak of the Dao Seed realm. This trap was set specifically to lure you out. Chu Ran huffed coldly, finding the situation rather amusing as he drew his sword embryo. Instantly, a wall of blades erected themselves before him, awaiting his command. Emperor Qin's jaw dropped in terror. That's the sword seed left behind from the creation of heaven and earth. Impossible. Just who are you? The divine soul within Chu Ran shimmered. If you want to know, then open your dog eyes and take a good look. A familiar silhouette materialized right behind Chu Ran. Emperor Qin stood frozen, rooted to the spot. Yama Immortal Venerable, you're still alive? Chu Ran curled his lips in a mocking smirk. Realizing it now isn't too late. But Emperor Qin didn't flinch. Instead, his spiritual power exploded outward even further. Humph. So what if you're not dead? You dominated the immortal world back then. Sure, you had some skill. But now that my divine art has reached perfection, I might just be more than a match for you. Emperor Qin's pressure wave blasted across the hall, forcing Chu Ran to raise a hand to shield himself. The old man condensed a sphere of spiritual energy, dripping with killing intent. "Come on. Today, I send you all to hell." Chu Ran accepted the challenge with a look of intrigue. "I'm just afraid you don't have the guts to back that up." Chu Ran focused his energy, and a barrage of sword tips materialized behind him. The 1,000 swords, 1,000 edges. As if possessing minds of their own. Every blade locked onto a single target. They slammed down with catastrophic force, triggering an explosion that rocked the entire Great Hall. Before the dust could even settle, Emperor Qin's ghost spirit slash emerged in the shape of a screaming skull, rushing in for the kill. Qin Zheng screamed out in panic. "Chu Ran, look out!" The spirit sword in Chu Ran's hand instantly shifted trajectory. Powered by the unbreakable sword formation, Chu Ran leaped into the air, slashing down with a blade that had grown as massive as a saber. The Taiji heaven-breaking slash tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. Emperor Qin scoffed, erecting a barrier. "You overestimate yourself." As Chu Ran's sword struck the shield, it shattered into 2 pieces. Emperor Qin cackled with glee. "See that? That is the gap in our cultivation. You lose." But Chu Ran recovered instantly. "Lose? That word isn't in my dictionary." He channeled the myriad extreme 10,000 sword art, launching another direct assault. Sword after sword hammered against Emperor Qin's barrier, and in a heartbeat, the shield shattered into 100,000 fragments. But before he could catch his breath, Emperor Qin unleashed a pre-prepared counter, the 9 yin fierce claw art striking out with razor-sharp talons. Chu Ran nimbly sidestepped the attack, glancing at the claws with a smirk. "Now that move is interesting." Emperor Qin grinned greedily. "Chu Ran, just be a good boy and surrender. Even if you are the Yama Immortal Venerable, you can't defeat me." Chu Ran smiled faintly, raising his hand to gather spiritual energy. "Is that right? You haven't managed to touch me once this entire time. I really don't know where you get this confidence." The old man froze at those words, a question gnawing at his mind. "He's right. With my current power, I should have been able to kill him instantly. So, why does Chu Ran still look so completely relaxed?" Chu Ran looked at him with smug satisfaction. "What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve?" A stream of pure spiritual energy began to radiate from him. Chu Ran was done talking. "I've played with you long enough. It's time to send you on your way." He stomped his foot against the floor, sending shockwaves of energy in all directions. A massive, imposing gate materialized behind him. "Let me show you what true, heaven-shaking power looks like." Emperor Qin stared at it, and then, with dawning horror, he realized what it was. That's the gate of the Dao Palace. You're clearly not at the Dao Palace realm yet. How can you possibly use that technique? Chu Ran looked down on him with pity. "You couldn't even tell I was hiding my true strength this whole time? You really are an idiot." At Chu Ran's command, the Dao Palace gate creaked open. Blinding light poured out, forcing Emperor Qin to shield his eyes with his sleeve as he screamed in panic. "Get away from me! Get lost!" Chu Ran didn't hesitate for a second. "Emperor Qin, you've committed countless atrocities and slaughtered my brethren. Today is the day you pay for your sins." He unleashed the god-destroying slash, driving it straight toward the old tyrant with overwhelming force. Still reeling from the panic, Emperor Qin had zero chance to dodge or block. The attack struck home, piercing straight through his body. The officials gasped in shock. As hard as it was to believe, the truth was right before their eyes. Emperor Qin had been defeated and destroyed. Li Chu's eyes welled up with tears. "Sect Master, brothers, the Immortal Venerable has avenged you. Do you see this?" One by one, the officials began to drop to their knees. Su Xia, King of the North, Qian Changhai, King of the South, and the Forging Guild. "We pledge our absolute loyalty to Immortal Master Chu. We beg you, ascend the throne." Chu Ran smiled at them, shaking his head humbly. "I have no interest in power." He turned around, issuing his command. "Qin Zheng, you shall inherit the throne and rule over the Qin Empire." The young man bowed deeply. "Your disciple obeys." Chu Ran patted Qin Zheng on the chest, then signaled the officials with a sharp look. "Well, hurry up and pay respects to your new sovereign." The crowd below prostrated themselves, their voices booming in unison. "Hail, Your Majesty." But Qin Zheng suddenly felt a wave of panic. He whispered, "Master, can I really do this?" Chu Ran immediately encouraged him. "I believe you'll do just fine. Besides, you have me backing you up." Hearing that, his spirit instantly lifted. Filled with new confidence, he accepted his place on the throne. Meanwhile, by the Taiyi pool of the Dongshu sect, a young man stood behind a hooded elder, delivering the news. Elder, word is, the Qin Emperor is dead. The old man shot a meaningful glance at He Shan. Indeed, the empire changed hands in just a few days. Such methods are definitely not the work of an ordinary man. Spies report it was a remnant of the Taiji sect who killed the emperor. Back when we destroyed the Taiji and Li sects, we played a part too. If he's here for revenge, I fear we're next. He Shan gritted his teeth, his jaw clenching tight. If we destroyed them once, we can destroy them again. Do we know exactly who did it? The elder conjured an illusionary image. A man named Chu Ran. He Shan's anger mixed with shock as he stared at the figure. Him again? He Shan suddenly recalled his sister's blood-curdling scream from that day. He ground out the words, "This is the bastard who murdered my sister in the mortal realm?" The elder didn't answer, simply changing the subject. "The seal on the Taiji sect ruins is about to break. Have you heard?" He Shan nodded at the old man. "I've heard." Back then, to stop the Qin Emperor from seizing their treasures, the Taiji sect placed a 100-year seal on their sect. The elder sighed anxiously. "Correct. The 100-year deadline is approaching. Many factions are gearing up to raid the ruins for artifacts. That Chu Ran will certainly be there. Find an opportunity to kill him and avenge your sister." Veins bulged on He Shan's forehead. "Understood. If I see him, I'll tear him limb from limb." A few days later, in the main hall of the Qin Palace, Qin Zheng sat upright, seriously reviewing the memorials. Chu Ran strolled in, hands clasped behind his back, smiling. "So, how are you adjusting to life as the emperor?" Seeing him, Qin Zheng put down the scroll and beamed. "With the kings of the north and south assisting me, state affairs are progressing smoothly." Chu Ran nodded. "That is good to hear." Suddenly, Qin Zheng seemed to remember something. "Oh, right, master. I just received a report. Many sects are heading to the Taiji sect ruins to hunt for treasure. Aren't you going?" Chu Ran paused. "I recall there's a seal on that place. Outsiders can't get in." Qin Zheng shrugged with a sheepish smile. "That's true. But the seal's time limit is up. All the sects are planning to rush in and grab the secret treasures." Hearing this, Chu Ran face-palmed, thinking, careless. The protective formation I set up back then was only meant to last 100 years. I was so busy dealing with the Qin Emperor after returning to the immortal realm, I forgot to reinforce it. Seeing his distress, Qin Zheng looked at him blankly, asking if he was all right. Chu Ran just smiled and turned to leave. "I'm fine. You focus on being a good emperor. I need to make a trip to the Taiji sect myself." At the Taiji sect ruins, dark clouds swirled ominously. Hu Qing, a disciple of the Yan Luo Immortal Venerable, paced around Mount Taiji. He wondered if his junior sister's words were true. Earlier, Xia Ying had reported to him with absolute certainty, "Senior brother, I sensed the Immortal Venerable's aura in Flower City. If he's still alive, he will definitely return to the Taiji sect. I can't get away right now, so please, go check it out for me." Hu Qing smiled, full of anticipation. "If I can really find news of Master this time, then using up this strand of my divine sense won't be a waste." Suddenly, he spotted a familiar group. Leading them was He Shan. Hu Qing narrowed his eyes in thought. Dongshu sect? They must be here for the treasure too. He Shan noticed him and jerked his chin arrogantly. "Hey, is that the Taiji sect ruins up ahead?" Hu Qing put on a fake, simple smile. "I wouldn't know, sir. I'm just a villager passing through." Hearing that, He Shan turned away, muttering a curse. "Waste of my time." Hu Qing gritted his teeth, forcing down the boiling rage inside him. These bastards. They conspired against the Taiji sect back then, and now they dare show their faces here? If Master were here, he'd wipe them out. At that exact moment, a loud sneeze echoed through the Lingqing Academy. Chu Ran rubbed his itchy nose, wondering, is someone talking about me? Fang Xin, Liu Dao, and Wu Ming had gathered to see him off. "Chu Ran, I'm ready." Chu Ran nodded at the others. "Good. You three watch over things here. I'm leaving the academy in your hands until I return." The three of them responded in unison, bowing respectfully to see him off. Instructions given, Chu Ran placed his hand on Fang Xin's shoulder and began to chant, "Unimpeded flow, earth escape technique." In a flash, the two of them, along with a little pig, vanished into thin air. Moments later, they appeared at their destination. Fang Xin looked around, puzzled. Is this really the entrance to the Taiji ruins? It looks so gloomy. Chu Ran sighed with a hint of regret. It wasn't always like this. This used to be a land of spiritual beauty, overflowing with energy and treasures. Suddenly, as she scanned the area, Fang Xin spotted something. Look! A pair of legs was sticking out from behind a large rock. Huh? There's someone over there. Why aren't they moving? Are they dead? Hao Qing scratched his head, sitting up in annoyance. Not dead, not dead. Yours truly was just taking a little nap. He yawned widely, stretching his jaw. When Chu Ran saw the man's face clearly, he was startled. Little Cheng? Among the disciples under my command back then, Xia Haocheng ranked 9th. Although this is just a spiritual projection, he has reached the Tao seeding realm. Looks like this brat hasn't neglected his studies. After scratching his head and sizing them up, he started stretching his back. Once he finished his routine, he struck up a conversation. You guys came to the Taiji sect for treasure too? You'd better head back. It's extremely dangerous inside, you won't be able to handle it. Fang Xin shouted in frustration. I am the sect master of the Wildflower sect. Stop looking down on people. Hu Cheng leaned in closer. He looked her up and down. No way there's such a young sect master. What's your name? She replied that her name was Fang Xin, then pointed at Chu Ran. And this is my master. Hao Cheng assessed Chu Ran for a moment, then crossed his arms and forced a laugh. His cultivation isn't even as high as yours, yet he takes disciples? But the name Chu Ran sounds really familiar. Where have I heard it before? Seeing him look so clueless, Chu Ran thought to himself. It seems because I've suppressed my aura, this brat doesn't recognize me. Hao Cheng continued chatting aimlessly. My name is Xia Haocheng. Even though I'm just a spiritual projection, my cultivation is still above yours. If you want to get through the formation safely, stick close to me. With that, he turned to leave. Feng Xin looked at Chu Ran skeptically, seeking his opinion. Chu Ran, he looks like he has experience. Chu Ran had no choice but to pretend ignorance and agreed to follow Hao Cheng. On the way up the mountain, Feng Xin tried to make conversation. Brother Xiaoho, you've reached the Tao seeding realm at such a young age. You must have a great master, right? He glanced at her with a smug look. Of course. My master is the famous Yama Immortal Venerable. She asked doubtfully. Really? Hao Cheng laughed. Naturally. The Immortal Venerable was legendary back then. I stood out among thousands of disciples just to be accepted under his wing. Hearing this, Chu Ran felt a sense of comfort. I didn't expect that after so many years, he still remembers. Suddenly, Hao Cheng gritted his teeth, and then, my life became a living hell. Chu Ran's mouth twitched. He nearly collapsed in despair. Unaware, Hao Cheng continued his passionate rant. He used to throw us into a pit of 9th-rank beasts. He wouldn't let us out for a full day and night, claiming it was training. Fang Xin broke into a cold sweat. That's too brutal. Chu Ran gritted his teeth as he listened to every word of the man's whispering. He also force-fed us pills he concocted himself. Honestly, they were no different from poison. After listening for a while, Feng Xin asked, By the way, why didn't your master come to find the treasure with you? Hao Cheng choked up, then said heavily, He's dead. Seeing Hao Cheng's mood visibly drop, she panicked. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. He slumped slightly. It's fine. It's been many years. I've long since come to terms with it. Besides, I believe that even in the underworld, my master is living a very good life. Chu Ran nearly coughed up blood. He forced a smile, deciding to interpret it as a compliment. Meanwhile, at the center of the Taiji sect, groups of 3 to 5 sects were already standing guard. Fang Xin looked around curiously. It's so crowded. Who are they? Hao Cheng kindly introduced them to her. The one in green is Jing Xue, sect master of the Divine Dream sect. The demonic people behind that mountain are the East Void sect. And there's Xuan Feng, sect master of the Grand Void Gate. She listened but was still confused. I don't know why they're all gathering here. Hao Cheng sighed, bored, waiting for the Taiji sect's seal to fade. The time had come. The seal in the center of the Taiji formation appeared clearly. Glowing blue lines shimmered faintly on the stone tablet. They cheered continuously. The formation is broken. The 100-year seal is finally lifted. The disciples were buzzing with excitement. Great, let's go in. The treasures are all ours. They immediately flew straight into the teleportation formation. Hao Cheng suddenly became urgent, taking the lead. Let's go. We're going in too. The seal is lifted, but there are still traps inside the Taiji sect. Follow me and stay alert. Suddenly, Chu Ran turned his head back, sensing something. Fang Xin noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Ran lightly touched the wooden beams of the structure. "There's a surge of wood element spiritual energy to the southeast. Must be a top-tier spirit herb. Let's go check it out." Hao Cheng kindly warned Chu Ran to be careful when he saw him searching around. Fang Xin turned her head curiously. "Where did you say it was?" Chu Ran walked quickly, frowning. "Almost there. Just ahead." As they got closer, they saw another person approaching a herbaceous plant protected by a 3-layer barrier. "I can't believe this thing has an independent protective formation. Truly a heavenly treasure." Chu Ran suddenly realized it was a life-bound herb, and it was a plant he had grown with his own hands. Fang Xin couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is the half-life grass? Chu Ran stares intently at the plant, explaining, "That's a top-tier spirit herb of the immortal realm. Consuming it guarantees a breakthrough. 100-year-old stalk is already a masterpiece, but that one ahead? It's been growing for 500 years. The West Mountain Demon Mother, a nascent soul grand cultivator, spots them and barks a warning. That spirit herb belongs to me. You lot are too late." Chu Ran can't help but smirk mockingly. "Oh? I don't see your name carved on it." Furious, the old woman screams and points a trembling finger at him. "You moron! Can't you see the protective array? Unless I make a move, nobody is getting anywhere near it." Chu Ran scoffs, turning to ask Hu Qing, "Who's this old hag? She sure talks a big game." Hu Qing's face tightens with tension. "That's the West Mountain Demon Mother. She's been the most famous array master in the immortal realm for the last 200 years. Up ahead, the Demon Mother channels her spiritual energy, sneering at them. You brats just stand there and watch. Witness how this old master breaks the formation and claims the treasure." True to her word, she strikes the barrier with a palm blast. Boom! 2 of the 3 protective layers shatter instantly. Chu Ran rubs his chin, shouting a backhanded compliment. "Not bad. You actually have some skill. You managed to break 2 whole layers out of 3. The Demon Mother reaches out to touch the final barrier, trembling with excitement. "The final layer is a water element array. I just need to use earth magic to counter it." Suddenly, sharp spirit swords materialize from within the final barrier, shooting out like a volley of arrows. The Demon Mother tries to jump back in shock, but her old body isn't fast enough. Thwack! She takes several swords right in the rear end. She collapses to the ground, stunned and in disbelief. How is this possible? Why is there metal energy hidden inside a water array? Seeing the Demon Mother preparing to try again, Chu Ran laughs mockingly. "Hey Grandma, this is the Taiji sect. Don't embarrass yourself with that low-level array experience of yours." Humiliated after boasting and failing, she turns her rage on him, issuing a challenge. "Cut the crap. If you're so capable, you go get it." Chu Ran shrugs, looking completely unbothered. "Fine by me. I'll take it. Who's afraid of a little weed?" Ho Ching rushes forward in a panic. "Hey, don't be reckless. Didn't you see the power of that formation just now?" Chu Ran strides toward the barrier, tossing a reassurance back. "It's fine." Hu Qing turns to Fang Xin, asking frantically, "Aren't you going to stop him? You're just going to watch him throw his life away?" Hugging her piglet, Zhu Baji, she smiles confidently. "Relax, that guy will be just fine." Chu Ran steps up and touches the barrier, muttering to himself, "I never expected the thing I accidentally planted all those years ago to merge perfectly with the formation here." The West Mountain Demon Mother sneers, waiting for him to be blasted away just like she was. "Arrogant brat. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's see how you die." But a split second later, Chu Ran dismantles the array, and the barrier shatters instantly. Holding the half-life herb in his hand, Chu Ran glances sideways at her. "Well, didn't I say I'd get it?" The Demon Mother's eyes bulge in shock. "Impossible. Even I couldn't solve the final layer. What kind of dirty trick did you use?" Chu Ran ruthlessly corrects her, shaking his head. "If you're a noob, go practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play the game." The Demon Mother extends her hand, her voice cold. "Cut the nonsense. Hand over the half-life herb. Otherwise, don't dream of leaving here alive." Chu Ran laughs as if he just heard a joke, casually tucking the herb into his pocket. "You want it? Come and take it with your own skill." The Demon Mother grinds her teeth in fury. "Fine. If you have a death wish, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Her silver hair explodes outward with the 3,000 silver strands technique, spiritual energy surging like a tide. She screams, "Strangle," and her hair splits into countless tendrils, rushing to entrap Chu Ran. He smiles with absolute confidence. If we were outside, you might actually last 2 moves against me. But, unfortunately, the Taiji sect is my turf. As he speaks, a massive Taiji symbol manifests behind his back. The expanding Taiji energy fuses with the surrounding wood spirit, creating a wood element combo attack. Thorny vines infused with Taiji power shoot straight up, piercing through the mass of hair. In an instant, those writhing locks of hair are obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Hu Qing's jaw drops, speechless with shock. Isn't that the secret technique Master created years ago? The demon mother maintains a calm, sinister chuckle. I plan to give you a quick death, but since you insist on struggling, I'll let you taste my 100 demon array. The grass beneath her feet withers instantly, as her dark energy sweeps across the ground. She cackles menacingly. Have your essence sucked dry and die. Chu Ran covers his mouth, yawning with exaggerated boredom. Is this supposed to tickle? How boring. Suddenly, Chu Ran's figure vanishes into thin air. The demon mother frantically looks around. Where did you go? Chu Ran instantly materializes behind her, teasing, right here. Terrified, the demon mother whips her head around, stammering, wait. But with a single finger tap, a surge of Taiji energy shatters her soul into pieces. Having dealt with the demon mother, Chu Ran cheerfully looks back and calls out, all done, let's get moving. Fang Xin jumps up and down in delight. As expected of you, that was amazing. But Hu Qing frowns, stepping closer. Wait a minute. Who are you? Chu Ran feigns confusion. I'm Chu Ran. Has Brother Hu forgotten me so quickly? Hu Qing's expression remains deadly serious as he interrogates him. That wood element combo attack. My master, Immortal Venerable Yama, created that technique himself. Only his direct disciples know it. So how do you know how to use it? Chu Ran thinks to himself, this kid is sharper than I thought. He actually spotted it. He sighs internally. Forget it. If he knows, there's no point in hiding it anymore. No sooner thought than done. Chu Ran unleashes his soul and hidden spiritual energy. The light is so blinding, Fang Xin has to shield her eyes. Whoa, Chu Ran, what are you doing all of a sudden? While she panics, Hu Qing freezes. He recognizes that aura. His eyes fill with pure ecstasy. It's really him. Chu Ran puts his hands on his hips, smiling helplessly. Little Cheng, it's been a long time. Master! Ho Cheng throws his arms up and runs toward him like a toddler. He bear hugs Chu Ran, wailing uncontrollably. You're really alive. I finally found you. Fang Xin watches, completely lost. What? Chu Ran is your master? Hu Cheng wipes away his tears of joy. That's right. Years ago, I was sent to Distant Mountain for closed-door cultivation. The moment I came out, I heard Master had died, and the sect was destroyed. Junior sister Xia Ying said she sensed Master's aura, so I came running. I also planned to slaughter those Dongshu sect bastards while I was at it. Chu Ran smiles, comforting him. I'm back now. Don't act rashly. Listen to my command. Ho Cheng grips his hand, refusing to let go. Yes. I'll go tell junior sister Xia Ying immediately. Chu Ran's expression suddenly hardens. Wait. Do not reveal my return to anyone yet. We must wait for the right moment. Ho Cheng nods, understanding immediately. Disciple understands. The Yama Immortal Venerable always has a deeper plan. Fang Xin, who has been listening in shock, clutches her head and screams. Chu Ran, you're actually the legendary Yama Immortal Venerable? This is too much information. Just how many secrets are you hiding from me? Suddenly, a chill runs down her spine. Is that a ghost ship? Hovering above them is an ancient vessel, dripping with resentment. Chu Ran frowns. No, that is the Taiji sect's astral warship from the old days. Hu Cheng stares up in disbelief. The invincible warship that once conquered everything is now a wreck. The three of them quickly fly up to the deck. As they land, Fang Xin shudders. The aura of death here is suffocating. Ho Cheng covers his nose. Countless corpses. The resentment is concentrated. Someone deliberately gathered this death energy to prevent the spirits from reincarnating. Suddenly, they spot a floating figure at the bow. A woman clutching a pipa, weeping softly. Let me go, she sobs. Chu Ran frowns with pity. An earthbound spirit. Judging by her robes, she was from the Taiji sect's music hall. She turns to them, startled. You can see me? Her beauty instantly vanishes, replaced by a twisted, horrifying visage. Fang Xin screams in terror as the ghost's chilling laughter echoes around them. Ho Cheng gulps, warning Chu Ran to be careful. But Chu Ran stands fearless, channeling pure spiritual energy to purify her. You've suffered for so many years. As the ghostly figure fades away, Chu Ran whispers, "Rest in peace now." Immediately after, a desperate cry for help rings out. Fang Xin screams again. "Wah! Another ghost?" Chu Ran laughs. "That's not a ghost, it's a living person." He steps forward and reaches out to the girl. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The girl collapses, weak and trembling. "I'm Qing Yue, a disciple of the Duanqi sect. My seniors said there was treasure on this ship, so we came to look. But spirits attacked us. They ran away and left me behind to die." Fang Xin fumes. "That's outrageous. How could they abandon their own junior sister?" The eerie wails of vengeful spirits echo around them again. Qing Yue curls into a ball, shaking in terror. "They're coming back. We're going to die." Fang Xin looks to Chu Ran for help. He waves his hand. "Take Qing Yue and get off the ship first." She hesitates to leave Chu Ran alone, but Hu Cheng, carrying Qing Yue, speaks up. "Don't worry. We'll only get in Master's way if we stay." The three of them quickly jump off the ghost ship. Waves of blinding golden light erupt from the deck. The dark spirits are instantly dispersed into warm, golden energy. Fang Xin looks back at the glowing halo in awe. Moments later, Chu Ran flies down to join them. "Let's go. I've helped them cross over." He turns to Qing Yue. "Tell your sect members to leave the Taiji secret realm immediately." Chu Ran frowns. "This is not a place for you." Qing Yue, still shaken and confused, just nods obediently. She bows quickly. "Thank you for saving my life, benefactor. I'll take my leave." She hurries away, and Chu Ran waves goodbye. Chu Ran turns the other way, eyes filled with determination. He heads deeper inside to see just how many vultures are eyeing the Taiji sect's remains. There are only a few paths up the mountain. Finding her sect won't be difficult. Mei Lan, a disciple of the Duanqi sect, sneers in surprise. Well, you actually made it out alive?" Behind her, Ju Qin laughs contemptuously. "With your trash cultivation? Your ancestors must be watching over you for you to survive that." Qing Yue clenches her fists timidly. "A hero saved me. He even purified the spirits on the ship." Hearing this, the others immediately step forward, demanding to know if he found any treasure. Qing Yue swears her benefactor took nothing, but Ju Qin refuses to believe it. She turns to Mei Lan with a greedy glint in her eyes. "Senior sister, we left in a panic and didn't check for loot. We should go back and take a look." Qing Yue tried to stop them. "No, our benefactor told us to leave immediately." Qin scoffed arrogantly. "Who is he to boss us around?" The two women ignored the warning and flew off. Mei Lan's eyes gleamed with greed. "He definitely has a treasure on him. Let's go find him." Meanwhile, Chu Ran's group strolled along. Fang Xin asked curiously, "Chu Ran, tell us about your past glory." He just shrugged it off. A true hero doesn't brag about the old days. Suddenly, three figures in familiar uniforms swooped down. "Benefactor, please hold on." Mei Lan approached with a smile. "I am Mei Lan, inner disciple of the weapon-severing sect. Thank you for saving my junior sister." Chu Ran gave her a cold look. "She already thanked me. What do you want? Spit it out." Qin didn't waste a second, her greed spilling over. "You took something from that ghost ship, didn't you? It's covered in death energy. It'll kill you. Hand it over to us for safekeeping." Chu Ran saw right through them and laughed. "Thieves trying to sound noble? You people are shameless." Qin shook with rage at the insult. Her shameless attitude only annoyed him further. He didn't hold back. "You used your own junior sister as bait and left her on that ship to die, didn't you?" Qin froze, her guilt exposed, her arrogance deflating. "The weapon-severing sect's business is none of your concern." She flared her spiritual energy, trying to regain control. "Hand over the treasure now, or I kill you and take it myself. Life or death, make your choice." Chu Ran found the whole thing hilarious. He spread his arms, mocking her. "I choose neither. You want it? Come and get it." Provoked, Qin lost it and lunged at him with a fist. Chu Ran didn't even try. He just flicked his hand, like swatting a fly. "Get lost." Qin didn't get to say another word before she was face-planted in the dirt. Mei Lan screamed, "Junior sister!" Seeing Qin sent flying, she panicked, ready to bolt. "No way! She's in the Dao Seed realm. How did he slap her away like that?" Kuchin struggled to her feet from the cracked pavement. You dare hit me? Her cheek was swollen huge. She ground her teeth. I am a first-rank disciple of the weapon, severing sect. I won't let a rat like you humiliate me. She summoned her weapon, the heavenly hook heavy hammer, and leaped into the air to crush him. But honestly, she looked like a clown. Chu Ran just waved his hand again. Bam! Kuchin hit the dirt. Again. Her miserable screams made Mei-lan shake like a leaf. Terrified, Mei-lan turned and ran for her life, silently praying Chu Ran wouldn't kill her too. Chu Ran smirked. Look at that, she abandoned you again. Behind him, Qing Yue was on the verge of tears. Fang Xin ran over to comfort her. Forget those heartless witches. Come with us. My master will make sure you get out of here safely. Qing Yue looked up, timid and hopeful. Really? Thank you. Meanwhile, Mei-lan made it back to the sect's camp, screaming for the elder. She put on a fake crying act. Elder, help! There's a lunatic up ahead trying to kill senior sister Kuokin. The white-haired elder was shocked. What? How dare he? Take me to him! Nearby, Hu Qing yawned and scratched his head. Master, looks like we've got trouble knocking again. The weapon-severing sect mob followed the elder. Mei-lan pointed a shaking finger at Chu Ran. That's him, elder. That's the guy. Without asking a single question, the elder believed her lies and roared at Chu Ran. You brat! You dare kill a disciple of my sect? Qing Yue rushed forward to clear the air. No, elder! Please, listen to me. Terrified her secret would be out, Mei-lan cut her off screaming, Shut your mouth, you traitor. Seeing this, Chu Ran didn't wait for Qing Yue. He owned it immediately. That's right. I killed her. Because she deserved to die. The white-haired elder erupted, a blinding red aura cloaking his body. I don't care which sect you're from. Since you confessed, I'll take your life right here to avenge my disciple. Blazing red energy surged forward, but suddenly, a figure materialized between them, erecting a barrier to block the blow. The elder's jaw dropped in dismay. Sect Master, why are you here? Qing Feng glared at the old man. If I'd arrived 1 second later, you would have caused a catastrophe. After scolding him, he turned and bowed deeply to Chu Ran. Sect Master of the Artifact Sect, Xu Qing Feng, pays his respects to Immortal Chu. Chu Ran blinked, surprised. He recognizes me? Qing Feng bowed even lower. Deacon Jiazi Shi of my sect once had the honor of meeting you. I've heard of your deeds and have long wished to pay my respects in person. The elder pointed a trembling finger, completely flabbergasted. Sect Master, surely you're mistaken? This guy just murdered our disciple. He's nothing but a raving lunatic. Qing Feng snapped, cutting him off. Shut your mouth. He is an old acquaintance of Ancestor Ling Tong, the master of the Heavenly Thunder Sword, and a distinguished guest of our sect. The elder began to shake uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking through his robes. The disciples erupted in whispers. That legendary weapon came from him? When the sect master found out about the Heavenly Thunder Sword, he was so hyped he didn't sleep for 3 days. Qing Feng clasped his hands, looking awkward as he apologized. Immortal Chu, we offended you first. Once we leave the Taiji secret realm, we will definitely come to make proper amends. Chu Ran waited for him to finish, then asked calmly, That's for later. Right now, you have a disciple who harmed her own kin, leaving her junior sister on a ghost ship to die. How do you intend to handle that? The sect master jolted, disbelief written on his face. What? Such a thing happened? He turned, glaring furiously at his disciples. Who did it? Step forward, now. The disciples instantly scrambled aside, leaving Mei-lan standing all alone. She trembled, stuttering. I didn't mean to. Her face was twisted in terror. Sect Master, spare me, I promise, never again. But Qing Feng struck in a flash. She only had time to let out one agonizing scream before collapsing dead. He sighed, helpless. To have such a disciple is a misfortune for the sect. He then led the entire artifact sect to kneel before Chu Ran. Immortal Chu, I have executed the traitor. I hope you can overlook our offense. Chu Ran waved his hand casually. Since you've cleaned up your own house, I won't pursue the matter any further. Qing Feng bowed his head low in gratitude. Ahead lies the Taiji main peak. Please, allow us to escort you up. Chu Ran agreed without a second thought. Behind him, Fang Xin's eyes lit up. She knew her master was powerful, but seeing the artifact sect bow down, that was just god tier. Hu Cheng was on the verge of tears of joy. This, this is the respect Master deserves. Meanwhile, elsewhere, footsteps crunched along a path. A follower spoke up. Sect Master, the Taiji main hall is just ahead. The grassy path was lined with skulls, yet they walked past them as if they were nothing. The man addressed as Sect Master spoke. The Taiji hall holds many treasures. This trip won't be a waste. Moments later, 5 or 6 different groups had gathered in front of the Taiji main hall. A woman holding a jade flute scoffed. Sect Master Xuanfeng, you're late. Xuanfeng forced a fake smile, ran into some fog, lost a bit of time. Hishan sneered at them. You idiots! Instead of hunting for treasure while the crowd is thin, you're standing around chatting? The demonic cultivators behind him looked confused. Elder, this place is just a pile of bones. We don't see any treasure. Hishan curled his lip in disdain. Nonsense. Do you think top-tier artifacts would just be lying around here? The real treasure of the Taiji sect is right there. He pointed toward the main hall, a confident, arrogant smirk on his face as he barked an order. Get in there, now! The demonic disciples shouted. Yes, and charged. On the other side, the Taishu sect elders also ordered their disciples to rush forward. But just as they were about to set foot on the stairs, a voice stopped them cold. Halt! A massive barrier of golden energy erupted. The disciples were blasted off the stairs, screaming as they flew backward. A figure walked slowly out of the shadows. If you want to enter this hall, you'll have to get past me first. Chu Ran and the artifact sect disciples were blocking the entrance. As the dust settled, Xuanfeng frowned, staring in disbelief. The artifact sect? Xu Qingfeng, you intend to hoard all the treasure for yourself? Qingfeng looked down at him from the stairs, completely unfazed. Immortal Chu's will is the will of the artifact sect. Whatever he says, goes. Xuanfeng gritted his teeth. And just where the hell did this immortal Chu crawl out from? Jing Xue cradled her jade flute, mocking him. You rushed in to snatch the treasure without waiting for anyone else. No wonder people are pissed. Up on the stairs, Chu Ran didn't even spare them a glance. He simply raised his hand and uttered a single word. Seal. Instantly, the entire mountain was encased in a transparent barrier. The disciples, clutching their instruments, looked around in panic. What is he doing? Another disciple shouted. Chu Ran is definitely up to no good. Over on the side, seeing his target arrive, Hishan's lips curled into a vicious, sinister smirk, thinking to himself, Chu Ran, I didn't even have to hunt for you. Yet here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep. Putting on a mask of righteousness, he immediately stirred up the crowd. This guy plans to hog all the treasures for himself. Everyone, capture him now. The disciples from every sect roared in unison, charging straight at Chu Ran like a tidal wave. On the other side, Xuanfeng barked orders to his own men to join the fray. Take him down first. We'll deal with the rest later. Chu Ran gritted his teeth, his patience snapping as he spun around. All of you bastards, get the hell out of my way. His voice boomed with such overwhelming power that the charging mob froze in their tracks. In an instant, a massive barrier expanded outward, blasting everyone backward with irresistible force. Hishan grabbed an unconscious disciple to use as a meat shield, gritting his teeth. Pure spiritual energy infused with the power of heaven and earth. If I hadn't dodged, I'd be injured too. Having served his purpose, he callously tossed the disciple aside like trash. Hishan fumed with rage. This guy was far harder to deal with than he had anticipated. Chu Ran strode forward aggressively, a terrifying torrent of spiritual energy swirling around him. Out of my way. Ho Ching sensed the shift in atmosphere and hurried to catch up. Master, what are you trying to do? Standing at the palace entrance, Chu Ran's fury peaked. A bunch of ants daring to trespass in the Taiji sect and steal my Taiji treasures? He flared his spiritual power even harder, a massive Taiji diagram manifesting beneath his feet. The immortal soul returns. As Chu Ran chanted an ancient incantation, countless drifting spirits began to emerge, hovering ominously around the terrified disciples. Panic spread like wildfire. What is happening? Are these the vengeful spirits of the Taiji sect? Hishan quickly tried to steady morale. Everyone, don't be scared. It's just a cheap demonic trick to manipulate wandering ghosts. Jing Xue immediately stepped in to clarify, scoffing that they were nothing more than walking corpses and telling everyone to wipe their eyes and look closer. Only Chu Ran remained moved, standing with his head held high in absolute confidence. "Gentlemen, today, we go to war once more." With those words, he clasps his hands together, activating the soul restoration seal. The drifting, hazy spirits begin to sharpen, coalescing from mist into solid forms. Suddenly, the glorious, righteous figures of the Taiji sect disciples stand there, fully restored and radiating power. Seeing the ghosts of the Taiji sect return, the enemy disciples nearly wet themselves in terror, but they have no choice. Gritting their teeth, they rush in to engage the undead army. Fang Xin stands before Hu Cheng, her jaw practically on the floor. Did Chu Ran really do all this? She turns to Ho Cheng, confused. "I've heard of techniques that manipulate corpses for a short time, but these guys, they look like they have actual souls." Ho Cheng observes for a moment, then nods with certainty. "This is the grand yin-yang soul separation art. The celestial venerable is burning his own lifespan to force their spirits back into unity. Meanwhile, He-shan is having a hell of a time, barely deflecting the relentless attacks from the Taiji disciples. He curses internally. This is bad. These damn ghosts kept their cultivation level from when they were alive. They aren't strong individually, but there's too many of them. How long do I have to keep this up?" Desperate, He-shan spots Chu Ran standing all by himself in the distance. He figures the kid must have wasted more than half his energy controlling this undead army. That makes him a sitting duck, a perfect opportunity to strike. Action time. He-shan explodes his spiritual energy outward. Kill the master, break the spell. He charges with overflowing confidence, roaring, "Chu Ran, hand over your life." He unleashes the Blood Tide's fist, a wave of raw power crashing straight toward Chu Ran. Chu Ran doesn't even flinch. He casually conjures the Taiji Void Formation, erecting a shield. The Blood Tide's fist smashes against it and is completely blocked. He-shan grinds his teeth in rage. Damn it. How does he still have enough energy to block my ultimate move? Chu Ran offers a cold, amused smile. "You Dongshu sect dogs. I didn't even go looking for you. Yet here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep." Below the platform, Fang Xin asks nervously if they should help. Hu Cheng just gives a faint, knowing smile. "Relax. The power of Taiji encompasses the universe. Besides, we are on Taiji's sect grounds. Forget one. He-shan, even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to scratch Chu Ran." He-shan is frothing at the mouth now. "Chu Ran, don't get too cocky." He channels his power, spawning over a dozen life and death vine seals. But Chu Ran isn't backing down an inch. With a hand seal, he summons the Heavenly Thunder Sword Array. Blades of pure energy rain down from the blue sky, slashing through the vines and severing their roots in a deafening series of explosions. He-shan huffs coldly. "Fine then." He begins forming a blood seal. Great Void Demon Avatar. Instantly, 2 jagged horns erupt from his head, his muscles swelling until his shirt shreds apart. The onlookers watch the transformation in horror. He-shan has borrowed the power of a demon god to supercharge his body. Everyone thinks Chu Ran is dead meat. Even Xuanfeng looks tense. He actually forced out the demon avatar. Looks like He-shan won't stop until one of them is dead. Should we step in? Jing Shui watches the fight, unmoved. What's the rush? Let them tear each other apart until both are crippled. Then we swoop in and take everything. Meanwhile, Chu Ran keeps taunting the beast. Trash is still trash, no matter how big you grow. This cheap parlor trick isn't even worth watching. Even in his monstrous form, He-shan has a short fuse. One insult, and he snaps, releasing a cloud of toxic gas. The disciples below scream, "The mist is poisonous. Run!" Those too slow to escape collapse, dragging themselves along the ground as their skin burns. Screams for help fill the air. Chu Ran ignores the toxic fog swirling around him. In fact, he lets out a small sound of genuine surprise. "Oh?" He-shan laughs maniacally, flexing his massive claws. "See my power now?" He swings a gigantic demonic palm down at Chu Ran, like he's swatting a fly. The massive hand crashes down right where Chu Ran was standing. Fang Xin shrieks in terror. But Ho Cheng stays cool. "Calm down, look there." Beneath that colossal palm, Chu Ran is holding the entire weight up, with one hand. He scoffs, "Is that all the strength you have?" Fang Xin's eyes light up, her heart pounding with relief. "He's alive!" Universe one finger. An invisible shockwave blasts outward, powerful enough to repel the demonic energy. Boom! An explosion erupts directly under He-shan's palm. He screams as red blood sprays violently into the air. He howls, clutching his hand which has been split wide open. Chu Ran levitates up to face him eye to level eye. Time to wrap this up. He condenses spiritual energy into his hand, the cloud-breaking sword core, and hurls the concentrated blade straight at He-Shan. The energy blade slams into the back of He-Shan's neck. He lets out a guttural, beastly roar of agony. The demon avatar flickers and vanishes, reverting him to human form as he plummets from the sky. Thud. He hits the ground hard, eyes wide, unable to believe what just happened. What kind of technique was that? Chu Ran flicks his wrist dismissively. The technique doesn't matter. What matters is who is using it. He-Shan struggles to his feet, swaying. You think you've beaten me with just that? He flares every last drop of his spiritual energy. Chu Ran, I'll drag you to hell with me. Burning his own body for a speed boost, he launches himself like a missile. Chu Ran sneers, snatching a sword from a fallen disciple. Just the desperate flailing of a dying dog, the blade, swirling with spirit power, thrusts straight forward. He-Shan's momentum carries him right into its path. Unable to dodge, the sword pierces straight through his chest at the very last second. Watching his own body slowly disintegrate, He-Shan's face turns ashen, a look of utter, disbelief-filled despair etched onto his features. This can't be. Chu Ran keeps his blade raised high. I'll use your blood to sacrifice to the spirits of my Taiji sect first. As for the rest, I'll deal with them one by one. The disciples below are terrified, faces pale with fear. The great elder of the Dongshu sect, killed in a single strike. How are we supposed to beat a monster like that? They clench their fists nervously, bowing low. Your techniques are supreme. The Lingyan sect admits defeat. We will no longer compete for the treasure. Farewell. As the other disciples retreat in droves, Xuanfeng watches the crowd thin out and asks, Elder Jing Shui, what is your plan? She shoots him a side glance. He may have gotten lucky and beaten He-Shan, but he surely suffered internal injuries. We stay. We wait for our chance. Up above, Chu Ran spreads his arms wide and shouts, Brothers and sisters of the Taiji sect, I, Chu Ran, promise to avenge our sect. You may all finally rest in peace. The group of spirits bow in unison to pay their respects. Xuanfeng and Jing Shui laugh with wicked delight. Excellent. He's dismissing the spirits. His spiritual power must be running dry. She smirks viciously, planning to strike while Chu Ran is at his weakest. Without hesitation, Jing Shui charges forward, barking orders. I'll feign a frontal attack. You circle around the back. She summons a zither, channeling her energy for a show of force. Chu Ran clicks his tongue in disgust. The true martial demonic zither, fueled by human souls. Judging by its aura, you've fed it over 10,000 souls, haven't you? Jing Shui cackles, impressed. You have a sharp eye. Exactly right. 9,999. And you will be number 10,000. She quickly sends a telepathic message to Xuanfeng, who is sneaking up behind Chu Ran. Now, strike. He leaps forward, unleashing the mountain-suppressing tyrant art to ambush from the rear. Hu Qing screams out in panic. Master, look out! But Chu Ran just calmly smiles, a mysterious glint in his eyes. With just 2 fingers thrust backward, he blocks Xuanfeng's attack effortlessly and instantly obliterates him into dust. Chu Ran scoffs. You overestimate yourself. On the other side, Jing Shui realizes she's past the point of no return. She unleashes her ultimate move, the Wandering Dragon Slash. Chu Ran skillfully uses the Yin-Yang Devour, easily absorbing the attack. She screams, her voice filled with shock and terror. In that split second of distraction, Chu Ran appears behind her. He whispers a soft farewell. Join him in oblivion. Before she can even beg for mercy, the ruthless strike turns her into a pile of ash. Fang Xin clutches her chest, bewildered. Since when? Since when did Chu Ran become this powerful? Ho Qing, however, is buzzing with excitement. The closer we get to the Taiji sect, the stronger Master's Taiji energy becomes. In this place, no one can defeat him. Qing Feng and his group bow low before him. Congratulations, Immortal Chu, on destroying those evil cultivators. Please, enter the hall. We will stand guard outside and ensure no one disturbs you. Seeing this, Chu Ran turns to Fang Xin and Hu Qing. Good, let's go. The name plaque remains unchanged. The 3 of them step into the main hall, which is blanketed in a thick layer of dust. Seeing gold, silver, and jewels scattered across the tables, along with precious jades that still gleam, Fang Xin gasps. Look at all these treasures. She looks around, eyes wide. These are all high-grade artifacts. No wonder the outsiders were fighting tooth and nail for this place. Chu Ran, however, walks silently toward the dried skeletons in the center. This is the sect master and the elders. Hu Qing stands beside Chu Ran, clasping his hands in sorrow. Master, back then, I only learned of the sect's fate after I came out of seclusion. I rushed back, but I was too late to help. Please, punish me. Chu Ran turns and pats his shoulder gently. You did well enough. Suddenly, one of the skeletons begins to emit a golden glow, startling Chu Ran. He frowns. Why are the sect master's bones glowing? Chu Ran quickly extends his hand, his own aura resonating with the spiritual energy radiating from the bones. Blue rings manifest, revealing a remnant soul in the form of a newborn infant. Chu Ran stares in disbelief. A nascent soul? He rubs his chin, deep in thought. No, that's not right. The sect master was a fifth-stage nascent soul cultivator. Why are there only 4 shattered fragments of his soul remaining? Hu Qing suddenly remembers something and speaks up. Master, rumors said that after you died, your inheritance was passed to the sect master. Could it be? Chu Ran's eyes flash with anger. You mean someone tortured him to get my inheritance? They shattered his cultivation just to find it? Those filthy animals. He clenches his fists so hard they tremble with rage. Suddenly, a voice echoes from a communication orb connected to the outside. Immortal Chu, I sense violent fluctuations in the spirit vein. The main hall won't hold much longer. You need to get out of there now. Chu Ran frowns and immediately orders Hu Qing and Fang Xin. You two, leave first. They nod and rush toward the exit. Once he is alone, he activates the Taiji formation. Fellow disciples, please, rest in peace. I promise, no one will ever disturb your slumber again. In an instant, the entire Taiji sect ruins sink deep into the earth, sending a massive cloud of dust billowing into the sky. Fang Xin clutched her head, totally lost. What on earth did Chu Ran do to sink the entire palace underwater? Meanwhile, he just strolled out of there, looking completely unbothered. Work here is done, let's move. Chu Ran stops in front of them. Little Cheng, time for you to head back too. Hu Cheng steps forward eagerly. Understood. I'll have my spiritual clone return immediately and update everyone on your status. But Chu Ran smiles and blocks him. No rush on that. Ho Cheng sighs, completely confused. Huh? Why? The brothers and sisters have been waiting ages for you. Chu Ran suddenly grabs his head. Master has his own plans. I'll leak the news when the time is right. Realizing his fate, Hu Cheng screams, wait, hold on. But his spiritual form instantly shatters into nothingness. Fang Xin watches with goosebumps rising on her neck. Did you just murder your own disciple? Chu Ran turns to explain, exasperated. It was just a spiritual clone, don't be dramatic. Far away in a valley sect, the real Hu Cheng holds a go piece, hesitating. His opponent urges him, your turn, hurry up. Suddenly, he grunts in pain. Ugh, as if struck by something invisible. The opponent raises an eyebrow. What's wrong? Ho Cheng looks grave. My clone at the Taiji sect, destroyed. Even its memories were wiped clean. But then he calmly places his piece. Whatever. Happens all the time. My clone probably offended some big shot. Cut to a barren wasteland with zero shade. Qing Feng asks nervously from behind. Immortal Chu, are we heading back to the imperial capital now? Chu Ran closes his eyes, sighing. We want to leave, but someone doesn't want to let us. Qing Feng looks confused. What do you mean? Just then, a massive dark shadow looms over the clouds. A squad descends from the mist. You're the ones who killed He Shan. The Duanqi disciples and Qing Feng are shocked it's the Dongshu sect here to interrogate them. Qing Feng argues, explaining dangerous realms always leads to casualties. If you didn't want him to die, you shouldn't have sent him in. The old man roars in disbelief. My Dongshu sect was wiped out, yet you all survived unharmed? This is clearly a conspiracy. His voice carries a crushing pressure, forcing the Duanqi disciples to stumble. Qing Feng tenses up. Everyone, defensive formation. Watch out. Chu Ran finally steps up. Hey, I killed He Shan. Don't blame the wrong guys. The old man snaps his head toward him. Doesn't matter. None of you are leaving alive. He summons boulders the size of meteors and launches a heavenly strike straight at Chu Ran. Chu Ran deflects the attack with a single hand. The old man gasps, shocked that his claw strike was blocked so easily. Chu Ran smirks. A mere Dao seed stage cultivator dares to act this arrogant? Chu Ran leaps into the air, launching a counterattack. The old man can't handle the direct hit and gets blasted back, screaming in agony. The old man grits his teeth, furious. Not good. I underestimated him. Seeing the tide turn, he orders the demon puppets behind him to capture Chu Ran. They rush forward like moths to a flame, fearless of death. The old man spins around to flee. I'll use this chance to escape. Chu Ran unleashes a burst of pressure, blasting the puppets away. A bunch of trash. The old man looks back, horrified to see his army flattened instantly. Impossible. They didn't even last 3 seconds? He gnashes his teeth. Damn it, I have to go all out. He unleashes 10,000 Rock Heart Seeker, summoning massive earthen claws from the ground. Chu Ran gently raises his sword. A thunderous aura roars to life, overpowering everything. Unity slash. He brings the blade down like he's slaughtering a chicken. The old man lets out one final miserable shriek before vanishing into dust. Qing Feng watches Chu Ran handle everything effortlessly, eyes full of admiration. Incredible. Immortal Chu really is peerless under the heavens. Back at the Imperial Palace, the towers stand majestic and peaceful. Qin Zheng looks over a pile of reports, worried. The secret realm was so dangerous. I wonder how Master is doing. Suddenly, a spatial rift opens in the mirror. Fang Xin and Chu Ran stroll out casually. She waves happily. Senior brother, we're back. Qin Zheng feels a wave of relief wash over him. Master, you've finally returned. Chu Ran stretches his shoulders, asking eagerly, how's the situation in the capital? Any outsiders causing trouble? Qin Zheng wipes a bead of sweat from his forehead. It was peaceful, but 2 days ago, a horde of frenzied beasts appeared in the north. I've already deployed nearby troops to intercept them. Chu Ran frowns, suspicious. Beasts usually stay deep in the continent. Why would they suddenly break out? There's something wrong here. I'll go personally to check the next location where they might appear. Qin Zheng points to a spot on the map. Based on their trajectory, the next target is Qingzhou. Cut to the road. A sedan chair is traveling, with Chu Ran walking alongside it. He stepped forward and asked a middle-aged man, "Excuse me, brother, there are plenty of cities nearby. Why is everyone fleeing to Qingzhou?" The man raised an eyebrow at Chu Ran before explaining, "Those other cities? It's only a matter of time before they fall. Qingzhou has General Shuimao guarding it, plus the Yinshan sect from the 7 great sects. It's the safest place left." Suddenly, a girl poked her head out of the carriage, staring at the Zhu Baji on his head. "Is that your spirit pet? It's so cute." Both Chu Ran and the pig turned around in confusion. She could actually see him? He observed her closely for a moment before concluding. This girl possessed the rare wood spirit body. No wonder she could see Zhu Baji. The carriage was moving slowly down the road when a group of men shouted for them to stop. Brandishing spears arrogantly, they yelled, "We built this road. We planted these trees. If you want to pass, leave your money, or leave your heads." The couple immediately stepped out of the carriage and fell to their knees. "Spare us, my lords. Please don't kill us. Take all the money." Chu Ran observed their attire and the spears they held, making a silent assessment. That uniform. They were deserters. Turning to banditry in times of crisis, the deserters pointed at Chu Ran and barked, "Why aren't you kneeling, kid?" Chu Ran scoffed calmly. "You want me to kneel? You aren't qualified." Furious, they lashed out with spirit-infused whips, but a wave of pressure erupted, knocking them back. Chu Ran shouted for them to get lost. Seeing he held back, the soldiers assumed Chu Ran was weak. They charged together to attack, only to be frozen stiff by Chu Ran's immobilization spell. Terrified, they groaned, I can't move." "Are you a cultivator?" Chu Ran casually leaped past them, weaving a thread of spiritual energy between the 3 men. As he passed, the 3 were yanked together, slamming into one another with pained yelps. Moments later, they were on their knees, frantically kowtowing and begging the immortal for mercy. They were only after money, they pleaded, begging Lord Chu Ran to let them go. Chu Ran took the chance to interrogate them. "Which unit are you from, and why are you out here acting like bandits?" One of them answered honestly, "Reporting to my lord. We were stationed at Tianyue City. Beasts breached the walls a few days ago. We had no choice but to turn to banditry." Chu Ran fell silent. Tianyue City was only 300 miles from Qingzhou. The beast horde would be here soon. He looked down at the petty thieves groveling on the ground with disgust. "Scram! Don't let me see you again." They thanked him profusely and scrambled away, running for their lives. The ones in front even shoved their comrades back to run faster. The leaders of the escort team immediately came forward, kneeling to thank Chu Ran for saving them. He waved it off politely, saying it was nothing, and they didn't need to kneel. But the man kept trembling, begging Chu Ran to protect them on the short journey to Qingzhou. They were willing to pay a high price. Chu Ran just smiled warmly. I don't need money. I'm heading to Qingzhou anyway. I'll travel with you. The madam bowed low, thanking him once again. The daughter was so excited her face turned red. He's going to Qingzhou too? That's wonderful. The carriage was spacious, so Chu Ran sat opposite the mother and daughter. The madam observed him, calculating. This immortal has skill. If he could guide Xiao Er in cultivation during these chaotic times, we wouldn't have to hide anymore. Acting on her thoughts, she quickly spoke up. Benefactor, what do you think of my Xiao Er's aptitude? Although Xu Qiao was shy, she heard Chu Ran praise her. She's quite good. Xu Qiao's mother smiled ingratiatingly. Then, could you give her some pointers? If she had even a little of your cultivation, she could be our support. He hesitated internally. A rare wood spirit body. It would be a waste to let a pearl remain covered in dust. Thinking this, Chu Ran agreed quickly. All right. I will grant Miss Xiaoer an opportunity. He tapped the center of her forehead. Instantly, a pattern spread across her skin. Her mind felt clear, and she stammered in shock. I have activated your spiritual veins, Chu Ran explained confidently. Just meditate with a clear mind for 49 days to build your foundation, and you will be able to cultivate. Xu Qiao looked at her body in delight and cheered. This is amazing, thank you, benefactor. At the gates of Qingzhou City, guards were on high alert. Zhen Xiang strode in arrogantly, while a greeter followed, smiling fawningly. Sect leader, why did you come personally? If I found someone, I would have brought them to you. He glared back grumpily. I can't wait any longer. If I don't find someone to help me cultivate within 3 days, all my previous efforts will be wasted. The man broke into a cold sweat, hesitantly asking about the people sent previously. Zhen Xiang interrupted him smugly. Good to look at, useless to use. They couldn't handle my cultivation energy, so their souls were scattered. A while later, beneath the Qingzhou city gates, the Xu family bowed politely to thank Chu Ran for their safe arrival. He stood tall and accepted their thanks, though to him, it was a trivial matter. From atop the gate, Zhen Xiang's eyes lit up when he saw them. That girl. Is that a wood spirit body? If I use her, I'll advance at least 2 realms. He quickly stepped forward, feigning concern. May I ask which sect this young lady hails from? Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Chu Ran whipped around, his eyes narrowing. He's shrouded in evil qi. Definitely bad news. Meanwhile, Zhen Xiang stood there, maintaining his facade of righteous nobility, locking eyes with him. The lackey trailing behind barked at Xu Qiao, his face twisted in aggression. The Yinshan sect master asked you a question. Answer him, now. Xu Qiao's mother hurriedly bowed in respect. Reporting to the sect master. My daughter belongs to no sect. She is merely a commoner. Zhen Xiang couldn't have been more pleased. He reached out, gripping Xu Qiao's chin and tilting her face up. Then, from this moment on, she belongs to my Yinshan sect. But before he could seal the deal, Chu Ran's voice cut through the air like a blade. Seeing the man glare back in annoyance, Chu Ran didn't hold back. Your footsteps are light and unstable. One look, and I can tell you've hollowed out your body through years of debauchery and practicing dark arts. You're only taking Miss Xu Qiao to use her as a cultivation cauldron to harvest her yin and replenish your yang, aren't you? The lackey reacted as if stabbed in a sore spot, pointing a trembling finger at Chu Ran. You must be tired of living, daring to slander our sect master Zhen Xiang. Xu Qiao's mother, terrified, rushed to intervene. Benefactor, please, you cannot speak such things. Her father chimed in as well, shaking his head. The Yinshan sect is a prestigious orthodox faction. Why would they practice such crooked demonic paths? Desperate, the mother turned to her daughter, urging her to accept the sect master's offer immediately. Yet, Xu Qiao stood there, biting her lip in hesitation. Xu Qiao trembled slightly, Chu Ran's warning echoing in her mind. The disciple, losing patience, snapped at her. You ungrateful girl, you don't know a blessing when you see one. Others beg for this chance, yet you dare to hesitate? Seeing the resistance, Zhen Xiang decided to play mind games. He feigned indifference and turned to leave. If she is unwilling, I certainly won't force her. As he walked away, a sinister, calculating smile crept onto his face. as if counting down the seconds. His disciple followed, tossing threats over his shoulder. You fools! Offending the Yinshan sect here in Qingzhou? Don't dream of living a peaceful life ever again. Panic set in. Xu Qiao's mother frantically pushed her daughter to make a decision. With tears in her eyes, she bowed to Chu Ran. It's not that I don't believe you, but in these chaotic times, we just need a safe haven for our family. With that, Xu Qiao turned and sprinted after Zhen Xiang. Sect Master, I agree to go with you. Perched on Chu Ran's head, Zhu Baji sighed deeply. Good advice is hard to give to those seeking their own doom. Chu Ran didn't waste another breath. He turned and walked away without looking back. Everyone has their own destiny, and he had his own path to follow. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tavern, growing louder by the second. Sitting in meditation, Chu Ran calculated his next move. The number of beasts this time is massive. I'll need the sword embryo. It's time to refine it. He retrieved a glowing crimson stone, pulsing with light, and placed it against the blade. Though the stone was massive, in a flash of light, it fused perfectly with the sword, becoming one. Chu Ran ran his fingers along the blade, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. With the addition of the extreme fire ore, the power has increased significantly. Just then, a terrified scream pierced the air from outside. The beasts are here! Run! Run for your lives! Screams of panic and despair followed immediately. Chu Ran gritted his teeth, disbelief flashing in his eyes. They're here already? That's much faster than I calculated. Outside the city walls, dark clouds rolled in like a tidal wave. Dust and sand whipped into a frenzy, choking the air and plunging the world into a murky twilight. A sentry, watching the ferocious horde charge like demons, screamed down, "Report! Great Elder! The beast tide has reached the city gates." The elder immediately waved his hand, commanding, "Form the array." In unison, the disciples wove hand seals, channeling their energy to activate the great Yinshan formation. Moments later, a shimmering jade-green barrier enveloped the Qingzhou city gate. The beast tide slammed into it, clawing and biting futilely against the energy shield. The city guards watched in awe, cheering. Incredible, as expected of the Yinshan sect. With this barrier, those monsters don't stand a chance. The military commander, mounted on his warhorse, signaled his troops. Do not let your guard down. Protect the Yinshan disciples at all costs. Defend the city. The soldiers roared in unison. Yes, sir! Their voices filled with adrenaline and determination. But the commander just sat there, a twisted smirk curling his lips. He thought to himself, checking the time. It should be just about ready. Shouldn't it? Suddenly, the clouds parted. A massive, glowing red fang pierced the sky, followed by a crimson flood dragon, its jaws gaping wide as it dove straight for the city gate. The disciples, terrified out of their wits, turned to the great elder, their voices trembling. It's the scarlet blood flood dragon. The elder, forcing himself to stay calm, tried to steady them. Do not panic. It cannot break the great Yinshan formation. Pour more spiritual energy into the barrier. Reinforce the defense. But the moment the words left his mouth, he convulsed. Cough! He spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. The great elder collapsed to the ground, bewildered. Why? Why is this happening? The disciples around him began to panic, checking their own bodies in horror. My spiritual energy. I can't circulate it. Meanwhile, the scarlet blood flood dragon slammed its massive body against the barrier with zero mercy. Boom! A strike with the weight of a mountain shattered the barrier instantly. The guards below stared in wide-eyed terror, unable to comprehend how the defense had crumbled so easily. The red-haired commander smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. Looks like the poison I fed those Yinshan fools has finally kicked in. Zhen Xiang gritted his teeth, looking at his trembling hands. What is going on? Why has my spiritual connection been completely severed? The great elder looked at him, shaking with fear. Sect Master, our meridians are blocked. Please, transfer your spiritual energy. It's the only way to save the formation. Zhen Xiang gulped, hesitation written all over his face. Transfer my energy? If the formation breaks, the backlash will kill me. Only a fool would do that. While he hesitated, a sudden shout made him look up, just as the dragon changed course. Look! The Bloodfire Flood Dragon is attacking. But wait. It looks like someone is standing in its way. Chu Ran descended like a god right in front of the Flood Dragon. Vile beast, stop this instant. When Zhen Xiang saw who it was, He ground his teeth in fury. That's an ancient, fierce beast. Even I can't defeat it. That idiot must have a death wish. Ignoring him, Chu Ran calmly lectured the beast. Bloodfire Flood Dragon, you've already achieved a half-dragon form. Why aren't you cultivating on the Divine Mountain? What are you doing here? When it didn't respond, Chu Ran realized with a start it had lost its sentience. He had to get it away from here. Now, the Bloodfire Flood Dragon didn't waste time chatting. It opened its massive maw, gathering a terrifying sphere of spiritual energy. As the sphere grew, blinding red light flooded the area. A tidal wave of energy blasted straight toward the figure standing in its path. Boom! The impact created a massive cloud of black smoke. In moments, the debris turned to ash, drifting in the wind. Chu Ran let out a mocking laugh. Is that all you've got? Instantly, he vanished. Suddenly, the Bloodfire Flood Dragon let out a shriek of agony. Chu Ran landed squarely on the beast's back. Behave yourself. He noticed a flickering purple seal on its scales and narrowed his eyes. A spirit control curse mark? This curse roots itself deep in the bone. Once planted, the victim loses their mind and becomes a puppet forever. He raised his sword with decisive intent. Since the Bloodfire Flood Dragon was being controlled, the only kindness he could offer was release. With a single, devastating slash, the massive body of the Flood Dragon was sliced clean in half. The beast horde below roared in terror. From the sky, Chu Ran unleashed a shockwave, scattering the rest of the monsters in an instant. The disciples supporting the Yinshan elder looked up in awe. So powerful. He not only killed the Flood Dragon but scared off the entire horde. The city guards cheered wildly. A god has descended to help us. Qingzhou is saved. But Chu Ran was lost in thought, wondering who was pulling the strings behind this beast tide. The Yinshan disciples chanted fervently, "Long live the divine hero! Long live the divine hero!" Zhenxiang glared, his eyes burning with jealousy. That rogue cultivator had stolen all his thunder. Where does this leave my reputation as the Yinshan sect leader? Just you wait. I'll deal with you soon enough. Night fell, and stars filled the sky. The bustling city became strangely quiet and still. Chu Ran sat meditating on the guest bed, chanting, "Heaven and earth, root of all energy." Suddenly, a pair of smooth, white legs stepped into the room, followed by a sweet voice. "Benefactor." Xu Qiao shyly closed the door behind her. "It's so late. Are you still cultivating?" Chu Ran frowned, eyeing her robe that was slipping off her shoulder. "Why are you here? And why are you dressed like that?" Blushing, Xu Qiao stepped closer and placed her hand on his chest. "I missed you, benefactor." Chu Ran, annoyed, brushed her hand away. "Cut the act. What do you want?" Xu Qiao bit her finger coyly. "Let me serve you tonight, benefactor, just for one night." Chu Ran narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. "She's been hit with a charm spell. Someone's trying to use her body to corrupt my cultivation base." Ignoring her plea, Chu Ran instantly erected a soundproof barrier around them. Once done, he spoke calmly. "No one can hear us now. Tell me the truth." Xu Qiao flinched. "Benefactor, what do you mean?" Chu Ran crossed his arms, staring her down with zero patience. "I'm giving you 10 seconds. Xu Qiao tried to force a smile, but her words came out as a stammer. Finally, she collapsed to the floor, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. "Immortal Master Chu, please, save my parents." Chu Ran quickly stepped forward to help her up. "What's going on?" Xu Qiao couldn't stop her tears. "You were right. The Yinshan sect leader is evil. He locked up my parents and forced me to come to you." She raised her hand, revealing a glowing purple curse mark. "He said someone as powerful as you must have a great inheritance. He ordered me to use my body as bait to poison you and steal your power." Xu Qiao looked at him with deep remorse. "I really didn't want to hurt you. But he has my parents. If I don't obey, Zhenxiang will drain them into dried corpses." Chu Ran cut to the chase. "Where is Zhenxiang right now?" Xu Qiao grit her teeth. "He's holding a victory banquet at the flower pavilion." The night sky was bright, but the hearts of men were pitch black. The victory banquet was packed with Yinshan sect disciples. Zhenxiang laughed, basking in the glory. "Everyone, it is thanks to my leadership against the beast tide that this city still stands. Without me, Qingzhou would be wiped off the map." A confused disciple spoke up, scratching his head. "Wait. Didn't that powerful expert kill the beasts?" Zhenxiang's henchman laughed loudly, cutting him off. "Who cares? Just play along and shut up." The henchman bowed theatrically. The sect leader is invincible. Having you here is truly Qingzhou's greatest honor. Right at that moment, bang! Chu Ran kicked the doors open and stormed in. I killed those beasts. What right do you have to celebrate? An annoyed disciple shouted back. Where did this punk come from? This is the Yinshan sect's banquet. It has nothing to do with you. Chu Ran didn't even look at him. He simply snapped his fingers, and the disciple was blasted into the distance. Zhenxiang broke out in a cold sweat. How is he still standing? Did he see right through that useless woman's trap? Chu Ran steps forward, arms crossed, staring the man down with cold intensity. You wasted so much effort on those pathetic little tricks. I'm standing right here. If you want my inheritance, come and take it yourself. Sensing the tension, the great elder quickly steps in to mediate. Immortal. What exactly happened here? Chu Ran keeps it brief and brutal. Your sect master covets my power. He forced Xu Qiao to try and kill me. The elder gasps in shock, then turns to glare at Shi Zhengxiang. Our sect survived today solely because of this immortal. How could you repay his kindness with such treachery? But Shi Zhengxiang shows no remorse. He shoves the elder aside, barking at him to shut up, then turns his rage on Chu Ran. You brat. You dare cause trouble in the Yinshan sect? I'll make sure you never leave this place alive. With a snarl, he grabs an artifact from behind his back and hurls it forward. Chu Ran calmly raises a barrier. The moment the artifact hits, it shatters into dust. A disciple whispers nervously, Are we really not going to help the sect master? The great elder immediately stops him. You've seen Chu Ran's power. No one here stands a chance against him. He sighs, shaking his head in disappointment. Besides, the sect master sowed these seeds of karma himself. Now, we must leave his fate to the heavens. Seeing Chu Ran block his attack so effortlessly only fuels Shi Zhengxiang's rage. Die, you brat. As the spiritual energy blasts towards him, Chu Ran casually shields himself, looking utterly bored. Is that it? Your full power is only at the first stage of the Dao Seed realm? With a flick of his wrist, Chu Ren brushes the attack aside and laughs. A sect master with such pathetic skills? What a joke. Provoked beyond reason, Shi Zhengxiang charges forward, screaming in contempt. You filthy rogue cultivator, how dare you humiliate me? But before he can land a hit, Chu Ran snatches him by the throat like a chicken. So what if I'm a rogue cultivator? Trash like you dares to call yourself a righteous leader? Shi Zhengxiang never gets the chance to answer. With a sickening crunch, his neck snaps in an instant. Chu Ran tosses the corpse aside like garbage. He turns to leave, sighing with boredom. Running into me. It was just your bad luck. Seeing their sect master dead, the disciples panic like headless chickens, frozen in fear. The great elder, maintaining his composure, bows and begs Chu Ran to spare the rest of the Yinshan sect. Chu Ran offers a faint smile. Every debt has its debtor. He committed the crimes, not you. I won't punish the innocent. Relieved, the great elder bows even lower. Thank you, immortal Chu. He glances at Shi Zhengxiang's cold body and sighs. Someone take the sect master away. Meanwhile, Xu Qiao quickly leads Chu Ran deeper into the compound. My parents are locked in here. As they approach the room where her parents are trapped behind a barrier, Xu Qiao calls out desperately. Standing outside the glowing shield, tears well up in her eyes. Mom, Dad, are you all right? Chu Ran instantly shatters the barrier with a wave of his hand. Don't worry, they're safe. Xu Qiao rushes in, collapsing into her parents' arms with a smile of pure relief. Her mother sobs uncontrollably, having thought she would never see her daughter again. After the reunion, Xu Qiao gestures toward Chu Ran. Mom, Dad, this is the benefactor who saved us. The family of three bows deeply in gratitude. Benefactor, we were blinded by greed and fell for Shi Zhengxiang's lies. Please, forgive our foolishness. Chu Ran looks at them calmly. You've suffered enough for your mistakes. We don't need to speak of it again. As the family thanks him profusely, Zhu Baji suddenly comes flying in. Bad news, Chu Ran, the beast horde is back. Chu Ran's smile vanishes as he whips around. Already? Zhu Baji is trembling with panic. The leader this time. It's terrifying. You need to go check it out, now. Seeing Xu Qiao wanting to help, Chu Ran stops her. He tells her to take her family, find a quiet place, and focus on her cultivation. Do that, and you'll achieve greatness one day. Above the skies of Qingzhou, a winged beast leader roars. Listen up. Hand over the one who defeated the Scarlet Flood Dragon. Do this, and we might let you live. Beside him, The spirit-hidden cat grins maliciously. Refuse, and we slaughter the entire city. The city guards are paralyzed with indecision. With the Yinshan sect gone, Qingzhou has no defensive formation left. A terrified soldier turns to the red-haired commander. General, what do we do? The general grits his teeth. We do as they say. Hand over the guy from last time. It's the only way to save the civilians. The soldier gasps. You mean surrender? The general snaps back, furious. What choice do we have? It's that brat's fault for killing the Scarlet Flood Dragon and provoking them. Handing him over is the only way to minimize the casualties. The soldiers exchange doubtful glances. What if they surrender, and the beasts slaughter them anyway? The red-haired general ignores them and orders the gates opened. Inside, he smirks with relief. He finally has a scapegoat to save his own skin. Suddenly, Chu Ran appears with Zhu Baji, blocking the path. It's a little too early to surrender. He stands before the spirit-hidden cat, radiating confidence. I heard you were looking for me? The beast flinches, then roars in fury. This aura. You're the one who killed the Scarlet Flood Dragon, aren't you? Chu Ran offered a faint smile, confirming the creature's words. But he confidently added that if it didn't take its pack and leave, it would end up exactly like the scorched bloodworm. But before the fight could even start, the general down below started screaming his head off. He mocked Chu Ran, telling him not to get cocky. Just because he killed the worm, this beast was in a completely different league. That guy even had the nerve to lecture him, shouting, "Don't you dare gamble with the lives of everyone in this city." Chu Ran couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. I have to ask, is a spineless coward like you really the guardian general of Qinling? The question shut the general right up. He didn't dare argue back. Whatever, the beast thought. Since this brat delivered himself to my doorstep, it saves me the trouble of hunting him down. The phantom spirit cat's eyes overflowed with greed. If it just swallowed Chu Ran whole, it could finally break through to the next realm. Just be a good boy and become my dinner. With that, it unhinged its massive jaw, revealing razor-sharp fangs as it pounced. The citizens below trembled in terror at the sight. Some were so panicked they clamped their hands over their ears, too scared to even listen. Was today really the day they'd all end up as Monster Chow? Chu Ran just chuckled, drew his sword, and fired a blast of spiritual energy straight at the beast. You want to eat me? Aren't you afraid of choking to death? The phantom cat easily blocked the attack, grinning. Ha ha ha, you've got a temper, I like that. It narrowed its eyes, laughing greedily. But today, you are destined to rot inside my stomach, little king. As it spoke, the phantom cat gathered a massive sphere of energy in its throat. Chu Ran just held his sword steady, his lips curling into a mocking sneer. If this thing was going to be that stubborn, he had no choice but to obliterate its very soul. He raised his blade to the heavens, gathering spiritual power as he chanted a spell. The phantom cat finished charging and unleashed a void-devouring blast. Chu Ran met it head-on with a heavenly spirit slash. The two massive energies collided, lighting up the entire sky with a blinding flash of power. As the smoke cleared, Chu Ran lowered his sword, looking completely relaxed. Is that all you've got? The phantom cat ground its teeth in fury. You only blocked one move. Don't get ahead of yourself. It immediately spewed out a thick purple smog called the violet poison cloud. But Chu Ran swung his sword, dispelling the gas in a split second. His strike didn't stop there. It pierced through the mist and slammed directly into the beast. The creature was sent flying, whimpering in pain as it crashed into the distance. The phantom cat was fuming, its mind racing. How is this brat so powerful? Am I actually weaker than him? Better to run now and plot revenge later. Thinking fast, it turned tail to flee, shouting back, "Just you wait, I'll come back and finish you off." But Chu Ran wasn't the type to let an enemy just walk away. He roared, swinging his blade one last time. "I told you I'm scattering your soul." The strike hit the phantom cat from behind. It let out one final, agonized shriek before dissolving into nothingness. The soldiers below erupted into wild cheers, their morale skyrocketing to the heavens. The general broke out in a cold sweat. No way. Even the phantom cat wasn't a match for him? I have to report this to the master immediately. Terrified, he spun around to run, only to find Chu Ran already standing right behind him. My dear general, why the rush? Where are you off to? The general froze, then turned back with an awkward fake laugh. Ha ha. I was just going to order a victory banquet for you. Yes, a feast. Chu Ran smiled, raising his sword slightly. Things have reached this point. And you're still lying through your teeth? Caught red-handed, the general sweated bullets, shouting, "What do you mean by that?" Chu Ran didn't waste another word, he just swung his sword. In a panic, the general summoned a blood shield to block. The sword energy slammed into the barrier, shattering it instantly and tearing a massive hole through his defense. Chu Ran smirked, just as I expected. That blood shield technique is exclusive to the demon race. You just exposed yourself. The general's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Fine. Then I'm done playing games. He channeled his demonic energy. His arms swelled to a monstrous size as he growled through gritted teeth. You will regret forcing me to show my true form. By the time he finished transforming, his body was as massive as 2 city gates stacked together. The soldiers gulped in horror. The general is a demon? Others realized the truth. No wonder he kept telling us to surrender. He was a spy all along. Chu Ran frowned. So, you were working from the inside while the beasts attacked from the outside. What is your goal? The demon glared at him with bulging eyes. You want to know? Let's see if you have the strength to beat it out of me first. He leaped forward with a crushing stomp. Chu Ran nimbly dodged aside. When the dust settled, the demon roared, "Where did you go? Come out and fight me." Suddenly, Baji jumped out, powering up. "Let me handle him." But Chu Ran quickly grabbed him, holding him back. Against this kind of brute, there's no need to clash head-on. The demon sneered, then suddenly turned and bolted. Gotcha. Chu Ran leaped over the demon's head, planting a palm strike on the back of his neck with lightning speed. But the demon didn't even look back. He used the momentum to speed up, cackling, "You fell for it. Only an idiot would actually fight a monster like you. Running is the best strategy." Baji was furious and started to fly after him. "He's getting away." But Chu Ran grabbed his tail and yanked him back. He hugged Baji, grinning cunningly. "Relax, I've got it all planned out. He's my delivery boy. I'm letting him lead us straight to his master." On the back of the demon's neck, the mark Chu Ran had placed was glowing faintly. Under a pristine blue sky nestled within rolling mountains, a demon tribesman drops to his knees in a panic. "Report, my lord, that's exactly what happened. I have no idea where that immortal Chu popped out from, but he completely ruined our grand plan." The demon king grinds his teeth in pure rage. "Immortal Chu? Are you brainless?" That was Chu Ran. The minion's jaw drops in sheer terror. "What? But Chu Ran is supposed to be in seclusion." The demon king paces back and forth, anxiety radiating off him. "I plan to control the beast to conquer the city, then use it to force Emperor Qin to hand over Chu Ran's inheritance. I never expected him to show up and slaughter his way through personally. It's a mess. Everything is a mess." He suddenly spins around to face the minion. "Does the Xuanyo sect know about this?" The minion clasps his hands, confirming he's already sent a messenger. The demon king smirks. "Fine. Since the plan has changed, we'll just improvise. We'll wait for the Xuanyu sect to pressure Emperor Qin. Then, we'll seize the moment to force him to hand Chu Ran over to us." The minion shouts sycophantically, "My king is brilliant." Suddenly, a golden seal lights up on the back of his neck, stinging sharply. He panics, having no clue what it is. The demon king breaks into a cold sweat. "You idiot. That's an explosive talisman." Before he can even scream, "Save me, my king," a massive explosion rips through the air right in his face. Rocks shatter and rain down as thick smoke swallows everything. As the dust settles, the surrounding demons are left crawling and groaning on the ground. A truly pathetic sight. The survivors tremble as they stand. What just happened? The demon king grinds his teeth in fury. This was definitely Chu Ran's doing. He roars to the heavens. "My demon race will hunt you to the bitter end." Meanwhile, under a similarly blue sky elsewhere, the imperial city stands tall, magnificent and imposing. Chu Ran calmly looks at Li Qiu. "How has the situation in the capital been while I was away?" The old man bows. "Everything is normal, except for some rumors about you going to the Nanyang sect for an inheritance." Li Qiu has already investigated the matter, piquing Chu Ran's interest. He continues, revealing that the rumors were spread by the Xuanyo sect. They've secretly made a pact with the Yuan kingdom. They did this to make you a public enemy. If you die, Emperor Qin loses his greatest support. Then they'll seize the chance to destabilize the Qin Empire. Chu Ran rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought about the Xuanyo sect. Suddenly, a scout bursts into the room. "Bad news. The Xuanyu sect has brought thousands of disciples to the imperial city. Sect leader Fang Xin is blocking them. They're incredibly aggressive. Fighting has already broken out. Li Chu jumps. What? Is sect leader Fang Xin all right? The scout bows low. Emperor Qin arrived just in time, so she's safe. But the Xuanyu sect has already entered the city. Li Chu turns anxiously. Venerable One, they definitely have an ulterior motive. How should we handle this? Chu Ran looks completely unbothered. What is there to fear? They're nothing but a third-rate sect. I'll go test them myself. With that, Chu Ran strides out. The scene shifts to the royal court, where an elder is loudly questioning Emperor Qin. Your Majesty, you must give us justice. Deacon Yang clasps his hands, gritting his teeth. My Xuanyu sect heard of the new emperor's ascension and came specifically to congratulate you. He points an accusing finger at Fang Xin. But she blocked my disciples outside the city gates. Where is the decorum? Fang Xin's face flushes red with anger. The imperial city rules state that foreign sects should only send envoys for an audience. Do you not know the law? Furthermore, every one of you is armed and refused to surrender your weapons. What is the meaning of that? Deacon Yang's face darkens as he argues back. Sect leader Fang attacked first. We only drew our weapons in self-defense. Hearing his blatant lies, Fang Xin boils with rage. Emperor Qin quickly steps in to mediate. Deacon Yang, I accept the Xuanyu sect's good intentions. Tonight, your disciples may rest within the city while I have this matter investigated. Deacon Yang flicks his sleeve arrogantly. We have suffered a great insult. We absolutely cannot let this slide. If I don't get an explanation, I'm not leaving. Fang Xin clenches her fists, ready to charge, when a familiar voice cuts through the air. Quite lively in here, isn't it? Fang Xin lights up like she's seen a savior. Master! Deacon Yang breaks into a cold sweat, shocked that he returned so quickly. Chu Ran stands before Deacon Yang, his voice calm. So, how does the Xuanyu sect propose we settle this? A greedy smile spreads across the deacon's face. Well, if Immortal Chu is getting involved, I must show respect. If you agree to come to the Xuanyu sect and preach for 3 days, we will consider this matter settled. Chu Ran smiles, glancing at him sideways. And if I refuse? Deacon Yang lifts his chin. My Xuanyu sect has thousands of disciples living within the Qin Empire. If this isn't resolved properly, I fear they might be. Upset, Emperor Qin frowns, realizing the threat. Are you threatening me? Deacon Yang casually clasps his hands behind his back. I wouldn't dare. I'm just afraid my disciples might hold a grudge. Chu Ran starts clapping slowly. Bravo. What a brilliant calculation. Deacon Yang turns around, annoyed. What is that supposed to mean? Chu Ran stares right into his soul, exposing everything. First, you spread rumors that I went to the Nanyang sect for an inheritance. Then, you deliberately brought your men to the imperial city to test our defenses. If I'm not mistaken, those beasts are connected to you lot, aren't they? If I died in Qingzhou, you would have marched your army right into the imperial city. And if I survived, you plan to lure me to the Xuanyu sect and imprison me. Your ultimate goal is to throw the Qinling Empire into chaos. Deacon Yang shrieked in panic. You slanderous liar! Don't you dare spit such filth! Chu Ran stepped closer, his voice cold. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. Either way, you aren't leaving here alive today. Deacon Yang sneered, a vicious grin forming. Big talk. You might be strong, but I'm no pushover either. He channeled spiritual energy through his entire body, then unleashed a ruthless palm strike straight ahead. Chu Ran drew his sword, glowing with green energy. Trying to show off your amateur tricks in front of a master? Let me teach you a lesson. The blade flashed faster than lightning. In an instant, Deacon Yang's arrogant head was severed from his body. White clouds drifted lazily across the sky. High atop a tower in the Xuanyu sect, a muscular disciple jumped in shock. What did you say? Deacon Yang is dead? The elder standing nearby was equally stunned. Tell me everything. Now. The disciple bowed low. Deacon Yang entered the palace and never came out. The 3,000 disciples he led have been captured by the Qin Emperor. The muscular man clenched his fists, roaring in fury. Emperor Qin, that brat has gone too far. The Grand Elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. The Emperor fears our power. He wouldn't act so rashly. Something is wrong. Do we know who actually did the killing? The disciple reported. Rumor has it. It involves sect master Fang Xin of the Wildflower sect. The elder's eyes widened. Fang Xin? The one from the same sect as the emperor? Could they have found out? A man beside him scoffed. So what if they did? Letting that bastard sit on the throne was a joke to begin with. His senior brother gave a wicked laugh. Exactly. Since the mask is off, we might as well go all the way. The Grand Elder made up his mind. Very well. Pass the order. All disciples are to march on the imperial city immediately. Meanwhile, Chu Ran listened intently as a disciple spoke. The Xuanyo sect's deacon was killed. They won't let this slide. How should we respond? Despite the danger, Chu Ran replied casually, if they come, we fight. Simple as that. Just then, a subordinate rushed in. Bad news. The Xuanyu sect has surrounded the imperial city. Chu Ran smirked with disdain. They're half a moment slower than I calculated. Outside, the Grand Elder began to shout. The Xuanyo sect has lost men in this capital. Emperor Qin, explain yourself. Chu Ran stepped out and declared, I killed your man. If you want revenge, come at me. The elder pointed a trembling finger at him. I suggest you commit suicide and confess your crimes right now. Otherwise, every citizen in this city dies with you. Qin Zheng rushed forward. I am here. Who dares touch my master? The elder formed a hand seal, scoffing. Emperor? So what? We've already set up the formation core outside the city. Heavenly Gang 9 Revolutions formation. Sensing the signal, the others began to cast their spells. The Grand Elder issued his ultimatum. I give you 3 moments. Hand over Chu Ran, or no one in this city leaves alive. Qin Zheng shouted back in fury. You insolent fool! Chu Ran calmly interjected. Don't waste your breath. They're dead set on rebellion. Qin Zheng asked anxiously. Their formation creates a pincer attack. They can strike or defend at will. What do we do? Chu Ran pondered for a moment. It's just a Dao seed-level formation. Yet it holds the power of a Dao palace. Tricky, indeed. We'll have to pick them off one by one. The air around Chu Ran shimmered. Suddenly, he materialized right in front of the elder. 2 disciples lunged forward. Stay away from the Grand Elder. The elder remained calm. It's just a spiritual clone. Nothing to fear. Chu Ran mocked him. Aren't you afraid my clone will kill you? The elder burst out laughing. You can't even breach my formation. What could you possibly do to me? Chu Ran replied softly. Don't speak too soon. Look closely. Haven't I already breached it? The elder froze. A clone of this level should have been crushed instantly. How is this possible? The Grand Elder stammered. Is this the power of the Li sect's inheritance? Chu Ran sighed. Inheritance. Inheritance. Don't you people have anything else to chase after? Like, say, relying on yourself to become an immortal venerable? The elder gasped. Everyone knows the Li sect inheritance holds the power of 5 generations. Whoever possesses it can ascend to become a great immortal venerable. Chu Ran shook his head. Forget it. Let's make a deal. He enunciated every word clearly. I'll give you 20 minutes to leave. If you don't, your end will be tragic. The Grand Elder raged. Between the citizens of this city and you, Chu Ran, who do you think the Emperor will choose? Kid, you'd better go prepare your own coffin. Chu Ran shrugged. If I can't reason with this old fool, I suppose I'll have to pay a visit to the other 2. Meanwhile, soldiers reported that time was running out, but Qin Zheng held firm. Wait a little longer. My master said he has a plan, and I believe him. In the distance, hidden figures watched. My king, should we strike now? The king shook his head. Hold. Chu Ran is a dangerous man. One wrong move against him, and we'll be the ones who suffer. We wait until both sides are crippled. Then we sit back and reap the benefits inside the city. The Grand Elder scowls. He went looking for you 2. One gives a curt grunt in response, while the other snaps impatiently. He's here to pick a fight. Time's up. Let's launch the attack. The old man bellows. If you choose to protect Chu Ran, then every citizen in this city will be buried alongside my sect's martyrs. He immediately chants an incantation, and the heavenly Tiangong 9-turn formation activates. Chu Ran's lips curl into a smirk. Down below, the elder is screaming, What is this? Release this old man. Break this formation for me. Break it? A voice echoes from high above the city walls. I gave you a chance. Too bad you're too useless to take it. The moment the voice fades, a deafening explosion rips through the air. The elder's disciple looks around in terror. What is happening? Chu Ran is a monster. A total monster. But before he can scream again, the boy's taiji slash ends it all. Next, the disciple trembles violently, pleading, "Please, spare me. I won't dare do it again." But a beam of swordlight is already filling his vision. Chu Ran replies coldly, "A bit too late for that." Seeing a powerhouse cut down in a single breath, the Demon King's forces begin to waver. Should we retreat? The commander grinds his teeth and curses instantly. After enduring this battle, his spiritual energy must be drained. This is a golden opportunity. Everyone charge. Whoever takes Chu Ran's head gets promoted to vice envoy. Chu Ran is already waiting, having sensed their demonic aura long ago. Finally lost your patience? He summons a figure Ju Baji. Hold them off for half an incense stick while I regulate my breathing. The pig replies arrogantly, "These guys aren't even enough to pick my teeth with." A burst of golden light erupts from his rake. The lesser demons recoil in fear. How does he have such a powerful spirit pet? The Demon King roars, "Useless trash. You can't even beat a pig? I have to do this myself." A loud crash shakes the city wall as Ju Baji is slammed back, coughing in pain. The Demon King approaches, looking smug. "You have some skill, but you followed the wrong master. Use your blood to feed my blade." Just then, Chu Ran steps forward. "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." The Demon King snorts coldly, "You're just barely holding on, aren't you?" He unleashes the 10,000 demon heavenly prison, a golden ring smashing into Chu Ran's shield only to vanish at his command. Chu Ran raises his sword, executing the first move, Heavenly Thunder Formation. As the blade tips downward, it transforms into the Blade of Absolution. The Demon King rushes in, sword extended. "Don't underestimate me." Chu Ran completes his final incantation, Pagoda Blade. The Demon King freezes instantly. What? He collapses to the ground, lifeless, without a single struggle. The other demons scream in terror. "The king is dead?" They scream to one another. "This guy is a monster! Run!" The humans erupt in joy, hailing Chu Ran as their hero. In the shadows, a subordinate of Xia Ying whispers, "Not bad at all." He mutters, "Time to report to the city lord." The next second, City Lord Xia Ying appears via projection. He bows. "Everything is prepared for the 100 Flowers Assembly. Also, I wish to recommend someone Immortal Master Chu. He's quite famous lately. I saw him with my own eyes. A true young hero." Xia Ying asks, intrigued, "I've never heard you praise anyone before. What is his name?" He replies respectfully, "His surname is Chu, given name Ran." She pauses, visibly surprised. "Did you say Chu Ran?" The subordinate immediately wonders, "Does the city lord know him?" Xia Ying shakes her head. "I just thought of an old friend who shares the same name as my master. Must be a coincidence." The man asks, "Do you want me to summon him for a meeting?" She declines. "Just put his name on the list. I'll see him at the 100 Flowers Assembly." With the event approaching, many factions are watching. Keep this quiet to avoid unnecessary trouble. The subordinate bows. The scene shifts to the Spirit Qing Academy. Chu Ran exhales slowly. Still too slow. "Since returning to the immortal world, I've only reached the 5th stage of Dao planting. Even with the Taiji power boost, it's not enough. This 100 Flowers Assembly gathers Taoists. Maybe it can help me break through." Suddenly, a voice calls from outside. "Do you have a moment?" Yue Chan opens the door. "Friends from the Kyushu continent invited me to walk around the city. Don't stay cooped up in your room. Come with us." Chu Ran ponders. The Kyushu continent is the closest one to the heavenly god continent. With the assembly approaching, many outsiders are arriving. After a moment of thought, he replies gently, "All right." Once outside, Yue Chan introduces them. "This is Immortal Master Chu from the Academy, and these are my friends, Rong Lele and Rong Hua." Rong Hua sneers immediately. "Why did you invite a country bumpkin like him?" Lele interjects. "Think of it as making a new friend. We can take Brother Chu to experience the Mystic Spirit Merchant Arc." Chu Ran nods. "I admit, I've never been to such a low-level spirit arc before." He decides to play along. "Let's go then, so this country bumpkin can open his eyes." Lele smiles, but inwardly she's disgusted. How dare he be sarcastic with me? Just you wait. Once they are seated at the table, Ronghua says with fake politeness, "Brother Chu, you order first." Right then, a beauty slides up to butter him up. Yue, feeling generous, snaps his fingers. Bring me the nether purple. She keeps feeding his ego. You're just in time, my lord. We're down to the last few cups. Yue bursts into laughter. Bring them all. This young master takes the lot. The other waiters' jaws drop. That wine is brewed from nether, flowers of the 9 provinces, worth 100 spirit stones a cup. The hostess then turns to Miss Yue, offering the premium liquor. A taste for the lady? Yue-chan looks flustered. I don't care for alcohol. I'll pass. Yue grins like a fox. Come on, you have to try it. One sip and you'll be hooked. Suddenly, Chu Ran cuts in. She said she's not drinking. I'll take it for her. He takes a sip and gives a blunt review. Flavors. Decent. The hostess immediately jumps to defend it. Nether purple might not be the nectar of the gods, but it is a rare delicacy of the immortal realm. Chu Ran shoots back instantly. Nether flowers bloom at dawn. They must be harvested within the hour, or they lose a fraction of their fragrance. She freezes, caught off guard. You noticed? This batch was indeed harvested half a moment late. Ronghua gasps from the side. Is he guessing? How can he taste a split-second difference? Chu Ran continues calmly, dissecting the flaw. There's another issue. Nether flowers are yin in nature. You let men harvest them, and their yang energy ruined the bouquet. Defeated. She bows low. Young master is truly learned. Please forgive our negligence, but this is the finest stock our shop has to offer. Chu Ran waves it off. No harm done. Just improve the process next time. Yue-chan stares at him, wide-eyed. How do you know all that? Chu Ran maintains his aloof aura. It's nothing worth mentioning. Yue seethes with jealousy. How dare he steal the spotlight in front of this young master? A few minutes later, a stranger approaches their table. Excuse me. The nether wine is sold out. Would you be willing to resell it to me? I'll pay triple. Chu Ran nods generously. Sure. If you're a fellow wine lover. But Yue cuts him off sharply. Stop right there. This young master's wine isn't for just any stray dog or cat. You think you're worthy of drinking my liquor? Yue-chan snaps, furious. That is too much, Yue. Yue doesn't back down, sneering at the stranger. Look at his clothes. A filthy commoner. What status does he have to drink the same wine as me? A cold laugh cuts through his insults. Quite the big mouth you have there. A group of men in blue robes marches into the tavern. A customer whispers in terror. That's the top disciple of the Feng Shui sect, Jun Feng. Everyone predicts he'll be this year's champion. Yue steps up, trying to act important. I am the eldest son of the Rong family of the 9 provinces. I've heard much about you. Junfeng barks. Get lost. Bam! Yue screams as his guard gets hit. What are you doing? Why did you attack my man? Junfeng counters coldly. Then why did you hurt my man? The crowd buzzes with excitement. It's Junfeng's crew. That rich kid just kicked an iron plate. Junfeng lays down the law. If you don't kowtow and apologize right now, don't even dream of walking out of here alive. Yue panics internally. I messed with the wrong guy. What do I do? Yue-chan whispers to Chu Ran. We should leave. Now. But Junfeng roars. Halt! Did I say you could leave? Chu Ran steps forward, shielding them. You want to teach him a lesson. What does that have to do with us? Junfeng points a finger right in his face. Don't play dumb. I know you're all together. Chu Ran sighs internally. Another idiot, rushing to point a gun at his own head. If you want to die that badly, don't blame me for being ruthless. Suddenly, Yue switches sides, groveling. Actually, I'm a victim here. They forced me to buy the last bottle. Yue-chan gasps, furious at the betrayal. You liar! How dare you! Junfeng raises his voice, drowning them out. I don't care whose fault it is. My word is law today. Kowtow or die. Chu Ran keeps his voice calm, almost gentle. I really don't want to fight today. Don't push your luck. Junfeng flares his energy aura. Big talk. I'll show you true power so no one dares look down on the Feng Shui sect again. Just then, footsteps echo at the entrance. Stay your hand. A voice booms. Chu Ran pauses, squinting. Is that Wang Sheng? The crowd erupts in whispers. It's the Feng Shui sect master and the vice sect master. A bystander adds, rumor has it the sect master spent years training in the mortal realm before returning. Looks like it's true. Junfeng rushes forward, bowing. Disciple greets the sect master. But Wang Sheng looks right through him. He walks straight to Chu Ran and bows deeply. This humble one greets immortal Chu. Chu Ran smiles politely. It's been a long time since we met in the mortal realm, hasn't it? Wang Sheng keeps his head bowed. Indeed. Thanks to your guidance, I was able to return when the immortal gate opened. Wang Sheng spins around, his face darkening. Bei Chen, that brat is your disciple, isn't he? He dares disrespect my benefactor? Junfeng turns pale, trembling. Benefactor? Vice Sect Master Bei Chen snaps into action, glaring at his student. What are you waiting for? Apologize to the Sect Master's benefactor. Now. Junfeng drops to his knees, slamming his head on the floor. I apologize, Immortal Chu. Please forgive my blindness and insolence. Chu Ran gently pulls Yue-chan forward. I'm not the one you need to apologize to. Junfeng pivots, bowing to her. I am sorry, Fairy. I should never have slandered you and Immortal Chu. Yue-chan, ever the kind soul, whispers to Chu Ran. He didn't actually hurt us. Let's just let it go. Respecting her wishes, Chu Ran nods. Consider yourself lucky today. Get lost. Junfeng looks up, relief washing over him. Thank you, Fairy. Thank you, Immortal Chu. Meanwhile, Yue whispers to his servant, let's sneak out while they're distracted. But luck is not on his side. A voice cuts through the air. You two. Stop right there. Chu Ran spoke with a gentle yet chilling tone. Don't leave just yet. Someone wants to settle a score with you all. Immediately, Junfeng flared up, barking orders. Beat these two gossip mongers to a pulp. His subordinates descended, leaving Le groaning on the ground, begging for mercy. Back at the main scene, Wang Sheng spoke up respectfully. Please, step aside with me for a moment. We need to talk. Chu Ran turned and signaled. Manager Yue, the Vice Sect Master will escort you back. The scene shifted to a private room, the sound of tea pouring mingling with a deep male voice. Immortal Venerable, I've been in seclusion for days and couldn't greet you sooner. Please, forgive my negligence. Chu Ran replied with a magnanimous smile. It's fine. You've reached the peak realm. It seems your seclusion bore fruit. The old man looked slightly embarrassed. My tribulation went wrong back then, causing me to fall into the mortal realm. After returning, I had to rely on the sect's resources to barely reach this level. Unlike you, who relies solely on yourself. Hearing this, Chu Ran didn't deny it. Well, I am a once-in-a-millennium cultivation genius, after all. Wang Sheng felt a sting in his heart for a long moment before changing the subject. I plan to participate in the 100 Flowers tournament to use the Dao fruit to boost my cultivation. He noticed Chu Ran wasn't hiding his intentions either. What a coincidence, so am I. When we meet in the arena, don't you dare go easy on me. Wang Sheng looked worried. But the outside world rumors say you possess the Li sect's inheritance. If you enter the arena openly, it could be dangerous. After a brief pause, he continued. The Li sect was once the #1 immortal gate. Everyone covets that inheritance. You must be careful. Hearing this, Chu Ran made a decision. Fine, I'll use a disguise and participate as a rogue cultivator. Wang Sheng bowed respectfully. Wise decision. Immortal Venerable. I'll take my leave now. See you later. Chu Ran nodded in agreement. I should head back and cultivate to prepare for the tournament as well. 3 days passed in a flash, the day everyone had been waiting for. Below, a man shouted with excitement. The tournament has finally begun. In his room, Chu Ran smiled, realizing the time had come. He looked at the glowing specks of light in his hand and thought, the 100 Flowers tournament. This feels like it's going to be an interesting trip. The scene shifted to the tournament grounds. Chu Ran strolled through the entrance gates, calm and composed amidst the crowd of other immortals. However, he was a bit pensive, wondering what kind of rules and mechanisms the competition would have this year. Just then, Kong Liang approached him. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I'm Kong Liang. May I ask which sect you belong to? Chu Ran immediately fabricated an identity. I'm Chu Feng, no sect. Kong Liang's eyes lit up. Then do you want to join us? If us rogue cultivators stick together, we can fight for a better ranking. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut in from the side. We don't just accept any stray cat or dog. Shuiji stood with her hands on her hips, scolding him. Kong Liang, I told you to recruit people, and you bring back trash like this? Kong Liang stammered. How? How can you say that? Chu Ran stepped in to diffuse the tension. It's fine. It's more convenient for me to act alone anyway. Right at that moment, 2 spatial rifts tore open in the sky. The crowd immediately recognized them. The Feng Shui sect, Master and Xia Yang, Master of the Wanfeng sect. Xia Yang laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to actually show up. Looks like I have no hope for first place now. Wang Sheng replied with a gentle smile. Brother Xia, you're too humble. But knowing the secret, he couldn't help but sigh internally. He glanced toward Chu Ran, thinking, with immortal venerable Yama here, I have no chance at the top spot either. A few minutes later, Fang Liang approached him, bowing respectfully. Greetings, sect master of Feng Shui. The bystanders instantly recognized them. That's the heavenly human clan. And isn't the one beside him Black Crow, the head disciple of the Donghu sect? Back at the front, Fang Liang continued with extreme politeness. Later on, I hope the sect master will. Suddenly, Miss June turned around from a corner, her eyes widening. You bastard! You're here too? The crowd whispered as Chu Ran got scolded. She screamed in rage. It was you. The moment I descended to the mortal realm, you captured me. I will never forgive you. Chu Ran looked puzzled. Why don't I remember this person? His mind flashed back to the past as he walked forward. Miss June of the Heavenly Human Clan, you have trespassed into the mortal realm. Your crimes are unforgivable. Remembering this, Chu Ran snapped back to reality. Ah, I remember now. Suddenly, Fang Liang stepped forward, glaring. Junior sister, is this the bastard you met in the lower realm? She looked at him with pure disgust. That's him. Chu Ran bluntly exposed her. Your junior sister was the one wreaking havoc in the mortal realm first. Fang Liang declared arrogantly. The mortal realm is full of lowly ants. If we kill them, so what? You dared to bully my junior sister, so today, you will pay the price. Xueji hurriedly urged her group to leave. Let's go. Thank God we didn't let him join the team. He actually dared to provoke the Heavenly Human Clan. Over on the other side, Wang Sheng spoke up sternly. Killing is forbidden outside the arena. Do you intend to break the tournament rules? Fang Liang flinched and quickly tried to explain. This man and I have a personal grudge. It's not a duel. The bystanders murmured in confusion. Why is the Feng Shui sect master stepping in to help a random passerby? Wang Sheng lectured him coldly. If it's a personal grudge, settle it after the competition. If you disrupt the tournament, I won't let you off easily. Fang Liang could only swallow his anger and bow. I understand. Farewell, sect master Wang. Watching from afar, Xueji thought to herself, I thought that guy had connections with the sect master, but it turns out the master just didn't want the tournament ruined. About 10 minutes later, someone shouted, Look, it's Sect Master Kong, Yu of Wanfeng, Luo Sha of the Void Sect, and Lord Yun Yu. Xue Qi's group was buzzing with excitement. Even these big shots are here to watch. Xia Ying has appeared too. Welcome everyone to the 100 Flowers Tournament. Today's martial competition officially begins. Her subordinate added, this time, the tournament is being held inside 100 Ghosts City. With a wave of magic, the scroll unfurled. Kong, you immediately recognized it as an immortal painting, condensed with 100 years of battlefield killing intent. Only immortal master Tianfeng could create this. Is Xia Ying admitting it came from his hand? Yun Yu spoke up. Immortal master Tianfeng comes and goes as he pleases. Countless people begged for a painting and were refused. To think he'd draw one for the city lord. Your friendship must be deep. Xia Ying hid his true thoughts. The world only knows that the immortal venerable has 5 disciples. They don't know that Tianfeng and I studied under the same master. As fellow disciples, our relationship is naturally good. He explained to the participants that 100 Ghost City is divided into 6 zones, filled with over 2,000 death row prisoners at the Dao planting stage. Kill 1, get 1 point. Chu Ran was surprised. While those around him complained about the unfairness 2011 contestants fighting against 2,000 prisoners, he loudly cut them off. Silence. These are your identity tags. In 15 days, the top 3 point holders from each zone will be teleported to the central area for the final ranking battle. Anyone who wants to surrender can crush their token to escape the painting. Now, go in. Everyone scrambled to fly up, wanting to seize the initiative. Xia Ying, however, was startled. You share the same name as Master. Is it really him? I want to see if you're worthy of that name. Putting aside outside matters, the scenery inside the painting appeared. Chu Ran looked around. It was no different from the real 100 Ghosts City. Little Tianfeng is still so meticulous. After dodging an axe, he realized it started already. An angry voice rang out. You actually dodged my sky-splitting axe? You've got some skill, kid. Watching from outside, Kong, you recognize the attacker. That's the polar villain. I heard he once blood-washed an entire city. I didn't expect him to be thrown into the painting. the villain declared smugly. Bad luck for you meeting me. Hand over your token obediently, and I'll let you die, comfortably. But Chu Ran just asked, we need tokens for points. But what do you need them for? Turns out, prisoners can be exonerated if they collect 5 tokens. The polar villain launched his attack. I'll start my collection with yours. Chu Ran calmly shot out a thin beam of light, blasting the villain into the city wall. He didn't forget to mock him. You didn't die? Your skin is thick indeed. The polar villain screamed in terror. What is this? Entangled by a vine, he howled. Let me go. Chu Ran looked at the object in surprise. It was a dark green vine. Outside, Yunyu commented, I heard that thing gains sentience when it matures. It's good at hiding and extremely fast. I can't believe they put one in the painting, Luo Sha added. If that death row prisoner hadn't appeared just in time, Chu Ran would have been the one caught. Inside the painting, the villain struggled. Don't. Chu Ran realized something. So this counts towards my points too. Suddenly, the prisoner was squeezed until he exploded. Chu Ran grabbed a piece of the dark green vine. This ink has great use. Yun Yu was astonished. He wants to use the poison for self-defense? Luo Sha sneered. Once that fluid leaves the main body, its effect drops drastically. Does he not even know that? Chu Ran started calculating, deciding to scout ahead. Just then, Kong Liang called out to him. What a coincidence! Shui Qi looked disgusted. Why is it him again? Kong Liang scolded her. We're all loose cultivators. We should help each other. Suddenly, someone appeared on the roof. So many tokens. Looks like I can get out of here. Getting all this without lifting a finger. Someone down below recognized her. That's the demoness who slaughtered a city to cultivate her evil arts. Chu Ru smiled slyly. Since you've heard my name, I'll let you all die a little more comfortably. Kong Liang stepped in front of him. I'll hold her off. You run. But Chu Ran wasn't worried. She can't hurt me. Shui Qi hatched a plan. Let's use this guy as a meat shield so we can escape directly. Chu Ru teased. Hey handsome little brother, come with big sister. I'll make you feel good. Chu Ran replied casually. You're a dying person. There's no benefit in following you. I refuse. Furious, she slashed forward. You dare curse me? A blast of energy blew away the weaker fighters. Chu Ran remained calm. Haven't you noticed your cultivation has stagnated? In fact, it's getting weaker. Chu Ru felt a pang of fear. How does he know? Before she knew it, he was right in front of her. I can break it for you. Chu Ran tapped her forehead with a glowing finger, and a green shadow was forced out of her body. An old man's voice roared in anger. Who dares ruin this old man's plans? Shui Qi's group was terrified. It's a nascent soul expert. We can't handle this. Yun Yu shouts instinctively. It's him again. Luo Sha finds it strange and asks immediately. You know this guy? The truth is revealed instantly. He is a nascent soul powerhouse from another continent who travels frequently, but no one expected him to have ties to 100 Ghost City. Xia Ying is both worried and curious. How will Chu Ran handle this situation? Chu Ran loudly questions the old Taoist. Who exactly are you looking for? The old man snaps back angrily. Who gave you the guts to break the seal I placed on this she-devil? Chu Ran isn't afraid, and fires back. A mere remnant soul leeching cultivation from a young girl. Is this how the righteous act? The old man scrambles to justify himself. I placed that seal to stop her from harming others. Leave now so I can reapply it. Shui Qi also chimes in. Don't interfere when a senior is subduing a witch. But Chu Ran smirks, his tone dripping with implication. Or are you just afraid she'll spill your dirty little secrets? The old man instantly changes his tune. Shut your mouth. If you're this determined to be an idiot, then you can die right alongside her. Black smoke suddenly engulfs Chu Ru. She screams in terror. He's trying to refine me. Master Chu, save me. Seeing the old man try to silence a witness, Chu Ran simply waves his hand. The old man is furious. I chose this vessel for possession ages ago. How dare you interfere? Chu Ran replies coldly. When trouble lands right in front of me, I don't just walk away. Energy surges at the old man's command. Then die. His form shifts, transforming into a muscular youth. The bystanders panic. We can't watch this anymore, let's get out of here. It's his own fault for provoking such a powerful figure. Kong Liang urges him frantically. What are you standing there for? Run. Chu Ran pats his shoulder calmly. Relax. Forest of myriad phenomena. Sun and moon united. Yin yang. Infinite god demon. Descend. A colossal figure materializes before the enemy. Chu Ran chants another incantation. Rakshasa fist. The old man stammers in shock. What? What kind of fist technique is this? Before he can react, a palm strike surging with power crashes down. Through the smoke, only his desperate wail remains. No! Yun Yu gasps. That's the god-demon voice. Kong Yu is even more stunned. That's a legend from the primordial era of the immortal world. A divine ability passed down by ancient god-demons. How does Chu Ran know this? Luo Sha nods gravely. He's using the Dao Seed Realm to forcibly execute. This technique, he'll have no combat power left. Even if he wins, the blood demon will finish him off. Kong Liang is the only one cheering. Brother Chu, that was incredible. Chu Ran replies nonchalantly, it was just a remnant soul, nothing special. Chu Ru suddenly calls out, Master Chu. Kong Liang snaps back defensively. What do you want now? To their surprise, she speaks with deep emotion. Thank you for saving my life. This area is crawling with beasts and venomous creatures. Please, follow me to safety. She takes the lead. This way. Chu Ran speaks up as they walk. Are you ready to tell me your background now? What was your relationship with that old man? She answers, voice trembling with grievance. My name is Chu Ru. That man captured me because of my special physique. He slaughtered an entire city to practice his evil arts, then framed me for it and threw me in here. Chu Ran finishes the story for her. He wasn't satisfied. He couldn't bear to waste your physique, so he attached his remnant soul to you to continue his cultivation. Kong Liang screams in outrage. That's absolutely heartless. He's worse than a demon cultivator. Chu Ru adds shyly. Thanks to Master Chu, I've finally escaped that nightmare. 10 minutes later, she points to a building. We're here, sisters. Come on out. The door swings open, and voices flood out. Big sister, are you hurt? Who are these men? Kong Liang is instantly love-struck so many beauties, but Chu Ran remains sharp. Who are they? She smiles warmly. These are my sisters. They were all framed just like me. Sadly, some were sent to other realms. Please excuse the poor hospitality. We don't have much to offer. Chu Ran cuts to the chase. How long have you all been here? Chu Ro answers honestly. Over 10 years. He immediately makes an offer. Do you want to leave 100 Ghost City? Anxiety ripples through the group. We want to, but it's not that simple. The rules say we need to collect 5 tokens to leave. Chu Ran replies with casual confidence. Just follow my command, and I can get all of you out of here. Chu Ro steps forward immediately. You saved my life, Master Chu. If there's a way, I am willing to follow you. The other women nod in agreement. If Big Sister trusts you, then so do we. Seeing this, Chu Ran instructs, tell me the distribution of the death row prisoners in this area. Time passes. Outside the city, everything seems quiet. Kong Liang is strolling casually behind Chu Ran when someone suddenly jumps out. Halt! I didn't expect to find 2 tokens this easily. Today is our lucky day, boys. Chu Ran scoffs with utter contempt. Ridiculous. One of them barks, what's so funny? Your fish on the chopping block, do you really think you can escape? Chu Ran replies with a dark smirk. Who said we were the prey? The bandit stares in shock. Still talking big? The leader signals his men. Make it quick! But as they charge, they slam straight into an electric net. Chu Ru finally steps out of the shadows. If young Master Chu hadn't lured you lot out, dealing with you would have been a real headache. The enemy snaps back. You dare collude with these despicable contestants? But she throws it right back in his face. When you ambushed me last time, I didn't hear you complaining then. Realizing he's cornered, his tone shifts to begging. Look, we can work together too. Just, please, spare our lives. Chu Ran's expression remains icy. No need. Your only value is the points you carry. Their screams echo as the token absorbs them instantly. Kong Liang stares at the token in shock. How is racking up points this easy? Brother Chu, you're actually insane. But up in the stands, Luo Sha is fuming. Colluding with death row prisoners? That is absolutely disgraceful. Yun Yu immediately sneers at him. Your disciples aren't even in this zone, so why are you so pressed? But Luo Sha doubles down. Is this not cheating? If someone like that wins, who would ever accept it? I demand he be disqualified immediately. The fairy elder chimes in bitterly. I second that. But Kong, Yu interjects calmly. I actually find the boy strategic and wise. Besides, isn't it up to the city lord to decide who stays or goes? Xia Ying flashes a grin, declaring, I think he's fascinating. Let's keep watching. Back in the arena, Kong Liang gives a helpless laugh. Who knew farming points could be this exhausting? But hey, at least I've got enough to enter the central zone now. Suddenly, Chu Ran catches a warning. The Ghost Alliance is closing in on us. Chu Ran frowns. Ghost Alliance? Chu Ru explains urgently. It's a faction formed by the death row prisoners. Their leader is at the peak stage, even I'm no match for him. A spark of interest lights up his eyes. Interesting. Time to use a few tricks then. Minutes later, a girl rushes over. Here's the sun essence flower you wanted. Another reports in. And I've found the red flame grass. From the other side, another girl hands over the flame crystal stone. Gathering the materials, he barks a short order. Everyone, get behind me. Chu Ran drops to one knee, slamming his hand down. Formation. Activate. Zhuo Ri is stunned. That's the molten lava formation. Does this kid cultivate the way of arrays too? Someone retorts. Is there anything you haven't seen before? Why are you so surprised? Zhuo Ri explains. The rank of the formation isn't high, but his technique. It's incredibly seasoned. Before he can finish, he freezes. He gasps in pure shock. He's laying down a second formation, right on top of the first one. Kong Liang looks on, confused. I recognize the first one, but what on earth is that second one? Chu Ran answers briefly. The Berserk Giant Formation. Kong Liang nervously warns him. Hey, I heard you can't place formations that close together. They'll lose control. Chu Ran nods. Correct. Two formations this close usually repel each other. That's why cultivators normally space them out. Kong Liang stammers. If you know that, then why? Chu Ran cuts him off with a smirk. That rule applies to mediocrity. I, however, am an exception. As his hand touches the formation's core, intricate purple patterns ripple outward. Zhuo Ri screams. He's layering the absolute void and the whirlwind right on top. That's four formations occupying the same space without rejecting each other. Even Kong Yu is taken aback. This kid has truly opened my eyes. He can't stop praising him. Now this. This is a true genius. Just then, a group emerges from the shadows. Wait, isn't that the blood demon? The enemy sneers. Didn't get beat enough last time? You see me and you don't run? Chu Ro moves to attack, but Chu Ran stops her. Don't be rash. The thug roars. Fine, I'll finish you all myself. But as he charges, the formation patterns beneath him ignite. Panic flashes across his face. What the hell is this? You set a trap? Explosions erupt around him, spewing plumes of gray, yellow, and green smoke. The leader stands unfazed, shouting through the chaos. You think a cheap trick like this can kill me? Chu Ran replies with chilling calm. Oh no. I've prepared something much more special for you. Instantly, a golden circle activates beneath their feet. Unable to stand, they collapse, screaming for mercy. Chu Ran simply raises his hand, chanting a suppression spell. An eerie, monstrous flame descends from the heavens. The formation below flares, and in an instant, everyone inside is vaporized into nothingness. Chu Ru watches in awe, fusing 4 flames into 5. 20 formation that instantly wipes out a peak stage cultivator. Young Master Chu is a monster. The other girls immediately flock to him. Eyes full of admiration, Chu Ran ignores the attention, his expression serious. Go find me more herbs. I need to concoct a specific potion. Xia Ying narrows her eyes. His techniques. They bear the shadow of the Taiji sect's arts. Is that just a coincidence? Zhuo Ri can't hide his excitement. Such a flashy formation. It's a veritable feast for the eyes, but Kong Yu is focused on something else. What is he doing now? The Dan Ding sect master speaks up. It looks like he's refining medicine. Yun Yu immediately asks, he understands the Tao of alchemy too? The Dan Ding sect master waves it off. Relax, those are just the clumsy tricks of a novice apothecary. But a moment later, he is struck completely dumb. As the magical image zooms in, they gasp in unison. That's ethereal void liquid. The sect master stammers out an explanation. That potion is used for void teleportation. It's incredibly complex. Almost no one attempts to refine it anymore. Yunyu's eyes widen as he connects the dots. Wait, is he planning to use that to teleport the death row prisoners out of the arena? The master of Dan Ding Peak replied with a dark expression. Although the void teleportation liquid can traverse the void, It is not enough to break through the restriction. Then Luo Sha chimed in with a sneer. Cultivating formations yet dabbling in alchemy? Does he think he's some kind of peerless genius? Zhuo Ri, however, spoke up firmly. His talent in formations alone is enough. No matter what happens, I am taking him as my disciple. But right at that moment, the Danding sect master shouted out, "No! Chu Ran's attainment in the Tao of alchemy is even higher. Look at that. He used the venom of the azure black vine instead of the 5-poison liquid. It allows him to pinpoint spatial rifts within the city with far greater precision." Suddenly, a pair of small, glowing wings manifested. The old man was so stunned his voice rose. The flying phoenix pill condensation method. Even I didn't master that until I reached the 5th layer of the Tao Palace. Kong. You made a definitive assessment. So, he is a dual cultivation genius in both formations and alchemy. Sect Master Zhuo, let's discuss this. But a split second later, the Danding sect master cut in. I also want to take him as a disciple. His alchemy talent is superior. Zhuo Ri refused to back down. I saw him first. Xia Ying had to step in to mediate. Stop arguing. Chu Ran is finished. At this moment, Chu Ran told his group, the void liquid is ready. I can go to the other locations and save the rest of the sisters. A bubble-like membrane suddenly enveloped the 3 of them, floating up into the spatial rift above. Meanwhile, loud cries for help echoed through the 2nd realm. A girl screamed, trembling in fear. Don't come over here. The men in black continued to harass the beauty. Just then, Chu Ran shouted, "Stop!" But the thugs only looked at him with disdain. Is this the guy senior brother Fang Liang wants dead? The 3 men in black flew toward him, thinking it was the perfect chance to kill him and claim the reward. But Chu Ran spoke softly. Is the Celestial Clan always this despicable? The leader immediately coughed up blood and dropped dead on the spot. Kong Liang asked in total confusion, "Brother, did you do all that?" On the other side, Qiu Ru rushed over to the girl. "I'm here to take you all home." Chu Ran revealed the truth. While I was refining the void liquid, I whipped up some poison powder on the side. The rescued girl walked over and bowed. "Thank you for saving me, young master," he replied modestly. "Save your thanks. Let's go find your sisters first." The girl shyly gestured to them. "Please, follow me." 30 minutes later, Fang Liang arrived at the scene, fuming. Who did this? How dare they kill members of the Celestial Clan? Whoever it is, I will make them pay. Meanwhile, in the observation area, the elders were evaluating his talent. Creating a poison specifically targeting the Celestial Clan? He really is a genius. Kong Yu was getting more and more intrigued. He never ceases to surprise me. I also want to take him as a disciple. Only Luo Sha remained vigilant, noting, "This boy is a formidable opponent." The scene then shifted to the 3rd realm. Within the painting, Chu Ran urgently told his group, "We need to rescue the sisters quickly, before the sun sets." Kong Liang seized the chance to tease him. "Brother, your reputation has spread everywhere. Wherever we go, no one dares to block our path." Chu Ran replied bluntly, "I already have enough points to enter the central area. Ignore them." Then, he changed the subject. "Let's move while we can." The scene shifted to the 4th realm, revealing a desolate landscape where nothing remained. After days of hunting, Wang Sheng was in high spirits. Just 2 more death row prisoners, and I can advance to the final round. Other participants expressed their admiration, declaring he would surely be the winner. Suddenly, Wang Sheng glanced toward a hidden corner. A fish that slipped through the net? He fired a beam of golden light, shouting, "Freeze!" The girl wanted to run, but she was helpless. Trembling, she pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I haven't done anything wrong." Wang Sheng replied coldly, "Once you enter this place, you are nothing more than tools for me to accumulate points." Luo Sha crossed his arms and observed. The sect master was originally a nascent soul powerhouse. Although his strength has diminished since returning to the human realm for training, he is still formidable. Yun Yu stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It seems the 1st place spot is no longer up for debate. But," Kong Yu countered, "have you all forgotten someone?" Back inside the painting, the girl screamed in helplessness. No, just in the nick of time, Qiu Ru appeared to shield her. "Stop! As long as I am here, you won't touch her." Seeing a familiar face, the girl cried out in relief. "Sister Qiu Ru." The onlookers whispered, "Is that the blood enchantress? How dare she oppose the sect master?" Wang Sheng looked at her with amusement. You alone cannot stop me. But then, the person he feared most arrived. What if she relies on me? Chu Ran greeted him with a mischievous grin. Greetings, Brother Wang. Wang Sheng was surprised. I've searched this realm many times, but I've never seen you before. Chu Ran confessed honestly. I just arrived today. Wang Sheng immediately cut to the chase. What did you mean just now? Chu Ran replied concisely. She is a sister of Lady Shen. I promise to get them out safely. I hope you will show mercy and spare her. Hearing this, Wang Sheng immediately stepped back. If you say so, I will comply. It sounds absurd, but I believe you can do it. Chu Ran replied with satisfaction. Then you have my thanks. With that, Wang Sheng coldly walked away. I shall take my leave. As he left, a young man in the crowd shouted, He's just leaving like that? A person next to him whispered knowingly, What do you know? True experts settle battles in a single thought. Another guy chimed in urgently, We need to move, now. Chu Ran turned to his companions, his voice steady. Time for us to get to work too. A quick glance at the map confirmed Chu Ru's position. Meanwhile, outside the trial, Rakshasa slammed his fist on the table in a rage. This is too much. Does he think the 6 zones of 100 Ghost City are his personal hunting grounds? The fairy watched in shock, realizing the terrifying truth. At this rate, the highest score across all 6 zones belongs to him alone. In contrast, the Pill Cauldron sect master started bragging. My disciple is truly exceptional. Zhuo Ri immediately shot him down. Your disciple? Please, he belongs to me. Kong Yu, however, had his own schemes brewing. My 10,000 Peak sect will secure this talent, no matter the cost. It was now day 15 inside 100 Ghost City. Chu Ran did a silent calculation. With the outer zones cleared, the path to the center would open within the next 2 days. Just then, his command token vibrated. His eyes lit up. It's time. Chu Ran immediately issued the order. Open the teleportation formation. Chu Ro stood ready behind him, leading the entire squad of 74 women. Everyone was accounted for. He grinned, his voice booming with confidence. Good. With this void shift, we can all storm the central zone together. The spatial gate swallowed the floating bubbles, transporting them instantly. In a blink, the central realm materialized before their eyes. Wang Sheng stood waiting, anticipation building. This was the final proving ground. Fang Liang chimed in beside him. Only the top 3 from each zone get teleported here, true elites. But suddenly, the spatial gate ripped wide open, triggering gasps of shock from the crowd. The blood demoness? And are those death row prisoners? Did they come here to slaughter us all? Wang Sheng calmly reassured the group. Relax. Only official participants can compete. They're just here as spectators. Fang Liang sneered, spitting insults. Filthy prisoners ruining the tournament. Do they think they're worthy to stand with us? Suhi stepped forward, mocking, He's just a gigolo hiding behind women. He won't even make the top 10. Back on the other side, Kong Liang looked anxious, but Chu Ran just gave a cold shrug. Ignore them. A few minutes later, the mood shifted to excitement. It's here. Are these the seats for the top 10? Massive golden cubes descended from the sky. Landing heavily in the open courtyard, Junfeng shouted to the crowd. The arena is set. Let's decide the rankings. Now. One cultivator tried to rush forward, but was instantly blasted backward by an invisible force. Seeing this, a nearby youth asked, Hey, what happened to you? He stammered, The stage. It has a crushing spiritual pressure. Just then, another cultivator strode forward confidently. Is that all? This level of pressure is nothing to me. The other men whispered in awe. Looks like only the elites can step up there. As expected of a disciple from Heaven Mountain, Junfeng teleported directly onto the platform. Stop wasting time. Everyone down there, come at me all at once. Dust swirled around the arena. The weaker participants hung their heads, accepting their fate. Even if we risked our lives to get here, we're not qualified to stand on that stage. Chu Ran turned to his friend. Why aren't you going up? Kong Liang looked down, embarrassed. You getting me to the central zone is enough. With my strength, I'd just humiliate myself up there. Chu Ran calmly gestured for him to proceed. You cultivate the puppet path. It's weak at the start, but once you master it, you'll be nearly invincible. Your potential is supernatural. In the future, you'll surpass most people here. Go, I'll secure a rank for you, Kong Liang whispered, needing reassurance. Are Are you sure? Absolutely. Meanwhile, in another corner, a cultivator signaled to his rival. Why don't we both go up? Wang Sheng turned to the man beside him. I'm fine with that. What about you? Xia Yang shook his head. Our strength is equal. Instead of fighting up there, let's settle who's stronger right here, right now. The spectators buzzed with excitement, eager to see who would claim the championship this year. Outside the trial, Yunyu asked curiously, Wang Sheng versus your disciple. Who do you think takes the win? Kong Yu answered honestly, Xia Yang is a rare genius, no doubt. But compared to Wang Sheng, he's still a step behind. Back inside, Xia Yang set the terms. One move. We decide the winner in a single exchange. He crouched low and launched a devastating full wind palm. But Wang Sheng countered with a far more domineering technique, the feng shui finger. Wang Sheng's finger struck the center of Xia Yang's palm. The impact was instant. Xia Yang, overpowered, was blasted out of the duel. Watching closely, Chu Ran nodded. That Wang Sheng. He really is the strongest here. Xia Yang accepted his defeat with grace. I lost. Brother Wang, please, go ahead. Wang Sheng dashed forward, leaving behind two humble words. You yielded. On the platform, the experts took their places, but when they saw where Wang Sheng sat, the crowd erupted. What? He chose the second-place seat? Su, he was just as confused. What is this? Xia Yang shouted up to him. Brother Wang, did you make a mistake? Another cultivator yelled. With your strength, you're definitely number one. But Wang Sheng remained calm. I know my limits. I am not the strongest. If anyone wants the championship, they'll have to get past me first. Xia Yang leaped up beside him. Then I have to see who this number one really is. Wang Sheng looked down at the crowd, his voice cool. Is there anyone down there who dares to challenge? The others have long since lost their nerve. Forget it. Let's just give up here. Su. He finally notices Chu Ran. As for you two, if you're scared, just surrender now. He loudly declares to the crowd. Who says I don't dare? Fighting you lot is actually boring. Let's end this quick. She snaps back, furious. You dare look down on me? You're going to die a miserable death. Seeing her reaction, he switches weapons. Fine. Let's settle this with your specialty music. Su, he instantly flares up with intensity. You chose this yourself. I'll show you what true power looks like. She quickly strums the chaotic notes of the Mad Demon song. Fang Liang watches with glee. This tune can shatter minds, even cause chi deviation. Looks like Chu Ran is finished. But then, the melodious sound of Chu Ran's flute cuts through. Su, his eyes widen in panic. He completely blocked my sound waves? Yunyu gasps in shock. This kid dabbles in music too? He's a total monster. The fairy feels a chill of fear. She never expected his musical mastery to be this high. Su, he is no match for him. At this very moment, the two waves of sound begin to grind against each other. Su, he can't help but scream, Damn it! 10 minutes in and his attack hasn't weakened at all. It's getting stronger. Even so, I absolutely will not admit defeat. Meanwhile, the azure energy from his flute begins to gather even more densely. Finally, Su, he can no longer withstand his sound. Chu Ran doesn't forget to ask a provocative question. So, how is my melody? She is forced to fly down. My skill is inferior. You win. Fang Liang can't believe his eyes. Chu Ran actually won? Next, he turns to Kong Liang. Let's go. The 10th platform is yours. The crowd is disgruntled, claiming this is a violation. But up above, Wang Sheng speaks up. The rules do not forbid yielding a position. It is not a violation. Next, the two of them teleport up to platform number 10. Kong Liang asks him anxiously, You gave this spot to me, but what about you, brother? Chu Ran just smirks. My target lies further up. The crowd below whispers as they watch him. He's aiming for the 4th spot. Luo Cha's disciple speaks up proactively. It seems you want to challenge me. The master also shows utter disdain. You think knowing a few cheap tricks is enough to defeat my disciple? Kong Yu feels the tension. Underestimating an opponent is a great taboo. He fears Chu Ran is about to suffer a loss. But Yunyu excitedly alerts them. He's continuing upward. Juari desperately wants to tell him. Don't go, disciple. They aren't easy to deal with. The master of the Pill Cauldron sect joins the squad of warriors. Don't go. What if you get crippled? Now Xia Yang stares him down. Do you wish to challenge me? Chu Ran coldly denies it. No, just passing through. You still need to cultivate for a few more years. The spectators below doubt his actions, thinking he is being far too arrogant. Moments later, Wang Sheng slowly speaks up. You've arrived. There is no need for words between us. Please, take the seat of honor. Chu Ran asks, puzzled. We aren't going to fight? Wang Sheng replies sensibly. Don't joke. I can't beat you. Chu Ran quickly ascends to the top position. Then I won't be polite. Down below, Fang Liang feels incredibly indignant. Why did Brother Wang let that guy pass so easily? He screams with all his might. I do not accept this. On what grounds can he win without a fight? I, Fang Liang, am not inferior to him. Hearing this, Chu Ran retorts, if you have a grievance, then let the two of us fight a match right now. Su, he can't help but sneer. I don't know why, but the Windwater Sect Master clearly yielded, yet that idiot thinks he's actually stronger. Fang Liang will definitely kill him this time. Luo Cha's disciple also chimes in. The Celestial Clan built their foundation on spear arts. Fang Liang is a powerhouse among them. This kid is in for a hard time. Fang Liang grows even more furious. You want to use a spear to deal with me? No one has ever withstood 3 rounds against my spear. He thrusts his hand out, firing a laser beam straight at him. Die. Junfeng's face stiffens. He has reached the realm of man and spear unity. Yet Chu Ran replies calmly. Not a bad aura, but your foundation is lacking. Xia Yang jumps in surprise, watching him. He blocked it so easily. This Chu Ran is not simple. Fang Liang continues to challenge him. So what if you blocked a few moves? Our grudge ends here today. A white serpent manifests from his energy, the evil Fang strike. At this moment, anyone with knowledge understands clearly. That is Fang Liang's strongest attack. Kong, you disapproves completely. Why use a technique that burns your lifespan just for a ranking? Zhuo Ri is terrified and urges them. City Lord, the top 10 are decided. End the tournament quickly. Luo Cha just snorts coldly in response. It's too late. Fang Liang thrusts his weapon forward with terrifying speed. The serpent formed from his essence roars even more ferociously. Those rooting for Chu Ran groan in despair. He's done for. But Kong Yu speaks to them calmly. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Look, Chu Ran raises his spear straight up. With a leisurely air, he chants a spell, and his power instantly shatters his opponent's essence. A blinding golden light radiates from between them. Fang Liang screams in horror. He blocked my strongest attack again? He clicks his tongue, twisting the knife. You call this the strongest? What a waste of a good spear. Everyone just sees a blazing heat source making him growl in frustration. Su, he watches in total shock. Did he really just defeat Fang Liang using the way of the spear? The trio outside is frozen like statues. Finally, the Pill Cauldron sect master barks out. After all that, his spear arts are his strongest? Is he a spear cultivator or what? Inside the painting, Chu Ran stares coldly at the defeated loser. Since he's lost the will to fight, he has no right to sit there. I recall you're from the weapon forging sect. Take this platform. If anyone challenges you, I'll handle them. The girl is stunned to be picked, then beams with joy. Thank you, young Master Chu. Then, he stares blankly at a small object that just materialized. Is this the rune to enter the 100 Flowers space? It looks like the others received one too. Chu Ru's sisters celebrate. Young Master Chu can finally lead us out. But Su He can't help sneering. Keep dreaming. You death row prisoners have merged with the painting. Without the owner's permission, you're never getting out. He's just using you for profit. The crowd turns on him instantly. That hypocrite. So he's just a scammer. The girl beside Churo asks fearfully, is that true? But she answers firmly, I believe in young Master Chu. Chu Ran steps in to calm them down. Don't worry. I promise to get you out, and I always keep my word. Luo Sha scoffs with contempt. Grandmaster 7 Stars sealed this ages ago. Does he actually think he can free those prisoners? Yun Yu wavers slightly. But doesn't he have the void fluid? The answer comes immediately. That stuff isn't omnipotent. It can't break the painting's seal. And besides, he's out of materials. Zhuo Ri's opinion shifts. Turns out he's just a lying scumbag. I misjudged him. Back inside, the girl asks nervously, how do you plan to get us out? Su. He pours oil on the fire. You idiots still trust this fraud? If he breaks the seal, I'll write my name backwards. Chu Ran starts searching for something. Who said I wanted to break the seal? He looks up at the sky and chuckles. The painting was flawless, but forcing a passage from reality created a crack. I just need to find that weak point. Sue, he keeps mocking him in the background. Cat got your tongue? Let's see how you. Before he can finish, Chu shoots into the sky. He scans the area, thinking, knowing Little Seven's habits, the flaw in the painting must be right here. His brush tip widens the formation. Suhi and the others stare, eyes popping out. What is he doing? Juori screams. Is he trying to brute force the seal? The pill cauldron master hesitates. Even I can't see through this. Xia Ying spots it first. He found the painting's flaw. Luo Sha glances over. What flaw? Yun Yu explains with deep insight. When the senior gifted the painting, he established a link to reality. That must be the weak point. Xia Ying nods, but she's terrified. Only my brother and I know about that spot. How did he find it? Chu Ran whispers to himself, change one stroke, and the space collapses. Little Seven, Master isn't going to be polite with you anymore. Beams of light pierce through, widening the hole in the sky. The colors of the world around them start to turn gray. The crowd below panics. The space is collapsing. Chu Ran calmly flies down. Don't just stand there. Follow me out. Outside, the scroll glows at its center. As they step out, the girls gasp in relief. Fresh air. He turns to give orders. Miss Shen, take them to Qinling. My disciple is the emperor there. Qiru bows excitedly. Thank you. Qiro and her sisters say their goodbyes. But now, the disciple recruitment squad comes rushing in. We've been waiting for you, Churan asks awkwardly. Who are you two? The old man grabs his hand. I'm the Pill Cauldron sect master. With your talent, you must study alchemy with me. Zhuori chimes in. No. Be my head disciple. I'll cover your room and board. Churan scolds himself. Did I show off too much? Then Kong Yu joins the fray. Do you want to be my closed-door disciple? The recruitment squad immediately shoves Kong Yu aside in rage. The bystanders are stunned. 3 great powerhouses fighting over him? Just how monstrous is this guy's talent? Back in the center, his ears are ringing with, "Call me master." Finally, Chu Ran answers honestly. I appreciate the offer, but I don't plan on taking a master. The expressions on the 3 old faces turn sour instantly. Kong Yu switches to lecture mode. Cultivation without guidance leads to chi deviation, you know. Chu Ran stands firm. Don't worry, I have no master, but I won't lose my way. The heavens, the earth, and every blade of grass in this world guide my cultivation. Luo Sha roars. Arrogant, even a nascent soul powerhouse wouldn't dare say such a thing. Chu Ran shoots back. For a bitter cultivator like you, it sounds like a dream. But your body has limits. If I'm not mistaken, you feel drained when circulating energy, and you haven't broken through in a long time. Have you? Luo Sha flinched, guilt written all over his face. How does he know that? Xia Yang whispered in shock. He dares to offend Luo Sha publicly? Jun Feng chimed in. That is just too arrogant. The fairy stepped forward to warn him. With arrogance like that, are you sure anyone will want you as a disciple? She continued her lecture. You have no respect for the strong. You will never become one yourself. Chu Ran ignored her, his eyes locked on one target. Sect Master Luo Sha, am I wrong? The crowd watched closely. Why so silent, brother? Yun Yu speculated. Could he actually be right? Luo Sha's shame turned into fury. You want to die? The boy smirked, catching him in the trap. Looks like you admit it. Wang Sheng face-palmed, helpless. He really just does whatever he wants. Xia Ying started connecting the dots. Multifaceted talent, fearless before the mighty. Someone with this kind of aura must have a connection to master. Then, Yun Yu stepped up and spoke. Your personality. I like it. Your talent is high too. Even those nascent soul cultivators couldn't help you much. Today, this kid's life is under my protection. Anyone who touches him answers to me. Luo Sha roared back. You think I won't strike? But Zhuo Ri and the Pill Cauldron sect master also stepped in to defend the boy. Kong, you tried to mediate. Let's not ruin the mood. Everyone, take a step back. Luo Sha backed down, but his eyes were full of venom. Out of respect for Kong Yu, I'll let you go. But next time, no promises. Kong, you then turned to the boy with a friendly smile. If you don't want a master, I won't force you. I just hope to see you reach the nascent soul stage in the future. The others departed. leaving behind words of encouragement. Chu Ran felt a warmth in his chest. "Thank you, everyone." Xia Ying then announced, "I am about to open the 100 Flowers space. Get ready." Those holding the tokens looked at their hands nervously. With every incantation, the light grew brighter. Spiritual light surged. The moonflower spirit opened. A pink aura flooded the space, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. A lush, green natural landscape appeared. Everyone looked around, confused. "Where are the 100 Flowers Dao fruits? Why don't I see them?" Jun Feng suddenly shouted. "Look over there! That is where the remains of Senior 100 Flowers King transformed. In the primordial chaos, the Senior became a god. Devoted to the immortal world, his death created this space to bless future cultivators." Jun Feng bowed deeply. "Great righteousness, Senior." At the same time, Wang Sheng noticed the energy in the space was weak. This must be the last time the 100 Flower space opens. From what I see, the Dao fruits near the top hold the most spiritual power. The ones at the very peak are enough to help one ascend to the Dao Palace realm. Chu Ran signaled him. "Don't delay. Grab the fruits first." Wang Sheng immediately ordered, "Everyone, harvest from the bottom up according to rank. Consume and absorb them right here." They all sat down to cultivate. Memories of the past flooded back. "I once barged into this place, but I was rejected. Finally, I have the chance to meet this 100 Flowers King." He touched the tree trunk and chanted. The scene shifted a space of only water and sky. The 100 Flowers King was deep in thought, reciting poetry about the great world. Suddenly, Chu Ran appeared. The king was stunned. You can use divine will to enter my sea of consciousness? Which continent are you from?" Chu Ran answered honestly. "The celestial god continent." The king looked at him with emotion. "It seems that after my death, this continent is still full of talent. Young man, since fate brought us together, I will pass the heaven's sorrow art to you." Chu Ran unexpectedly refused. "I already cracked that art. The moves derived from it have long been circulating in the immortal world." The old man trembled and shouted, "Lies! How could a mere Dao seed cultivator like you crack it? Wait, why do you have two souls? One is a Dao seed. The other is an immortal venerable." Chu Ran smiled sheepishly. "As expected of a senior, you saw right through my past life." The king muttered, "Reincarnation? Impossible." Chu Ran decided to show off a little. "If you don't believe me, look at this." The 100 Flowers King lost his composure. "This is Supreme Sword Intent. Is there really such a young, immortal venerable? Becoming a venerable in 1,000 years. Such a genius. It is a pity I did not live to see your era." Chu Ran got to the point. "Actually, I have a question. Back then, you surpassed the 6th stage and were invincible. Why did you suddenly die?" The king pondered. "I don't remember. Over the years, half my memories have faded. I have forgotten many things. My time is running out. If you want clues, go to the Western Heaven realm." Chu Ran returned to the outside world, deep in thought. Someone who could suppress the 100 Flowers King. Is there a power even higher than divine abilities? Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently. Wang Sheng asked in panic, "What is happening?" The boy explained quickly, "The 100 Flowers King's consciousness has dissipated. This space is collapsing." Hearing this, Wang Sheng bowed hastily. "Immortal Venerable, I take my leave." The others quickly said their goodbyes and headed out. Chu Ran hovered in midair, channeling a technique. He glanced at his hand, deep in thought. The Heavenly God Continent interface. Looks like it was a random teleportation. "Come on out. Stop hiding in there." Little Ao sighed helplessly, stepping into view. You found me." Chu Ran cut straight to the chase. "You're ambushing people here for the 100 Flower Dao fruit, aren't you?" The creature's face darkened as he made a decision. "Since you saw through it, I'll drop the act. Hand over the Dao fruit." Chu Ran looked amused. "I'm curious though. With so many people around, why target me? Little beast, you're actually quite interesting." He raised a hand, chanting a breaker spell. Snap! Little Ao glared furiously. "When did you figure it out? That dead disguise on you might fool a nascent soul cultivator, but not me." Little Ao gritted his teeth. "I was going to spare your life if you handed it over. But you know too much. Now, you die here." He opened his mouth, unleashing a devastating sonic roar. Little Ao smirked internally. "This is my clan's divine ability. Even a master would be crippled by this." But for Chu Ran, this just confirmed his suspicion. Ah, a void beast. Little Ao's heart sank into despair. He neutralized my ultimate move with a single glance? I have to go all out. With a roar, he transformed, summoning his true giant beast form. Chu Ran merely flicked his wrist. Voidbreaker. Two streaks of black energy shot into the air, shattering the attack instantly. Defeated, Little Ao begged, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you whatever you want," Chu Ran asked calmly. "What is your relationship to old Londa?" The beast froze, eyes wide. You know my master?" Hearing that, everything clicked for Chu Ran. "So you're Little Duo's disciple? That explains why your roar looks exactly like the one I taught him." Little Ao scoffed in disbelief. "My master is the beast ancestor. A human like you couldn't possibly know him." Chu Ran ignored the insult and tossed him an object. "Take this token back. Give it to your master. Once he sees it, tell him to find me at the Spirit-Clear Jade Palace." Chu Ran turned and walked away. "See ya." Little Ao cursed under his breath. Hateful human. Daring to mock me like that. The scene shifts to the frozen wastelands of the extreme south glaciers. Little Ao knelt, trembling. "Disciple is useless. I failed to retrieve the Dao fruit." He hesitated, then added, "But I have something else to report." He presented Chu Ran's token. "A strange man told me to give this to you, master." Landa froze, his eyes locking onto the familiar glow. Hurry, bring it here, let me see it." "It is. There's no mistake. This is my master's token." Little Ao looked at him, confused. "Master? What are you talking about?" Landa's voice trembled. "Do you remember the stories of the Yama Immortal Venerable?" Little Ao blinked. "You mean the legendary figure who once ruled the immortal world?" "I was his mount," Landa said reverently. "We fought side by side until he was betrayed and killed. I've been hiding here ever since." He looked up desperately. "Did he leave a message?" Little Ao nodded slowly. "He said to meet him at the Spirit-Clear Jade Palace." Landa's eyes lit up. "I must go at once." But Little Ao blocked his path. "Master, wait. The Venerable died years ago. How can he just appear? Isn't this suspicious?" Landa didn't waver. "If it concerns my master, I will go. Even if it's a trap." The scene shifts to the Spirit-Clear Jade Palace. Chu Ran sat majestically. "You're here. Why not come out and talk?" Landa stepped forward, voice shaking. Did you send that token?" Chu Ran smiled, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Has it been so long that you don't recognize me, Little Duo?" "It's been a long time." Landa collapsed in tears. "It really is you, Master. I've finally found you. I missed you so much." Then, questions poured out of him. "Why are you hiding here? Come back to the clan with me. I'll help you regain your power. Wouldn't that be better?" Chu Ran shook his head gently. "It's a long story. I've reincarnated, but my cultivation is still weak. I cannot reveal my identity yet." Landa bowed his head, overcome with guilt. "It's all my fault. When you were undergoing your tribulation, Little Five tricked me. I wasn't there to protect you." Chu Ran's eyes narrowed. "Little Five? What did he do?" "Your tribulation failed because of him," Landa revealed bitterly. "At the critical moment of your ascension, I was guarding you. But he sent me away, claiming it was your direct order." Chu Ran listened intently, urging him to continue. "After you fell, I grew suspicious. Then the Taiji sect collapsed. The Black Spirit Society that Little Five founded suddenly rose to power, and he publicly aligned himself with the Great Flame Immortal Venerable." Seeing Chu Ran fall into a deep silence, Landa asked anxiously, "Master, are you all right?" "I was too weak to stop him," Landa growled. "Otherwise, I would have torn that traitor apart." Chu Ran finally looked up, his voice cold. "Don't worry, I will handle him personally." Landa hesitated. "But Master, you've only just restarted your cultivation. Let me sacrifice my beast core to help you ascend instantly." Chu Ran quickly waved his hand, alarmed. "No, absolutely not. My body possesses the Taiji power, and my cultivation speed is fast enough. Go back, pretend you know nothing, and continue your training." Sensing his master had made up his mind, Landa bowed deeply. "As you command, Master. I will take my leave." Alone again, Chu Ran's expression darkened. "Little Five, I thought you were just ambitious. I never imagined you'd commit the ultimate betrayal of killing your master." Time waits for no one. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. As Chu Ran absorbed spiritual energy into his body, he couldn't help but secretly celebrate one thing. The 100 Flowers Way is incredible. In just half a year, I broke through to the Tao Palace realm. But my physical body is still too weak. In my past life, I only focused on cultivation. This time, I must build a solid foundation before advancing any further. The best way to temper my body is using the solar furnace at the forging sect. Looks like I'll have to pay them a visit. Picturesque clouds and mountains drifted by as they traveled. Someone grew impatient and asked, "When will we finally reach the forging sect?" Qinzheng quickly comforted them. "Just hang in there a little longer. We're almost there." Fang Xin grumbled in annoyance. "Why do we have to drag these two along?" He cheerfully explained. "Master said that hardship is good for our cultivation." Suddenly, Fang Xin noticed the road was lined with refugees. Chu Ran finally spoke up, noting their direction. "They're coming from Lingkong City." Qinzheng asked furiously, "What the hell is the city lord doing?" She quickly tried to calm him down. "Brother, don't get mad. Maybe there's a hidden reason?" Just then, screams and galloping hooves erupted. "Out of the way!" Qinzheng watched with disgust as a carriage charged straight through, ignoring the civilians. As expected, a man got clipped by the horse. He immediately started wailing. "Help! I'm not getting up unless you pay me 50,000. Wait. They recognized that voice. Isn't that senior brother Xiaohu? Churan facepalmed in distress. Why is this guy here? And judging by that aura, that's definitely his main body. Meng threw open the carriage curtains and shrieked. "Which filthy beggar dares to touch my mount?" Ho Cheng ignored her, continuing his dramatic groans. "You hit me. I'm not moving until I get paid." Seeing this, she barked an order. "Men, beat this scammer to a pulp." But Meng was stopped by her guard. "Miss, we have a VIP guest to see off. We need to leave, now." Reluctantly, she threw a bag of coins at him. "Take the money and get lost. Don't let me ever see you again. Do you hear me?" Back inside the carriage, Meng snapped. "Let's go." Chu Ran turned to the disciples. "It's getting dark. Let's rest in Lingkong City." But Hu Cheng approached them. "Wait. Thanks to you guys, my cover wasn't blown. I'm heading into the city too. Let's travel together." Seeing Chu Ran act so friendly with the scammer, the others were a bit surprised. Fang Xin spoke up honestly. She had only met his clone before, but that still counted as being acquaintances. "Senior brother Xiaohu, do you know what's happening in Lingkong City?" Ho Cheng didn't hesitate. "It's the Black Spirit sect. They're up to their dirty tricks again." Seeing Chu Ran's surprise, he continued. "They've caused famine and plagues throughout the city. The people are suffering unspeakable misery." Fang Xin was puzzled. "But what's their goal?" He replied like an expert. "They need to harvest negative emotions for their cultivation." Seeing her interest, Ho Cheng got more animated. "Their 3 branch masters are hiding in the city. Anyone who resists gets wiped out." Fang Xin asked, "How do you know so much?" Ho Cheng grinned mischievously. "If I didn't know the lay of the land, how would I make any money?" After walking for a while, they reached Lingkong City. Fang Xin looked around and remarked, "It doesn't look as tragic as you described." Ho Cheng explained, "It's just a false peace. In reality, danger is hiding in every corner of these streets." She scoffed, clearly not buying it. Chu Ran stepped in. "Stop scaring her. Since we're here, we'll pull out this thorn in our side." Once they were seated at a table, Fang Xin made up her mind. "The Black Spirit sect is evil. We have to stop them." Qinzheng added, "I asked around outside. Rumor has it they've built temples everywhere to absorb those negative emotions." Fang Xin immediately volunteered, "Then I'll go smash their temples tonight." But Chu Ran shot down the idea. "There are too many temples. It's a waste of energy and won't change anything." He smiled mysteriously. "Didn't you say they have 3 branch masters?" Chu Ran declared, "To catch the bandits, capture their king first. Now that I've broken through to the Tao Palace realm, it's time to go shopping for some weapons." Outside, a man was shouting, "You dare come to a casino with no money?" Ho Cheng pointed at him furiously. "Just lend me a little more. I can definitely win it back." Chu Ran walked up. "What are you doing?" Ho Cheng didn't answer, just grinning slyly. "Lend me some cash. Once I win big, I'll pay you back." Chu Ran immediately refused. "No way. You'll just lose it all and run away." Hu Cheng protested. "Hey, don't look down on me. I'm a grand perfection nascent soul cultivator. How could I do something so undignified?" Chu Ran unconsciously started lecturing him. "Even if you feel empty inside, you shouldn't turn to gambling. If you lack ambition, it's no wonder you can't ascend to the divine realm." Ho Cheng froze, stunned by the lecture. Chu Ran suddenly panicked. He had gotten too carried away and might have blown his cover. But unexpectedly, Ho Cheng grabbed him in a bear hug. "You understand me so well. Brother Chu, you're my soulmate." Chu Ran suppressed his annoyance. I really shouldn't have expected anything from this guy. Afterward, they headed to a nearby shop. Ho Cheng asked curiously, "What are you buying here? Need me to haggle for you?" Chu Ran scanned the items, surprised by the number of treasures. Suddenly, he gasped, "Is that 7-colored liquid gold? Boss, I'll take this." Suddenly, Meng appears out of nowhere, interrupting him. "Hold it right there. I saw that first. You two look like filthy peasants scamming your way into Lincoln City." Chu Ran doesn't back down, firing back immediately. "Watch your mouth. I'm paying with my own money." She screams in a rage. "I am the magistrate's daughter. Whatever I want, I get. Hand it over, now." Chu Ran just looks at her, bored. "And if I refuse?" Meng barks at her guard. "Seize it, now." The burly warrior charges forward, ready to strike, but suddenly trips over his own feet, face planting right in front of Chu Ran. Ho Cheng grins mischievously, dangling a piece of fabric. "Hey buddy, looking for this? Your belt seems to have wandered into my hand." Meng tries to hide her panic. "I didn't even see him move." Ho Cheng turns his mockery toward her. Does the young miss want to experience the same treatment? She instinctively covers her chest, shrieking, "You pervert! Just you wait. You'll pay for this." As she flees, Chu Ran scolds his friend. "Really? Stealing belts? Can't you use a more dignified attack?" He turns to the shopkeeper, raising his voice. "Boss, we're leaving. The money is on the counter." The owner smiles politely. "Do come again." But as they leave, his eyes narrow. Those two. Their cultivation is far above the Dao seed realm. Lincoln City cannot tolerate uncontrollable variables like them. Outside, Ho Cheng chuckles, weighing a heavy purse. That magistrate's daughter was loaded. Seeing his greed, Chu Ran sighs internally. I really need to fix that bad habit of his. After a few steps, Ho Cheng asks, "So, where to next?" Chu Ran answers calmly, "We're going to find the second branch leader of the Black Spirit Society." Ho Cheng looks confused. "Wait, you already found the first one?" Chu Ran prompts him. "Think about it. Would a border town shop sell 9-color flowing gold like it was common trash? That shopkeeper is one of the branch leaders." Ho Cheng does the math. "You're right. That inventory was way too high tier." He grins, drawing his weapon. "Brother Chu, you're a genius. I'll go back and kill him right now. For the people, obviously." Chu Ran stops him immediately. "Don't be an idiot. The moment you kill him, the other two leaders will be alerted." Ho Cheng pouts. "Fine. What's the plan?" Chu Ran instructs. "Go back and keep an eye on that shopkeeper. Wait for my signal." Ho Cheng realizes something. "Wait, where are you going?" Chu Ran replies without looking back. "To find the other one." Chu Ran arrives at a magnificent temple structure. He senses a familiar energy radiating from within. Little 5 must be here. Time passes, and night falls over the temple. He steps inside, analyzing the surroundings. Hiding in a temple. A clever way to absorb negative emotions from desperate prayers. He glances at the altar. Plenty of incense offerings. Too bad a wretch like you doesn't deserve any of it. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes through the hall. "Who goes there? How dare you disrespect the gods?" Chu Ran replies calmly. "Cut the act. Stop playing God and show yourself." The main statue emits a bone-chilling laugh. Finally, the voice admits, "I am a clone of the Black Spirit Chief. Who are you? How did you find my hiding spot?" Chu Ran speaks with hidden meaning. "It's been years, but your arrogance hasn't changed a bit, has it? I know more than just your location. I know you are the 5th disciple of the Yama Immortal Venerable." Little 5. Wu Di panics. "How do you know that name? Who are you?" Chu Ran recites calmly. "Cultivation requires patience, step by step. Never forget your true self." "Have you forgotten my teachings so soon?" Wu Di stares in horror. "Master? You're not dead?" Chu Ran cuts to the chase. "I know everything you've done. Do you have any defense?" Wu Di shakes his head, denying reality. "No, impossible. I saw you get struck by the heavenly lightning. Your soul was shattered. This can't be real." Chu Ran looks at him with cold eyes. "I was curious what lies you'd spin, but you're as foolish as ever. If you have nothing else to say, let's end this." Wu Di. "For the crime of betraying your master and ancestors, I am here to clean up the sect." Wu Di screams back. You treated me unfairly first. Chu Ran pauses, genuinely confused. When did I ever mistreat you? Wu Di reveals his grudge. My talent was the best, but you refused to let me ascend to the spirit realm. You even ranked me last among the disciples. Chu Ran sighs. Your talent was high, but your mind was unstable. Forcing your cultivation would only lead to ruin. You've experienced the consequences yourself, haven't you? Wu Di refuses to listen. It's still your fault. You shouldn't have come back. If you just stayed dead, everyone would be happy. Chu Ran's expression turns icy. Try it then. Wu Di draws a massive blade, dark energy swirling. Black flames slash. He swings down with full force, but the blade slams uselessly against Chu Ran's invisible barrier. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke explodes, blinding Chu Ran. When it clears, Wu Di is gone. Wu Di appears behind him, fleeing toward the exit. I know how powerful you are. I can't beat you yet, but once I leak the news that you're alive, your enemies will hunt you down. He tries to leap out of the temple, but an invisible force slams into him, making him scream in pain. He has crashed straight into a soul-binding array. Trapped, he snarls at Chu Ran. When did you set this up? Chu Ran didn't bother hiding it. You think I waited for nightfall by accident? I was ready long before I even walked in. The man huffed coldly, glancing at him. Even if you destroy my spiritual sense, this era doesn't belong to you anymore. You can't change a thing. Chu Ran flicked a small sphere forward. This won't be bothering you again. He uttered a single, razor-sharp word. Perish. Job done. He infused a bit of power back into the statue. Chu Ran calculated quickly, using my spiritual sense to replace his. They won't notice for now. Next, I need to find the third branch master. After a night of upheaval, the sun rose again. Qin Zheng was reporting the news. The notice says the city lord is critically ill and needs urgent medical attention. Chu Ran immediately formed a theory. No wonder Lock City was under control, yet the city lord remained silent. This definitely involves the Black Spirit Society. Qin Zheng, come with your master. Just to be safe, I'll disguise you first. Qin Zheng couldn't help but grin. Like this. Who could possibly recognize me? Next, he gave orders. You and Zubaji wait here for our signal. Fang Xin answered obediently. Understood. Then Hu Cheng received his orders to watch the branch master. The moment I send the signal, strike immediately. He looked at Chu Ran confidently, giving a thumbs up. Leave it to me. Scene change. This time, the drama unfolds at the city lord's manor. The crowd was buzzing with gossip. The city lord has always been healthy. How could he be critically ill? Something's fishy. Just then, a new arrival appeared. Oh, look who it is. Rest assured, everyone. Now that I, Ye Fang, am here, the city lord will be cured. His appearance shocked the old physician. That's the youngest elder of the heavenly medicine sect. The crowd grew excited, urging him to start the treatment. Right then, Chu Ran and Qin Zheng arrived. Meng Meng snapped angrily. Why do I run into you everywhere? Chu Ran explained calmly. I'm a doctor. Why can't I be here? She immediately started tattling. Brother Ye, this guy bullied me. He even stole the gift I prepared for you. Yi Fang stepped toward him. Brother, are you in the wrong place? You don't look like an alchemist to me. Chu Ran retorted. So one cannot cure the city lord without specializing in pills? An old physician scolded. Nonsense. Not an alchemist yet dares to treat patients? Guards, drag him out. Ye Fang stopped them gently. Let him stay and witness the Tao of medicine. Consider it opening his eyes. The crowd praised his generosity, while Qin Zheng couldn't help but sneer. Bunch of idiots. The city lord's subordinate appeared. Thank you all for coming, but the city lord's illness is extremely peculiar. Only doctors with real skill may enter. Therefore, there will be a test. The old physician mocked Chu Ran. Guess you won't get the chance. The subordinate explained. This is a handkerchief the city lord used. Diagnose his symptoms through it. The crowd went pale. How is that even possible? One physician stepped up. Dark blood. The city lord has lung disease. The subordinate nodded. Please, this way. Two other doctors gave their diagnosis. Cold limbs and signs of heart pain. The subordinate confirmed, correct. Anyone else? Ye Feng dismissed them all. Those are just surface symptoms. The city lord isn't just sick. His cultivation is plummeting like a waterfall. The subordinate bowed in respect. The Grand Master is absolutely correct. The surrounding crowd looked on in awe. Meng Meng remembered to mock Chu Ran. Too scared to speak? the old physician added. Knew he was faking it. People like him never have good intentions. Chu replied calmly. Who said I couldn't see it? From my observation, the city lord sleeps excessively and suffers stomach pain every 4 hours. Meng scoffed. Why summon high-level alchemists for such minor ailments? The old physician raised his voice. He's clearly a scammer. Throw him out. Don't let him disgrace us doctors. But the subordinate announced joyfully. This young friend is completely correct. He bowed even lower. Please, come this way. The old physician froze in shock. Inside the private room, the sound of coughing echoed steadily. The city lord's niece asked, Uncle, how are you? Qingtian reassured her, I'm fine. I'm sorry to trouble you, coming all this way and even inviting Grandmaster Ye. She replied softly, You raised me. Taking care of you is the least I can do. A moment later, the subordinate announced, City Lord, the doctors have arrived. He spoke up quickly. Thank you for your trouble. Who will go first? The first man spoke cautiously. City Lord, allow this humble one to try. Looking at Qingtian, a massive toad appeared behind him. The doctor suddenly vomited blood, drained of strength. He gasped. It's not an illness. It's poison. The old physician screamed. Who dared poison the city lord? Guards, Yi Feng cut in sharply. It's the black spirit heavenly toad's absolute poison. Saving his life takes priority now. Qin Zheng leaned in, whispering urgently into his ear. Master, you called it. The black spirit is definitely involved. Chu remained unfazed, his voice calm. Just watch. The show isn't over yet. Hearing this, Ye Shu cried out. Grandmaster, please, you have to save him. Ye Feng waved a hand, oozing arrogance. Relax, Miss Ye. This poison is nasty, but I'm no amateur. He conjured a glowing magical seal, aiming it straight at the toad. Go! Yi Feng gritted his teeth as the creature didn't budge. Damn it, I can't suppress this alone. He whipped around, shouting, You two, aid me, now! The assistants rushed forward. Together, they roared, Heaven and earth! They thrust their palms forward. Strike! The toad let out an ear-piercing shriek. The screeching died, replaced by City Lord Qingtian's hacking coughs. Ye Feng beamed. City Lord, the heavenly toad poison is neutralized. Rest, and you will recover. The old man struggled to sit up, clasping his hands weakly. My thanks, Grandmaster Yi. Suddenly, Chu Ran's voice sliced through the air. Save your gratitude. He raised a hand, eyes sharp. The poison isn't gone. Yi Fang's assistants exploded in rage. How dare you? We joined the heavenly medicine sect at 8 and made our names by 12. Who are you to question us? Exactly. Talk is cheap, show us proof. Yi Fang frowned, feigning confusion. Young man, you haven't even examined the patient. On what grounds do you make such a claim? Qingtian looked up. Hopeful. Master, have you noticed something they missed? Meng pointed an accusing finger at Chu Ran. City Lord, ignore this nonsense. He's not even a real alchemist. He's just a fraud here to fill a seat. Chu Ran replied coolly. Is a fancy title more important than actually saving a life? She crossed her arms, sneering. Absolutely. You couldn't even pass the exam, yet you dare strut around the city lord's manor? Yi Feng glared at him. In the entire heavenly god continent, there are indeed rare talents who haven't formally studied, yet possess God-given skill in alchemy. But in all history, there is only one such man, Grandmaster Chu of the 100 Flowers Conference. He smirked, eyes dripping with contempt. And you? You are definitely not him. Qingtian sighed, stepping in. Friend, my manor does not welcome liars. Please, leave. Chu Ran didn't flinch. If you don't believe me, City Lord, check your arm. The old man hesitated, then rolled up his sleeve to check for the mark of a small red serpent. Qingtian gasped, his eyes widening. It's actually there. He looked at Chu Ran with newfound fear. Grandmaster, what poison is this? Chu Ran explained calmly. Colorless, odorless, fast-acting. Chu Ran's voice turned grim. It is called the purgatory poison. The attendants froze in horror. Purgatory poison? That vanished ages ago. Within 1 hour, your body will rot from the inside out. You'll bleed from every orifice until you die. A vicious method. Ye Fang spun around, panic setting in. Impossible. I checked him after the cure. There was no toxin left. Chu Ran crossed his arms, sighing. You did cure the first poison, but he was poisoned again. Meng Meng stomped her foot. Rubbish. With all these experts watching, how could anyone slip him poison? Chu Ran's gaze drifted slowly to Ye Shu. It's actually very simple. After the cure, only one person touched the city lord. Meng Meng blinked, confused. You mean, Ye Shu? She's his own granddaughter. Why would she do that? Qing Tian turned to her, eyes filled with pain. Is it true? Ye Shu immediately put on a pitiful face. Grandpa, I didn't. I'm being framed. She pointed a trembling finger at Chu Ran, screaming, It's you! You're the one trying to frame me. Ye Fang's expression darkened. Brother, that is a grave accusation. Slandering an innocent girl, we can't let you leave now. Hearing their hypocrisy, Chu Ran just smirked. Miss Ye Shu, you really are a talented actress. You found a scapegoat. Now you just need to stall until the poison kills him, and pin the murder on me. Meng Meng shrieked. Guards, seize this liar, drag him out and beat him to death. Suddenly, Qin Zheng stepped out from behind Chu Ran. Who dares? Chu Ran looked back, surprised. Qin Zheng. You. The disciple's face was stone cold. Forgive me, master. I can't watch this any longer. He pulled out a golden token, flashing it for all to see. I am here. Who dares show disrespect? Qing Tian froze, recognizing the seal. That is the Emperor's command token. He threw himself to the ground, trembling. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Yifang turned pale, his mind racing. You are the Emperor's teacher? Then you must be. The champion of the 100 Flowers Conference? Grandmaster Chu Ran? Meng Meng covered her mouth, terrified. No, it can't be. Yifang instantly changed his tune, bowing so low his head nearly hit the floor. Grandmaster Chu, I was out of line earlier. Please, be the bigger man and forgive my offense. Seeing their sudden shift in attitude, he raises a hand. Forget it. Right now, the only thing that matters is finding the culprit who poisoned the city lord. Chu Ran shifts his gaze to Ye Shu, and everyone else follows suit. Well, are you going to confess, or do I have to drag it out of you? He sneers, his voice booming with authority. Branch Master of the Black Spirit Sect. Qing Tian freezes in shock. The Black Spirit Sect? Ye Shu, how are you involved with them? Realizing the cover is blown, Ye Shu sneers as a blinding light erupts around her. You fools! The Black Spirit Sect Branch Master reveals his true form. I am the Branch Master. The father looks on in horror. What? What have you done with Ye Shu? The old man raises a hand arrogantly. Ye Shu? Who cares? From the moment I sought you out and invited you to the Heavenly Medicine Sect, the Branch Master roars. It was me all along. He stretches his limbs. Playing that little role was exhausting. All that scheming. So uncomfortable. His body begins to glow. Since you found me out. He raises both hands, unleashing a massive aura that floods the room. I'm done pretending. Emperor Qin. Wang Qingshan. None of you are leaving here alive today. Yifang collapses to the ground, trembling in terror. You're at the peak of the Dao Palace realm. The Branch Master grins wickedly. You only realize now? Too late. In an instant, Ye Fang dissolves into particles of golden light. With a blood-curdling scream, he vanishes completely before everyone's eyes. Witnessing this, Qing Tian rushes forward to shield Qin Zheng. Your Majesty, run. I'll hold him off. Chu Ran places a hand on his shoulder. Relax. With Master here, this guy can't make any waves. The Branch Master laughs loudly. Chu Ran, I've heard of you. You made quite a splash at the 100 Flowers Conference. I'm curious. What can you actually do? He replies calmly, a confident smile playing on his lips. Why don't you come and find out? The old man hunches over, cackling. Good, 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 don't disappoint me. Suddenly, purple smoke billows from the Branch Master. Ye Fang jumps back, screaming, Watch out! It's the immortal melting poison. The Branch Master smirks amidst the toxic cloud. So-called #1 geniuses? You'll die by my hand just like the rest. Chu Ran responds casually, effortlessly purifying the purple gas around him. Hey old man, I'm not dead yet. The Branch Master gasps, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible! My poison can turn even a peak Dao Palace expert into a skeleton. How are you doing this? He sneers. I've long mastered the indestructible diamond body. Even lightning tribulation can't break me. Chu Ran laughs confidently, brushing aside the old man's aura. Let alone a little bit of poison from you. The branchmaster panics, screaming, "Indestructible diamond body? Isn't that the signature technique of Wu Di's master? The Yama Immortal Venerable?" Chu Ran waves his hand, summoning a green light that envelops his body. "You know too much. What is this? What did you do to me?" The branchmaster tries desperately to block the green light, rushing toward him. The light vanishes into his body. He looks down at himself, panic setting in. What is happening? Chu Ran smirks mysteriously. Aren't you the self-proclaimed poison king of the Black Spirit sect? Don't tell me you don't recognize this poison? The branchmaster's arrogance returns. I don't care what poison it is. Watch me neutralize it in a second. Suddenly, his body stiffens. He coughs up blood, veins bulging on his face. As he collapses, Ye Feng cheers. He took the bait. The old man looks up at Chu Ran, trembling. Why? Why can't I cure this? He mocks. You think you're skilled, but you're a child to me. You didn't even recognize the soul-severing powder, yet you dare call yourself a master? Hilarious. The branchmaster gasps. Soul-severing powder? No. Impossible. That was created by Li Zong. No one knows the final ingredient. How do you have it? Chu Ran looks down at the pathetic figure. That's a secret. Coughing up blood, the old man begs, Don't go! Wait! But as the words leave his lips, his body disintegrates into dust, scattering in the wind. Immediately, Chu Ran raises a hand. Let's go find Xia Haocheng. Meanwhile, Xia Haocheng sees his talisman glowing. He whispers, Looks like Brother Chu is finished on his end. Xia Haocheng raises his voice, mocking the person in front of him. You know, do you people have some kind of weird fetish? Why does everyone love pretending to be someone else? The shopkeeper bristles with annoyance. Guest, if you aren't buying anything, get out. Xia Haocheng sneers. Buy? Who said I wasn't buying? The shopkeeper stammered in a panic. Artifacts? Spirit stones? What can I get you? Xia Haocheng shook his head coldly. No. Suddenly, his hand clamped around the old man's throat. Compared to that trash, I'm more interested in your life. Under the crushing pressure, the old man's disguise melted away, revealing his true, trembling form. How? When did you figure it out? But the accomplice never got his answer. Xia Haocheng silenced him for good. Back inside the room, Ye Feng, Qing Tian, and Meng Meng fell to their knees, hands clasped in reverence before Chu Ran. We failed to welcome your majesty and the grand imperial teacher. We let you walk into danger. We deserve death for our negligence. Chu Ran smiled warmly. Get up. The Black Spirit Society deceived everyone to hide their tracks. You aren't to blame. Qing Tian exhaled in relief. It's all thanks to the imperial teacher. I'll prepare a grand banquet immediately to honor you both. Skip the feast. Chu Ran waved it off. The society's leader is dead, but his rats are still hiding in the city. Plus, we have a refugee crisis outside the walls. He turned his gaze to Qin Zheng. You and Fang Xin stay here. Help them restore order to Linкong City. Qin Zheng's face hardened with resolve. Understood, master. Sometime later, in the peaceful streets of Qingzhou City, as Xia Haocheng trailed behind him, Chu Ran asked, Brother Xiahou, where are you headed next? Then he paused, frowning. Wait. You came to the Divine Continent to crush the Black Spirit Society. That's done. Why are you still following me? Xia Haocheng leaned in, invading his personal space. Brother Chu, you wound me. We're sworn brothers. Naturally, I have to protect you. Chu Ran grimaced, shoving Xia Haocheng's face away. Protect? Since when did we become sworn brothers? Xia Haocheng ignored the rejection completely, pressing on. So, Qingzhou City. This is the weapon forging sect's territory. You here to hammer out some gear, Brother Chu? Chu Ran smiled faintly. No. Something more important. He glanced up at a nearby inn's sign. Let's stay here tonight. Stepping inside, Xia Haocheng's jaw dropped. Whoa. Why is it so packed in here? He tapped a young man named Lu Guo on the shoulder. Hey little brother, what's with the crowd? Lu Guo smiled cheerfully. You guys must be from out of town, right? In 3 days, the weapon forging sect is selecting deacons. Anyone above the 8th stage of the True Dao realm can apply. Everyone here is prepping for the exam. Chu Ran raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Xia Haocheng slapped Lu Guo on the back like an old friend. Thanks for the tip. We actually came all the way from the Qinling Empire just for this. Watching him lie so smoothly, Chu Ran thought. This guy makes friends way too easily. Lu Guo's eyes lit up. No way. I'm from Qinling too. Fate, huh? Look, I actually have a spare guest room. You guys can take it. Xiaohu Cheng grinned. My man, you're a true hero. Suddenly, a burly man named Wu Zhen stomped over, glaring at Chu Ran. Lu Guo, who are these randoms? Lu Guo kept his smile. Senior brother, these are fellow countrymen from back home. They're here for the sect exam too. He turned to introduce them. Guys, this is my senior brother, Wu Zhen, and senior sister, Chu Yao. Wu Zhen sneered. Stow that useless charity, Lu Guo. This exam isn't for stray cats and dogs. Giving them a room is a waste of resources. Xiaohu Cheng bristles, fists clenching. Excuse me? Who are you calling a stray dog? You want to go? Lu Guo jumped in to hold him back, pleading for peace. Chu Ran stepped forward, placing a calming hand on Xiaohu Cheng's shoulder. Relax. Let's not cause unnecessary trouble here. Chu Yao stepped in, looking down her nose at them. Tell you what. I'll give you a chance. If you can break his defense in one move, the room is yours. We won't bother you again. We might even protect you. Wu Zhen stepped up, getting right in Chu Ran's face, grinning arrogantly. Lu Guo panicked. Senior brother, wait. Your infinite shield reflects damage. It's too dangerous for newbies. Wu Zhen looked down at them, his smile twisted. What? No guts? And you think you're worthy of standing on the same stage as us? Chu Ran sighed. I really have no interest in you. But if you insist on begging for a beating, I'll oblige. Lu Guo's face went pale. Wait, senior brother, don't. Ignoring Lu Guo, Wu Zhen activated his technique. A shimmering infinite shield encased him. Safe inside his bubble, he beckoned mockingly. Come on. I'll even give you 3 free hits. Chu Ran gave a harmless, innocent smile. You asked for it. In a blur, Chu Ran vanished, reappearing instantly with his fist buried in Wu Zhen's gut. Everyone froze. Silence filled the room. One hit? Xiaohu Cheng smirked from the sidelines. Huh. Told you so. Wu Zhen clutched his stomach, wheezing. Chu Ran tilted his head, smiling. Well, do you want to go for round 2? The words acted like a splash of cold water. Wu Zhen instantly shot up, standing ramrod straight. He waved his hands frantically. Ah, I just remembered. Important sect business. Gotta go. Before anyone could blink, Wu Zhen bolted out the door. Xiaohu Cheng chased after him, yelling, Hey, get back here. You forgot your dignity. He paused, gazing ahead as he coughed dryly. The room is yours. We'll meet at the competition. Hearing that, the other man just waved him off. Yeah, get going. Wu Zhen's 2 juniors rushed over. Zhu Yao asked anxiously, Eldest brother, are you all right? He put on a brave front. I'm fine, just a scratch. Xiaohu Cheng watched them leave, furrowing his brows. Still talking big? He's already wobbling as he walks. Chu Ran paid no mind to his remark, simply stepping forward. Enough. Let's head back to our room. The next morning brought warmth and a gentle breeze. As he sat meditating in his room, he pondered. The Duanqi sect's solar furnace uses the golden crow flame as its seed. It would be perfect to use as my forging fire. It just so happens that in my past life, I obtained the peak body forging technique, the Sun Shadow Sacred Body. This time, I can definitely elevate my physical cultivation far beyond what it was before. Chu Ran glanced at Xiaohu Cheng and Zhu Baji sprawled out on the bed. Who would have thought these two would hit it off so well? Chu Ran turned to wake Xiaohu Cheng. Get up, it's time to move. Still groggy, he looked around and saw the inn was packed with people. So many people. Turns out, a quarrel had broken out. You don't have the right. He recognized Brother Lu's group. Chu Ran approached and asked, Brother Lu, what's going on? Tianhao pointed toward Wu Xiu. That man is Wu Xiao, a traitor to our sect. His conduct was vile, so eldest brother destroyed one of his eyes. Wu Zhen shouted in rage. Wu Xiu, I told you never to let me see your face again. Who allowed you to come here? Seeing this, Wu Xiu sneered provocatively. Wu Zhen, drop the eldest brother act. Have you forgotten? Your garbage sect was wiped out by demon beasts long ago. Now, you're nothing but stray cultivators, homeless and masterless. Wu Zhen spat out curses. You treacherous scum. Do you feel no shame before our master? Xiaolan quickly held him back. Senior brother, calm down. The exam is about to start. He's not worth your anger. Suddenly, someone approached and interrupted the argument. Exam candidates, follow me. Before leaving, Wu Xiu dropped a final threat. Consider yourself lucky today. I'll see you in the arena. Provoked, Wu Zhen fumed, just you wait. After the quarrel, a heavy silence fell over the group. As they stepped inside, everyone was struck with awe. Magnificent. Is this the Duan Qi sect's stairway to heaven? The examiner began his briefing. This is your test. All you need to do is climb. Those who reach the summit will earn a place in our Duan Qi sect. Our sect master awaits you at the top. Xiahou Cheng shrugged upon hearing this. And here I thought it would be hard. Hearing that, Chao Lan turned around and called him a fool. This kind of test obviously has formations laid out on the steps. Wu Zhen gave his orders. Save your breath for the climb. Let's move. One by one, the candidates began their ascent up the stairs. Chu Ran noticed the anomaly immediately. Sure enough, the formation on these steps suppresses spiritual energy. It weighed on the participants' minds, and the higher they climbed, the crushing pressure intensified. They hadn't gone far before the complaints started. I can't go on. Hold on. We worked so hard just to get here, Chao Lan pleaded with Wu Zhen. Senior brother, your spiritual energy is running low. Stop wasting it on me. But he refused to listen. If we climb together. She turned back, frustrated. Those two annoying guys. Even I'm struggling this much. So how do they look completely fine? Eventually, they reached their limit and had to give up. Senior brother, I really can't go on. You go ahead. That's right, senior brother. Seeing this, Wu Zhen finally nodded. Rest here for now. Once I reach the summit, I'll come back for you. Xiahou Cheng breezed past them, teasing, We're heading up too, bye. Xiao Lan stared in shock. What? You can still keep going? He scoffed sarcastically. Are you serious? Such a simple task, yet some people just can't handle it. Chu Ran, not wanting to waste any more time, cut in. Enough. Let's move. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Watch out, someone's falling. Hearing that, they both instinctively looked in the same direction. What? A purple blur shot past them. Chao Lan rushed to catch Wu Zhen. Senior brother, are you okay? What happened? From high above, a voice sneered down. Trash. It was none other than Wu Xiu. So, that's all your defensive technique amounts to? Seeing this, she screamed at Wu Xiu. This is an examination. How dare you hurt people? His tone remained arrogant. The rules never stated we couldn't attack other participants. The onlookers were outraged. That Wu Xiu. Wasn't he a disciple of the Pure Heart Pavilion? That's right. Rumor has it that after the pavilion fell, he found a great opportunity. Now, he's just one step away from the Dao Palace realm. Wu Zhen and Chao Lan were furious but powerless to retort. Despicable. You targeted us on purpose, didn't you? They didn't expect him to be so brazen. That's right. I did it on purpose. If you want to pass, destroy one of your own eyes and kowtow to me. Humiliated, Wu Zhen couldn't hold back his tongue. Kowtow to a traitor like you? Not a chance in hell. Wu Xiu laughed maniacally. Then none of you will ever join the Duan Qi sect. Meanwhile, at the trial stairs, Hu Qing tried to shove past a blocker. Don't block the path. But the man, Wu Xiu, was enveloped in a strange light, clearly posturing to show off his dominance. Did you not hear a word I said? Wu Xiu sneered, barking orders at the two of them. If you want to pass this way, get on your knees. Chu Ran shrugged effortlessly. Friend, you're being unreasonable. Whatever grudge you have with others, why drag innocent bystanders into it? Wu Xiu burst out laughing. Don't think I didn't see it. You're in league with Wu Zhen. If you want to pass, kneel down and kowtow to me. Ho Qing found the audacity amusing and rolled up his sleeves. Oh? You begging for a beating? But Chu Ran stopped him just in time. Don't be rash. The spectators on the sidelines nudged each other, whispering, Back up a bit. Don't want to get splattered with blood when this goes down. Do those two have a death wish? Daring to provoke Wu Xiu? Who told them to associate with Wu Zhen anyway? Chu Ran remained polite. Friend, we're all here for the trial. Acting like this, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Wu Xiu didn't give a damn. What's it to you? Ignoring logic completely, he snarled, If you won't learn your place, I'll deal with you first. What? Wu Xiu gasped, his eyes widening in shock as his attack was blocked with insulting ease. He stared at Chu Ran in disbelief. You actually blocked my blazing palm? Watching from the sidelines, Wu Zhen's suspicion grew. So, that punch he landed on me the other day, it wasn't just a coincidence? if you want to show off that badly. Before Wu Xiu could react, Chu Ran gripped his arm tight. Then let me give you a hand. Wu Xiu was flung away like a rag doll. Humiliated, he tried to stand up and fight, but Chu Ran simply said, not interested. Ho Qing called out, forget him. Brother Chu, let's head up the mountain. Tian Hao panicked and shouted a warning. Brother Chu. The higher you go, the crushing pressure increases. You could damage your spiritual mind. Don't push yourself too hard. But while everyone else was still standing there dazed, the two of them were already sprinting up the stairs at light speed. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Just how strong are they? Am I seeing things? They aren't even slowing down. Wu Shou gritted his teeth in fury. Even I struggle on those upper steps. Is their cultivation actually higher than mine? At the top, Ho Qing stretched lazily. Finally made it. Qing Feng was already waiting for them, bowing respectfully. I didn't know Immortal Master Chu was visiting. Please forgive me for not welcoming you sooner. Chu Ran returned the bow. Sect Master, you're too serious. Qing Feng gestured towards the hall. Please, let's talk inside. Wu Zhen was floored. Even the sect master of the weapon forging sect treats him with such respect. Who the hell is this guy? Tian Hao turned to his senior, confused but realizing something. Brother, I heard the first place winner who rejected 4 nascent soul masters as mentors at the 100 Flowers Conference was also named Chu. Qiaolan's eyes lit up as she put it together. Could it be? Is he really the champion of the 100 Flowers Conference? Chu Ran? Meanwhile, inside the sect, Qing Feng smiled. If you needed something, you only had to ask. Why trouble yourself to come all this way personally? Chu Ran replied, it concerns the artifacts of the weapon forging sect. It's better to discuss this face to face. He cut straight to the chase. Sect Master, I came here to borrow your sun-smelting furnace. Qing Feng hesitated. Since it is you asking, Immortal Master Chu, I would never refuse. But this is difficult. The weapon forging sect is about to lose the sun-smelting furnace soon. Seeing the sect master's grim expression, Chu Ran asked, why is that? Qing Feng explained, actually, the sun-smelting furnace has a twin, the moon-smelting furnace. The two were originally one complete entity. Right now, the moon furnace is held by the 100 Insect sect on the Azure Sea continent. Hu Qing picked his nose, unimpressed. Okay, but what does that have to do with you losing the sun furnace? What? Can't the furnace survive without its better half or something? Chu Ran shot him a look. Don't interrupt. Chu Ran turns and gives him a reminder. I know. Qing Feng pulls a sweat-soaked glove out of nowhere and wipes his face. Here is the situation. We and the Baichong sect have been feuding over the smelting furnace for ages. We made a pact recently. Each sect sends a disciple to duel, and the loser yields the furnace. Chu Ran is puzzled. Your artifact refining sect is a massive enterprise. Do you mean to tell me you don't have a single disciple capable of fighting? At the mention of this, shame washes over him. My head disciple attended the 100 Flowers Conference, but he was gifted 100 Flowers Dao fruit. He is still in seclusion absorbing it. As for the others, well, that is exactly why I set up this trial. I needed to find a talented individual to take on as a disciple. Just then, someone rushes in from outside, looking panic-stricken. Bad news, Sect Master. The Bai Chong sect people are here. Qing Feng slams the table in anger. What? The duel isn't for another 3 days. Why are they here now? Chu Ran reassures him. Don't panic. I will go with you to take a look. The sect members whisper in confusion about the early arrival, telling each other to wait for the sect master. Wu Dai and Luo Sheng are already standing there, arrogant. Where is your sect master? Tell him to get out here. Qing Feng steps forward. Brother Wu Dai, why have you come so early? The old man laughs and explains, my disciple broke through to the Dao Palace realm today. So, I took the liberty of moving the duel up. Chu Ran sees through them instantly. The old man is at the 7th stage of nascent soul, and the boy is in the early Dao Palace realm. Both master and disciple practice the Dao heart mystic art. Ho Cheng turns and praises him. Brother Chu, you saw through his hidden cultivation so easily. As expected of the man I set my sights on. Qing Feng is furious. You say move it up, so we move it up? Brother Wu Dai, there are rules. Wu Dai points at Luo Sheng. Don't be so old-fashioned, brother. Just consider it a warm-up for the kids. Who dares to challenge my disciple? Seeing his chance, Feng Su immediately stepped forward. I'll be the one to test you. He introduced himself with a bow. I am Bai Luo Sheng. Senior brother, please enlighten me. Feng Shuren didn't wait for him to get ready, he charged straight in. But Bai Luosheng activated his mind illusion art. Suddenly, a clone split from his body and flew out. It clashed directly with Feng Shuren. Watching from the sidelines, Chu Ran analyzed the move. The mind illusion art could instantly mimic the opponent's Dao to launch a counterattack. This Bai Luosheng was no simple character. Even though it was just a clone, its power was on par with the main body. With just a few simple moves, Feng Shuren was knocked flat on the ground. Having won effortlessly, Bai Luosheng turned to the crowd and taunted them. Who is next? Qing Feng's expression twisted in fury. What could they do now? Seeing their hesitation, Wu De laid out his terms. It seems your artifact sect doesn't have any decent disciples left. If that's the case, just hand over the solar furnace now and save us all some time. Just then, Chu Ran stepped forward. How about I represent the artifact sect and give it a try? Wu De looked at him, puzzled. Kid, a mere Dao Palace initial stage cultivator like you wants to represent the artifact sect? Chu Ran shrugged. No choice. I came to borrow the solar furnace, so I can't let you take it away. Seeing the young man had no defense up, the old man scoffed. If that's how it is, consider yourself unlucky. Luosheng, destroy him. Bai Luosheng bowed politely. Senior brother, pardon my offense. Luosheng used the mind illusion art again, but this time, he summoned 2 clones. Go. Chu Ran felt a bit bored. Sword Dao again? With a single move, he gently dispersed them into nothingness. Chu Ran spoke up. What a pity. An illusion is ultimately just an illusion. Bai Luosheng was stunned. His move was broken so easily? Even Wu De couldn't understand it. How is that possible? Qing Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Master Chu was here. Bai Luosheng bowed to Chu Ran. To think you could withstand that move. Fellow Taoist, you indeed have some skill. I'll have to get serious now. Please be careful. Chu Ran hooked his finger, signaling him to bring it on. Bai Luosheng spread his hand. Clone transformation art. He conjured 3 figures that looked exactly like Chu Ran. Seeing this, Chu Ran was intrigued. From illusion to solid entity this time, Bai Luosheng was confident in his technique. That's right. My puppets can copy your exact strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the puppets charged at Chu Ran, 3 against 1. You are no match for them. Bai Luosheng secretly rejoiced, certain of his victory. Yet, Chu Ran remained calm. I never said I wanted to fight alone. He brought his hand to his mouth and chanted, Spirit order, descend. Suddenly, another puppet emerged from Chu Ran's body. Bai Luosheng's jaw dropped in shock. Why did he know this move too? The puppet charged straight at the opponents with unspeakable power. His pupils constricted. Impossible. How? Bai Luosheng collapsed to the ground in disbelief. I lost in the mind illusion art? Wu De gritted his teeth in suppressed rage. That was my sect's strongest disciple, yet he lost to this kid? Strange. Why does this guy look so familiar? Qing Feng stepped up to the old man. Master Chu is the champion of the 100 Flowers Conference. Well, what do you say now? Do you still want to fight? Wu De seemed to finally recognize him. So, that famous genius is you. No wonder you could defeat my beloved disciple. Chu Ran smiled. Your disciple does have a talent for illusions, but he still needs training. You were too arrogant too soon. Elder Wu De, what is the result of this duel? Wu De sneered at Qing Feng. You only won by relying on an outsider. What is there to be proud of? Even with the provocation, Qing Feng didn't care. You brought this to our door yourself. I didn't force you. Wu De extended his hand. I am an elder of the 100 Insect Sect. Naturally, I will keep my promise. He took out the promised item. Here is the lunar furnace for you. Chu Ran looked down at the lunar furnace. Once the solar and lunar furnaces merge, their power will skyrocket. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Wu De spoke up. But the artifact sect cannot take this for free. Kid named Chu, how about I invite you to join my 100 Insect Sect? Qing Feng threw his hand out to stop him. The audacity. With Master Chu's status, why would he lower himself to join your sect? The old man didn't stop. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. If I don't eliminate a genius like this now, he will surely become a major threat later. Wu De's body was instantly shrouded in purple energy, the demonic sky art. Those with lower cultivation couldn't even stand under the pressure. Such terrifying pressure. Qing Feng realized the situation was dire. Wu De was serious. He wanted to pull up the weeds by the roots. Kid, you aren't the first genius I've killed. and you certainly won't be the last. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand flew toward Chu Ran. Qingfeng tried to intervene. Even if I have to risk my life today, I won't let you hurt Master Chu. Fellow Taoist, be careful. Don't underestimate him. He's a nascent soul. Hu Qing stepped forward. You want to stop him? Leave this to me. With just one hand, he gently blocked Wu Day's devastating attack. The old man turned in surprise. You are also a nascent soul cultivator? Hu Qing signaled to everyone. Stand up, all of you. Everyone scrambled to their feet. Thank God, we can finally stand. The pressure is gone, Wu sneered. So you were hiding a nascent soul expert. But do you really think that is enough to stop me? He dug a finger into his ear, looking bored. My ears are getting calloused from hearing that trash. You got any real moves? Use 'em. The old man exploded with rage. You arrogant little brat. Since your master won't teach you manners, I will. A massive palm strike came crashing down his signature move, but Ho Qing blocked it without breaking a sweat. Same old tricks? Don't you have anything fresh? Wu grit his teeth in fury. Damn you. You're really going to stick your neck out for this kid against me? I have the entire Baisong sect behind me. Ignoring the threat, he suddenly shot into the sky, charging straight at the old man. Hu Qing got right in his face. Baisong sect? What's that supposed to mean to me? Even your sect master wouldn't dare speak to me with that tone. Qingfeng watched with delight. Fantastic. So Immortal Master Chu has a supreme powerhouse guarding him. No wonder he's so confident. The old man's face went pale with panic. Peak nascent soul realm? Who exactly are you? Ho Qing smirked. Take a guess. With that, Hu Qing launched his attack. Wu Dai plummeted from the sky, crashing down hard. Gasping. The old man couldn't believe it. That strength. That technique. Are you the 9 stars Taoist? Wu Dai's eyes widened in total disbelief. What? You mean Shia Ho Cheng? The 9-star heavenly pride, the only one in the eternal realm capable of reaching the divine ability stage? He landed calmly, dusting himself off. That's right. At least you have some eyes for talent. The old man scrambled to bow respectfully. Senior, I have offended you greatly. Please, I beg for your forgiveness. Hu Qing waved him off dismissively. Scram. Go back and tell your sect to start doing some good deeds for a change. If I catch you acting like tyrants again, I'll personally wipe you all out. Yes, yes. This subordinate takes his leave. Hu Qing turned to Chu Ran with a grin. So? Big brother looked pretty cool, right? Qingfeng bowed respectfully to Hu Qing. I had no idea such a distinguished senior was visiting. Please forgive me for not welcoming you sooner. Hu Qing waved a hand. No need for all that formality. Just get a place ready for us. My brother here needs to start his body cultivation immediately. Qingfeng bowed and led the way. Yes, please follow me. He brought them to a secluded chamber. This is my personal cultivation sanctuary. I guarantee absolutely no one will disturb you here. Qingfeng pointed to the 2 furnaces below. The solar and lunar smelting furnaces are both here. If Immortal Master Chu needs anything else, just ask. Chu Ran pulled out some materials. I need to trouble Sect Master Yu to forge a sword formation for me. Here are the raw materials and the manual containing the forging method. He clasped his hands together. Rest assured, Immortal Master Chu, I will personally forge this sword formation for you. However, these 2 furnaces are separated. How do you intend to proceed with your body tempering? Ho Qing stepped forward, levitating the 2 massive furnaces. If they're separated, we just combine them into one. Problem solved, right? He didn't wait for an answer. Heaven and earth limitless, universe law borrowing, Dharma aspect fusion. Qingfeng watched in awe. Incredible. As expected of the 9-star heavenly pride, he merged the 2 smelting furnaces with such ease. The fusion was instant, creating a single, magnificent furnace with an exquisite design. Not wanting to overstay his welcome, the sect master bowed. I'll leave you 2 to your business. I must go and begin forging the sword formation for Immortal Master Chu immediately. Go on. Hu Qing turned to Chu Ran, his expression serious. Brother Chu, are you absolutely sure about this? The Golden Crow Fire is pure, extreme, yang energy. One slip up, and your soul will be incinerated instantly. Chu Ran replied calmly. Don't worry. Just stand guard for me. I'll walk out of there in 7 days. Without another word, Chu Ran flew straight into the furnace. For 7 days and nights, he cultivated relentlessly, never once stepping away. Chu Ran felt the power surging. This sun shadow sacred body is truly formidable. Under the tempering of the golden crow fire, my physical strength is skyrocketing. At that moment, flames seem to ignite within his very pupils. It's done. 7 days. That's exactly what I needed. Having completed the cycle, Chu Ran quickly exited the furnace. Ho Qing rushed over to inspect him, his eyes widening. This physical intensity. Brother, your body is terrifyingly strong now. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Chu Ran smiled triumphantly. The Sun Shadow Sacred Body. Hu Qing was baffled. How do you know the Sun Shadow Sacred Body? My master fought powerful elders in a secret realm years ago to get that technique. He didn't even pass it down to me. Chu Ran froze, realizing his slip-up. Crap, I completely forgot about that detail. Did he figure it out? But Ho Qing didn't seem suspicious at all. Wait, are you the secret closed-door disciple my master took in right before he passed away? If I go by the naming convention master used for us, that would make you little 13. A sudden knock on the door interrupted them. Come in. Qing Feng rushed inside, looking eager. Immortal Master Chu, I have not failed you. The sword formation is complete. He summoned a set of floating blades. Please, take a look. Chu Ran inspected the quality and nodded. Not bad at all. Thank you, Sect Master Yu. Suddenly, all three of them turned their heads in unison. Something was approaching. Flying in through the door was a two-headed crane, a messenger beast from the East Void Sect. Qing Feng looked anxious as he took the message. The East Void Sect. They must be up to something again. He scanned the letter and gasped. What is this? Qing Feng's expression shifted from worry to pure rage. This is absolute lawlessness. Chu Ran asked. Sect Master Yu, what does it say? Qing Feng gritted his teeth. They've invited every sect in the Heavenly God continent to protect and nourish their so-called precious sword. Hu Qing frowned. Precious sword? What's that about? Qing Feng sighed. Senior, there is something you don't know. Ho Qing was confused. Bao Jian, what's going on here? The man immediately explained. Senior, there is something you don't know. In just a few short years, the Dongshu sect has exploded into a major power. It's all thanks to a mysterious backer gifting them legendary swords and formations. According to Qing Feng, they view every other sect as nothing more than their vassals. Before, they at least pretended to keep the peace. Now, they've dropped the act completely. They don't give a damn about anyone else. Chu Ran sees right through them. Their move today has two purposes. First, to siphon your sect's luck to nourish their blades. And second, to assert dominance over you. Hearing this, the old man just sighs heavily. Exactly. But we're under their thumb, we dare to be angry. But we don't dare speak out. Qing Feng's face is heavy with grief. 1 month left. I must go prepare. Excuse me. As the old man leaves, Hu Qing turns to Chu Ran. Looks like being a sect master isn't as free as people think. He throws an arm around Chu Ran's shoulder. So, little junior brother, what's your take on this Dongshu sect mess? Chu Ran considers the facts. Xia Ying, the city lord of Flower City on the Heavenly God continent, has always been the one force keeping the Dongshu sect in check. Before, they wouldn't dare be this arrogant. If they're suddenly acting up now, it means they've found a reason to stop fearing Xia Ying. Hu Qing nods in agreement. Spot on. I suspect there's a much larger power pulling the strings from the shadows. Chu Ran makes a decision. Take me to see the city lord of Flower City. We can't handle this alone. Hu Qing lights up instantly. I've been waiting for you to say that. I've been dying to introduce you to my little junior sister. The scene shifts to the city lord's manor in Flower City. Xia Ying is quietly sipping tea when a voice booms out. Little junior sister, look who's here to see you. Hu Qing struts in with Chu Ran. Guess who I brought? She glances up, and the moment she sees Chu Ran, she freezes. Confusion washes over her. You two know each other? Xia Ying explains. We met at the 100 Flowers tournament. He took first place this year. Hu Qing grins mischievously. But he has another identity you don't know about. Meet our new little junior brother. Chu Ran steps closer, his voice soft. Long time no see. Xia Ying, look how much you've grown. As he speaks, a memory from the past flashes before her eyes. She instantly recognizes him. Master? Hu Qing stands there, looking around in total confusion. Master? Where? Did Master come too? He's so dense it hurts honestly. Between him and a pig. It's hard to tell the difference. Xia Ying bursts into tears and throws herself into Chu Ran's arms. I knew it! I knew you were still alive. It finally clicks for Hu Qing. Wait. You mean he is the master? His shocked expression makes Chu Ran laugh. That's right, little nine. Took you long enough. Chu Ran finally drops the act. I am the Yama Immortal Venerable. Hearing this, Hu Qing starts bawling so hard he could flood the entire building. Master! Hu Qing lunges forward, crushing him in a bear hug. Get off me! You're wiping snot all over my clothes. I knew you wouldn't die that easily. 10 minutes later, after the chaos settles, they're all caught up. I never thought I'd get the chance to return, Chu Ran admits. That year, I ended up in the human realm. Xia Ying asks, should we tell eldest senior brother and the others that you're back? No, Chu Ran answers sharply. Hu Qing looks puzzled. But why, master? They've been worried sick about you. Chu Ran explains calmly. The world only knows about my first 5 disciples. They don't know you exist. That secrecy is your shield. Chu Ran knows there are still too many shadows in his past that need clearing up. My enemies are still in the dark. The mastermind, who destroyed the Taiji sect. They are far beyond what you can handle right now. For your own safety, keep your distance from me. Xia Ying understands immediately. I understand, master. I'll do as you say. Hu Qing hates it, but he nods. You finally come back, a huge event. And we can't even celebrate? It's so frustrating. Chu Ran smirks. Once we drag the rats out of the shadows, we'll have plenty of time to celebrate. But for now, not a word to anyone. Understood? Hu Qing pouts, but agrees. Fine, I won't say a peep. Then, Xia Ying asks a question. Master, you revealed yourself because of the Dongshu sect, didn't you? Chu Ran nods. Exactly. Their sudden rise is suspicious. Do you have any leads? I don't know much about their operations, Xia Ying says. But the origin of their precious sword is definitely strange. She explains. Their weapon is called the Radiant Sword. It's actually a fragment separated from the legendary holy weapon, the Great Light Sword. Chu Ran searches his memory. I remember. The Great Light Sword has always been guarded by the Yan family of the East Spirit Realm in the Eternal World. How did it end up with the Dongshu sect? Hu Qing scoffs in disgust. They're definitely in bed together. The Yan family loves invading other realms and stripping them of resources. They're nothing but bandits. Xia Ying's voice turns serious. That explains everything. But rumor has it the Yan family is as strong as a 4th-rank sect. They have an army of nascent soul experts. If they're backing the Dongshu sect, this won't be an easy fight. Chu Ran sips his tea calmly. I know how the Yan family operates. They prop up a local puppet sect first, then use it to slowly devour the others. They won't get their own hands dirty yet. So don't worry about a direct confrontation. He slams the teacup down. All we have to do is obliterate the Dongshu sect. That will shatter their entire plan. Hu Qing grins, pumped up. Exactly. With Master here, we have nothing to fear. Chu Ran shakes his head. You smooth talker. Xia Ying beams at the peaceful scene. You're back. That's wonderful. Time flies like an arrow. 1 month later, in the Dongshu sect district, Hu Qing can't hold it in anymore. Master, why does junior sister get to go straight there, while we have to walk step by step? You're playing favorites. Chu Ran smacks him. Quit whining. With one of us in the light and one in the dark, it's easier to investigate the Dongshu sect's schemes. He observes the surroundings. The spirit veins here intersect with destiny veins, guided by the natural mountains and rivers. It seems they've coincidentally formed a rising dragon formation. Zhu Baji looks confused. What's a rising dragon formation? Chu Ran patiently explains. It's a revealing formation. Once inside, everyone's destiny and luck manifest outwardly. They move to Wanlong City, a territory managed by the Dongshu sect. Stepping inside, he immediately senses the massive density of destiny energy. Crowds bustle in and out, everyone looking a bit hurried. Suddenly, someone behind them panics as their body changes color. What is this? His fellow disciple explains. It's your destiny, Brother Zhao. Anyone who enters the rising dragon formation has their luck revealed. The higher the luck, the stronger the light. Yours is already among the top tier in the city. Hearing this, he feels his body surge with strength. Suddenly, a loud shout grabs everyone's attention. Hey, look over there, quick! Turns out, the person being praised is none other than Chu Ran. He's emitting a 7-colored aurora. This is a person with truly massive destiny, rarely seen in 100 years. Zhu Baji and Hu Qing swell with pride. As expected of Master, Chu Ran thinks, I'm too famous now. It's inconvenient to show off. He suppresses the aura. The pig looks at him, confused. Where did your luck go? Chu Ran ignores it, noticing a commotion nearby. That place looks lively. Great hit. Go, Muge. Chu Ran is surprised to find a martial arts arena hosting a duel. A local explains, you don't know? Our Wanlong city holds regular tournaments. The winner can steal the loser's destiny. Hearing this, his expression shifts. Interesting. In the ring, Muge launches a fierce attack at her opponent, earning a wave of cheers. Lady Muge is amazing, truly the top disciple of the Xianyin sect. Ho Qing scoffs, unimpressed. A mere Xianyin disciple dominating the ring? Seems Wanlong City has no real geniuses. Fan Lan overhears and snaps, such arrogant words. Senior Sister Muge is our top disciple, and has broken through to the Dao Palace realm. If you have the guts, go up and challenge her. Ho Qing shrugs. I can't beat her, but my master can. Chu Ran looks at his student with exhaustion. This kid. Fan Lan immediately provokes them. Is that so? Then get up there and prove it. As Chu Ran steps onto the stage, whispers erupt. He doesn't know the meaning of death. A mere Dao Seed Realm cultivator dares to fight? As he gets closer, Chu Ran quickly analyzes the woman before him. This girl. She has the legendary, sacred sound body. Seems the Xianyin sect isn't entirely full of good-for-nothings. Chu Ran speaks first. Lady Muge, please enlighten me. Muge draws her flute and begins to play. He points his sword at her. To him, she is full of openings. A golden sphere envelops Chu Ran's body. Dealing with you, I don't even need to attack. Under the impact of her own move, Muge is blasted backward. The audience can't believe their eyes. What just happened? Lady Muge lost? Impossible. Chu Ran steps forward slowly. Little friend, you possess the sacred sound body, a truly gifted talent. But you are walking the wrong path. Fan Lan furiously jumps onto the stage. What did you say? You dare insult our saintess? Muge stops her immediately. Wait. Let this Taoist speak. She bows respectfully to Chu Ran. Please, enlighten me. He explains calmly. The sacred sound body is powerful but volatile. You blindly absorb destiny, which only increases the pressure and leads to a backlash. She admits it. The immortal speaks the truth. Lately, I have felt exhausted. Sir, can you show me the way? Chu Ran approaches and taps a finger against Muge's forehead. Since we have a destiny together, I will grant you a method. Her expression shifts instantly. I have transmitted the law of sound rhythm to you. Cultivate using this, and you will face no further obstacles. Muge checks her body and beams. I feel so much better. She bows deeply. Thank you, Taoist, for saving Muge. The Xianyin sect is eternally grateful. Thank you. Muge signals her servant. To repay your great kindness, please accept this small gift. No need. Before he can finish, Hu Qing snatches the gift. Well then, respect is better than obedience. I'll take it. Chu Ran is speechless. This brat. His face is as thick as ever. As they leave, Hu Qing asks, Master, where to next? Chu Ran looks ahead. There are still a few days before the Dongshu sect's selection. Let's rent a small courtyard and wait. Suddenly, shouts erupt from the street. Don't let him escape. After him. Stop right there. Two figures rush past, being chased relentlessly. Chu Ran notices something odd. Even from a distance and partially hidden, he spots it clearly on her face, the seal of sin and punishment. Blinded by panic, the siblings didn't watch their step. They tripped, crashing hard onto the ground. Jin Lu barked orders at his goons. Get them. Seize them now. Move it. But their attack was effortlessly blocked by Chu Ran. Seeing his prey slip away, the thug exploded in rage. You rotten brat, you got a death wish? Don't you dare get in the way of my business. Chu Ran stepped closer, his voice calm. Why are you hunting them? Jin Lu sneered, clearly annoyed. None of your damn business. On the ground, Dong Liu cried out. Young master, please save us. They say I have great luck. They want to kill me and steal it by force. Chu Ran nodded. So that was it. Nothing more needed to be said. The thug's face twisted into a savage scowl. This newcomer was going to be a tough bone to chew. Listen here. Stealing prey from Scar King means you're asking for death. Chu Ran simply clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward. Come and try it. Since you refuse the toast, you'll drink the forfeit. He signaled his men. eyes murderous. I gave you a chance. Get him. Kill him. Chu Ran didn't flinch. He stood his ground, waiting. With a single, effortless strike, he sent the overconfident fools flying. My leg. Ah, my leg. Terrified by the display of power, Jinlu scrambled to flee. Just you wait. You dare cross the Donghu sect? You're dead meat. As he ran, the siblings knelt, bowing their heads. Thank you, young master. Thank you for saving our lives. Chu Ran helped them up, his motion casual. Stand up. You two must be from the Sin Land. What are you doing out here? Dong Chang stepped in front of his sister. Protective. How? How did you know? Chu Ran pointed at Dong Lu. The mark on her face. It gives it away. Fear washed over her face. She thought her disguise was perfect, yet she had been exposed instantly. You used magic to cover it, but it won't fool anyone with real knowledge. The brother remained tense, refusing to lower his guard. Great Immortal, your knowledge is vast. We dare not lie. We are indeed from the Sin Land. We couldn't survive there anymore. We had to take the chance to escape. We traveled so far, suffering the whole way. We never expected to be hunted the moment we entered the city. Ho Cheng stepped forward, his tone sharp. Criminals from the Sin Land fetch a high price. Aren't you afraid we'll turn you into the authorities? Dong Chang dropped to his knees, begging. Young master, please, spare my sister. If you let her go, I will willingly become your slave. The sister clung to him, sobbing. No, I won't leave you, brother. Chu Ran gave them a reassuring look. I have no intention of harming you. I only need a favor. Guide me to the Sin Land. Dong Chang panicked, trying to stop him. No, that place is a desolate wasteland. It's incredibly dangerous. You can't go there. Chu Ran replied coolly. Just get me there. Leave the rest to me. The siblings exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what to do. Ho Cheng spoke up, his voice indifferent. Look, you've already been marked. Without my master's protection, you won't last a day out here. Choose. Guide us or die. It's up to you. Faced with the harsh truth, Dong Chang had no choice but to agree. We listened to the young master. Later, at a secluded courtyard, Chu Ran gave instructions. We'll stay here for now. Rest for a few days before we set out. You two should get some sleep. The siblings bowed deeply. Thank you, young Master Chu, for taking us in. But peace was short-lived. Jinlu returned, leading a group. My lord, they're right here. Rumor had it that when the man entered the city, a 7-colored light appeared. Seeing the new arrival, Donglu was so terrified she couldn't even speak. You? Why are you back? Jinlu pointed a shaking finger at Chu Ran. I told you. I said I wouldn't let you off the hook. He gestured to the man beside him, puffing out his chest. This is Deacon Shen of our Donghu sect, the youngest expert in the second stage of the Dao Palace realm. Kneel and beg for mercy while you can. Shen Hai stepped forward, voice dripping with arrogance. Since you're an outsider, I'll be generous. I'll give you one chance. Hand over the woman and your luck, and I might just spare your miserable life. It was a threat wrapped in persuasion, but Chu Ran remained unmoved. He smirked. And if I refuse, then you choose death. Don't blame me for what happens next. Shen Hai unleashed his ultimate move. Nether Flame Slash. Jinlu cheered, thinking victory was assured. That's Deacon Shen's nether sword art. That brat is dead meat. But the attack didn't even graze him. Using sword arts against me? Bad idea. Chu Ran countered effortlessly, slashing back and wounding his opponent in a split second. Shen Hai's expression shattered. How? How is your sword intent so powerful? Just you wait. I've signaled my senior brother. When he gets here, you're finished. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xin appeared, aura booming. Who dares harm my junior brother? Shen Hai pointed a trembling finger at Chu Ran. Senior brother. It was him. He did this. Feng Xin froze. The face was familiar. Terrifyingly so. It was Chu Ran, the champion of the 100 Flowers tournament. Even sect master Wang Ying had to treat him with respect. Dong Chang and Dong Lu watched in terror. Brother, do you think Immortal Chu can handle this? That new guy is radiating killing intent. He looks incredibly dangerous. Shen Hai hid behind his senior. Brother, avenge me. But to everyone's shock, Feng Xin rushed forward and bowed low. Immortal Chu, please forgive us. My junior brother is an idiot who knows nothing. I will take him back and punish him severely. Seeing his powerful senior brother bowing like a servant, Shen Hai's jaw dropped in disbelief. Senior brother, what are you doing? He beat me up. Why are you bowing to him? Feng Xin turned and snapped at him. Shut your mouth. Then he turned back to apologize. Immortal Master Chu, please, for the sake of us fighting side by side at the 100 Flowers tournament, give my junior brother a chance. Chu Ran finally recognized him. Oh, it's you. But he really lacks discipline. But since it's a first offense, take him away. Yes. Thank you, Immortal Chu. Tianhai was dragged back by Feng Xin. Senior brother, what are you doing? Why should we be afraid of a mere cultivator? Feng Xin gritted his teeth. What do you know? Do you have any idea who he is? Who? Feng Xin's face darkened. He's the champion of the 100 Flowers tournament. He swallowed the 100 Flowers Dao fruit, so his cultivation has skyrocketed. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would be a corpse right now. Do you understand? Hearing this, Tianhai's face turned pale. I understand. Thank you, senior brother. Donglu looked worried. They just left like that? Hu Qing reassured her. With a golden thigh like my master here, no one can touch you guys. Chu Ran instructed. Tomorrow is the day to refine the precious sword. The great sects should be arriving by now, right? He was confused. Why were there so many high-level cultivators? After resting for the night, the next day arrived. At the great hall of the Dongshu sect, Luo Sha welcomed everyone. You have all traveled from afar. My Dongshu sect is truly honored. He got straight to the point. I summoned everyone here to ask for your help. We need your destiny to nourish our sect's precious sword. Once it is done, the Dongshu sect will reward you heavily. Qingfeng asked him, Sect Master Luo Sha, isn't that a bit too tyrannical? Luo Sha denied it. That is incorrect. If you knew whose idea this was, you wouldn't be asking. Xia Ying suddenly stood up, shocked by the vessel appearing before her eyes, the White Tiger warship. Qingfeng recognized it. Isn't that the warship of the Yan family from the East Spirit Realm? Why is it here? Seeing this, Luo Sha laughed. I told you, asking you to nourish the spirit sword wasn't just my idea. At that moment, two more figures appeared. The Yan family also has a share in this. Xing Tian praised him. Sect Master Luo Sha, well done. You actually gathered all the nascent soul powerhouses of the heavenly god continent here. Xing Dao sneered. They're just ants from a low-level continent, only fit for menial labor. The old man scoffed. Ants have their uses. That's right. Inside 10,000 Dragon City, there is a special formation that can enhance and strip away destiny. You are on the verge of a breakthrough. Why not go down and play with them? Receiving the order, he wanted to go down and show off his skills. Understood. Luo Sha bowed respectfully. Taoist Master Chang Shu, the nascent soul experts of the heavenly god continent, are all assembled. The old man spoke up. If anyone has any grievances, speak directly. This old man is listening. Everyone forced a smile to smooth things over. No. Working for the Yan family is an honor. We wouldn't dare refuse. Xing Dao stepped forward. So this is the light of destiny? Feels pretty good. Tianhai turned to Feng Xin, another person with massive destiny. The aura on his body is too strong. He narrowed his eyes. I've long heard that the heavenly god continent has many experts. I'll use today's opportunity to compare notes with you all. Who dares to challenge me? Tianhai was about to rush forward when Feng Xin stopped him. He's too arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson. Tianhai tried to charge, but Feng Xin held him back. Don't be rash. This guy has at least 2 Dao palaces. You are not his match. Immediately, someone else volunteered to fight Xing Dao. I'll do it. But before he could do anything, he was blasted back dozens of meters. The onlookers looked at each other in panic. Just how strong is Yan Xing Dao? He killed him instantly. Xing Dao looked around confidently. Anyone else want to test their strength? At this moment, Yi stepped forward. I will try. He drew his weapon. He Chong from the Kung Din sect. Asking for guidance, Feng Xin immediately recognized him as a spear genius who broke through to the Dao Palace realm at a young age. Xing Dao nodded. I've heard of you. The so-called #1 divine spear. Yi's body was enveloped in a surge of red power. So what if I am? He tried to attack Xing Dao, but his weapon was caught. Xing Dao spoke lightly. But to me, your speed is too slow. Your accuracy is lacking. You're still too weak. With that, Xing Dao threw Yi aside. Chu Ran stood behind him, steadying him. Hold your ground. Then he stepped forward. Bullying these juniors. What kind of skill is that? How about a match with me? Hearing this, Feng Xin felt like he was struck by lightning. Chu Ran is here too. Tian Hai watched with anticipation. I want to see who's stronger, Chu Ran or Yan Xingdao. Yi pointed his weapon at Chu Ran. Who asked you to speak for this young master? Who said I wanted to fight the Yan family? Did I agree to this? Furious, he charged at Chu Ran to reclaim his honor. Chu Ran turned to scold Yi into his senses. Can't you distinguish black from white? Fighting him is a death sentence. Suddenly, Yi's body was immobilized, unable to move. You, what did you do to me? Let me go. Xing Tian immediately recognized it as the spirit-binding formation. His face filled with shock. Where did this kid come from? How could he complete such a high-level formation in the blink of an eye? Luo Sha introduced him. This person is named Chu Ran. He is the champion of the 100 Flowers tournament. He is not only proficient in formations, but also a master of medicine and the spear. Hearing this, Xing Tian sighs with a hint of regret. If he focused on cultivating a single Dao, he would surely become a genius of his generation. What a pity. Someone nudges him. Senior, you must be joking. In front of young Master Xing, that kid cannot be considered a genius at all. Xing Tian replies confidently. Naturally, no one of the same age can compare to my son. Behind him, Xia Ying fumes. Short-sighted fool. How dare he judge my master? Yi is still struggling to break free. Let me go. He waves his hand, sending the guy flying. Go play somewhere else. Chu Ran turns back to Xing Dao. Now, let's talk about business between the two of us. He scoffs confidently. Are you joking? You think you can challenge me? Chu Ran cuts him off. Cut the crap. Are we fighting or not? Seizing the moment, Xing Dao lunges forward. Fine. Today I will show you the vast gap between us. He unleashes the shattering rock fist. Xing Dao attacks relentlessly, trying to suffocate his opponent. Let's see how many hits you can take. But these attacks are nothing more than mosquito bites to Chu Ran. Your aim needs work. Even so, Xing Dao refuses to give up. Don't get cocky. How are you going to dodge this? Tian Hai watches the tense spectacle from the sidelines. That strike has the power of the third stage of the Dao Palace. Chu Ran is finished. Xing Dao's giant fist hurtles straight toward him, but then, he freezes in surprise. Luck manifesting as a shield? You know feng shui? Chu Ran replies calmly. I know a little. Even Tian Hai cannot believe his eyes. He can use his own chi luck directly in combat? I have never heard of such a thing. Chu Ran's nonchalant attitude is more than Xing Dao can handle. Don't think knowing some unorthodox tricks makes you special. My cultivation is far above yours. I can still crush you easily. He throws a barrage of lethal punches. The power of my 100 Shadow Fist can bypass your shield and shake your very core. Die. Yet, no matter how hard he tries, he cannot crack Chu Ran's defense. The more he attacks, the more satisfied Chu Ran feels. It was worth the effort. The Solar Shadow physique is truly formidable now that I have mastered it. His fist wind cannot hurt me at all. Time to end this quickly. He retracts his protective circle, but immediately releases a burst of energy so intense that the onlookers struggle to withstand it. Such overwhelming pressure. Feng Xin realizes what is happening. He is borrowing the chi luck of everyone here again. A massive serpent manifests in the sky. It is the desolate serpent of destruction. Xing Dao commands the beast. Go. Chu Ran's hand begins to glow. You dare show off your amateur tricks in front of a master? Instantly, a majestic dragon takes shape. Ascending dragon formation. Rise. When a dragon fights a snake, the winner is obvious. Seeing his technique neutralized, Xing Dao is furious. What? The dragon, having crushed the snake, immediately charges toward its master. Xing Tian rushes in to catch his son. Xing Dao. Feng Xin and Tian Hai stare in disbelief, their horizons completely broadened. Chu Ran actually defeated Yan Xing Dao? That is too heaven-defying. The old man turns and snarls at Chu Ran. Brat! You dare injure my son? Can you withstand the wrath of the Yan family? He provokes him straight back. Come and try. I, Chu Ran, fear nothing. Lu Jing steps in to warn Xing Tian. Brother Changshu, do not let a children's squabble ruin the important matters at hand. I know. The old man bows respectfully. It is time. I invite everyone to the Dongshu sect to nurture the precious sword. Chu Ran clasps his hands behind his back and walks away with a swagger. Let's go. The scene shifts to the great hall of the Dongshu sect. Luo Sha stands high above and announces, Everyone, before we pay respects to the precious sword, I have prepared a special performance to liven things up. The crowd buzzed with curiosity, wondering what scheme was brewing now. Chen Xiao stepped forward, voice booming. I am Chen Xiao, eldest disciple under the third elder of the Dongshu sect. Whispers of panic rippled through the onlookers. That is Chen Xiao? They say he is only at the first layer of the Dao Palace, but his mastery of combined attacks is terrifying. Even mid-stage experts are afraid to cross him. He smirked, addressing the crowd. Fellow disciples, we want to showcase a little skill for your entertainment, but we need a target to cooperate. Which brave Taoist is willing to step up? Skill? He is clearly just showing off. Qingfeng clenched his teeth, trying to intimidate us right off the bat, but Chu Ran just looked amused. Combined attacks, huh? Interesting. Chu Ran stepped out from the crowd, volunteering. I will do it. Let me test you. Chen Xiao laughed, eyes cold. Not bad. Glad to see there are not just cowards among you this time. The crowd exploded into debate. Chu Ran is a monster, sure, but one man against a 5-person formation? That is insanity. Still, he did crush Yan Xingdao. Maybe, just maybe, he can actually pull this off. Xia Ying watched him, heart pounding. Master. Suddenly, Chu Ran split into 3 clones. He smirked. Who said I was fighting alone? Chen Xiao scoffed. He did not think much of it. Clones are just cheap illusions to fool the eyes. Witness the true might of the Dongshu sect. A blinding golden light suddenly erupted above their heads. Shen Lu's eyes widened in recognition. That is the legendary 7-star fish dragon formation. Qingfeng panicked. That formation condenses beast souls for attacks. The power is devastating. This is going to be big trouble. While everyone else trembled, Chu Ran stood dead calm, gazing at the shimmering light. He scoffed internally. In the past, 100 experts could not catch him with this array. And now, 5 clowns think they can turn the sky upside down? He unleashed his ultimate technique, eternal secret art. Open. Qingfeng was stunned. Immortal Chu has already reached the transformation stage. Xingtian recognized it immediately, the spirit condensation art. The scene shimmered between reality and illusion, baffling everyone. How can a golden carp stay in a pond? Once it meets the wind and cloud, it transforms into a dragon. The dragon soared upwards, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the heavens. Chen Xiao's lackeys felt a chill run down their spines. Something was wrong. The crowd erupted in praise. As expected of the 100 Flowers champion. Truly a genius. Chu Ran shifted back to his human form, smirking. Well, how was that? Still want to go another round? Xingtian roared in fury. You little thief, how dare you steal my Yan clan's 7 stars fish dragon array? Chu Ran shot back. Old man, who told you this array belongs to your clan? Xingtian crossed his arms, sneering. The entire continent knows this. The 7 stars fish dragon array was created by the patriarch of my Yan clan. Chu Ran shook his head, laughing. Wrong. From what I know, your clan just cobbled it together from 2 ancient techniques, the 7 stars array and the fish dragon array. You took a piece of each and stitched them up. He summoned 2 flames, one blue, one red, dancing in his palms. Gentlemen, take a close look. See the difference? Seeing it with their own eyes, the crowd realized the truth. It was an exact match. I can't believe it. The prestigious Yan clan actually stole this technique? Lan Duo scoffed. What's so surprising about that? Everyone knows the Yan clan loves running around, stealing other people's cultivation methods to claim as their own. Seeing the situation spiral, Luo Sha stepped in to intervene. All right, everyone, that was just a little opening act. Now, for the main event, let's not waste any more time. Behold the treasure sword. The argument died down as the sword was unveiled. The moment it appeared, gasps filled the air. Is that the legendary radiant sword? Just one look sent their cultivation energy boiling. A supreme treasure. Luo Sha grinned at their reaction. Comprehending the radiant sword will bring immense benefits to your future cultivation. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and offer your energy to nourish the blade. But the crowd hesitated, sensing something off. Sen Lu narrowed his eyes. Cut the crap. You didn't drag us all the way here just to stare at a shiny sword, did you? He stepped forward. If you have something to say, say it. Luo Sha's face instantly darkened. Since you're all smart men, I won't hide it anymore. His voice boomed. Ever since the Taiji sect was wiped out, The heavenly god continent has been a dragon without a head. Now, my East Void sect reigns supreme. I invite you all to submit to us and become guardian elders of the sect. Senlu couldn't believe his ears. Impossible. Hualian looked just as disgusted. Even when the Taiji and Li sects were at their peak, they never forced us to bow. And now you think you can swallow all our sects whole? The arrogance. Luosha's voice turned ice cold. This isn't a negotiation. Today, you either submit or you die. He scoffed. Big words. I'd like to see what gives you the confidence to bark like that. Xingtian stepped forward, sneering. He's relying on my Yan clan. It turned out they had been in cahoots from the very beginning. Suddenly, a blinding green light erupted, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. 3 men stepped out from the light. Refusing the East Void sect means making an enemy of the Yan clan. The crowd panicked. They're all nascent soul experts. How are we supposed to fight this? Senlu gasped. Even Taoist Gu Luo is here? He's at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Zhuo Ri looked down at them with contempt. If you know who I am, why haven't you knelt yet? Xia Ying snapped back. I will never compromise with bandits. Zhuo Ri smirked. Sect Master Xia, so young yet already at the 7th layer of nascent soul. I admire your talent. Why not join the Yan clan and achieve greatness with us? Xia Ying spat in disgust. Be your dog? Sorry, I don't have that hobby. Luosha opened his mouth but choked on his rage. Lu Jing quickly held him back. Sect Master, don't fall for it. She's trying to provoke you. Xingtian sighed, shaking his head with mock sadness. What a pity. A generation's genius falls here today. He turned to the others. And the rest of you? Made your choice yet? The crowd trembled in fear. Is the Yan clan really doing this? Hualian gritted her teeth, refusing to yield. Fine. If we go down, we're taking you with us. Don't expect us to bow. Qing Feng signaled his people. Disciples of the weapon forging sect, hear my order. Fight to the death. Yes, sir. Luosha laughed maniacally. Fight to the death? You think you're worthy of challenging my East Void sect? Everyone had said their piece except for Chu Ran. Finally, he broke his silence. You know, this little play the East Void sect is putting on is actually pretty funny. The crowd stared at him in shock. Is he crazy? Does he want to die? He's actually provoking Sect Master Luo Sha. Zhuo Ri burst out laughing. Kid, I know you, the 100 Flowers champion. Tell you what, if you join the Yan clan, I can make you a core member. Reaching nascent soul, or even the divine realm, won't be a dream anymore. Chu Ran didn't back down. I seem to recall the Yan clan ancestors built their name on theft. But because you've done so much evil, your entire family's luck is cursed capped forever at the nascent soul stage. He pointed a finger straight at them, his voice cutting through the air. And now, you can't even break through to the divine realm yourselves, yet you have the nerve to promise it to others? What a joke. Hualian looks at Chu Ran with deep suspicion. Is this guy seriously still provoking the Yan family at a time like this? But his words hit the mark, sending Zhuo Ri into a blind rage. You have a death wish? Suddenly, a streak of light flashes past, intercepting the attack instantly. Xia Ying steps in to protect him. Embarrassed yet? With such a petty temper, you dare call yourself a grandmaster? He doesn't stop the taunts. If you're all going to be this stubborn, then don't blame this old man for getting his hands dirty. Burning heaven palm. As the words fall, a colossal hand descends from the heavens. 2 seconds later, boom! A massive explosion rocks the ground. Luosha smirks, confidence surging. See that? That is the power of the Yan family. Dust and smoke obscure everything. But a voice cuts through. Old thief Yan. Is this really all you've got? Xiaohu Cheng stands firm, shielding everyone from the blast. That didn't even tickle. Everyone stares in shock. It's Senior Xiaohu, the legendary 9-star prodigy. He's usually a ghost, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Why is he here? Xiaohu Cheng makes his move. Since when did the Yan family dare to act so arrogant on the spirit continent? Qing Feng's face lights up with confidence. With Senior Xiaohu here, the Yan family can't do a thing. Zhuo Ri glares at the newcomer, furious. Xiaohu Cheng, you again. The crowd is stunned. Standing before them is the youngest cultivator in history to reach the peak of the nascent soul realm. Hualian cheers. Yes, with Senior Xiaohu on our side, we can actually win this. The enemy's attitude shifts instantly upon realizing they're outmatched. Shia Ho Cheng. This is internal business of the Dongling Yan family. Stay out of it. Shia Ho Cheng steps forward casually. Too bad. Today, I'm making it my business. Desperate to save face, Zhuo Ri digs his heels in. Damn it. Today, you die. From the back, Xing Tian barks orders. You two, follow me. We capture Xia Ying. The rest aren't nascent soul cultivators. Ignore them. They charge immediately. Got it. But Chu Ran steps in front of the girl, blocking their path. Go help the others. I'll handle this. Understood. Xia Ying dashes off. Sect Master Yu, I'm coming to assist. Luo Sha sneers at him. You brat named Chu. You think a mere Dao Palace cultivator can hold off 3 nascent soul experts? You're drowning in arrogance. Chu Ran replies calmly. You're mistaken. I'm not here to stall you. I'm here to kill you. Suddenly, his body erupts with emerald light. Chu Ran activates shifting scenery. The 3 elders look around in confusion as the world around them warps and changes. This is a pocket dimension, Luo Sha demands. How do you know a formation that belongs to the immortal venerable? Chu Ran stands there, completely composed. Now, no one can disturb us. He slowly draws his weapon, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Today, this place becomes your grave. Luo Sha still hasn't learned fear. Brat, I guess you've never tasted the true power of a nascent soul expert, have you? Chu Ran's expression remains unchanged. Oh, I know. I know that back then, you two were beaten so badly by the Yanluo Immortal Venerable that you hid in your holes like rats. You only dared to crawl out and gloat after he died. Chu Ran points his blade at Xing Tian. And you, back then, dozens of nascent soul elders from the Dongling Yan family were beaten by Yanluo until they knelt and begged for mercy. Or have you forgotten? The old man flinches, eyes wide. You, how do you know our sect's deepest secrets? Chu Ran finally drops the act. Because I am the Yanluo Immortal Venerable. Luo Sha's jaw hits the floor. Impossible! You're dead! We saw it! Chu Ran points his sword at them. If scum like you are still breathing, how could I possibly die? The revelation strikes them like a thunderbolt. Is it really him? What do we do? Xing Tian forces himself to stay calm. Why are you panicking? Look at him. He's only at the Dao Palace realm now. If the 3 of us strike together, we can destroy his soul for good. The 3 of them shift into position, channeling their energy. In an instant, they manifest a massive sword of pure energy. Incoming! Luo Sha screams, his voice burning with rage. Yanluo, you can't block this radiant sword. This time, we'll watch your soul shatter with our own eyes. Chu Ran doesn't flinch. A sword duel? With me? You lot really never learn, do you? Xing Tian sneers. Sharp tongue. Let's see if your skills can back up that big mouth of yours. Their desperation makes him laugh. Did you really think my formation was only good for changing the scenery? Suddenly, a green runic circle ignites around Chu Ran. The wind howls, and his energy spikes violently. Luo Sha gasps. It's an amplification array. Lu Jing panics. His power. He's reached the half-step peak state. Xing Tian refuses to back down. So what? We kill him all the same. Radiant sword, go. The energy blade screams toward Chu Ran. He gently swings his weapon like a master teaching novices a lesson. Chu Ran unleashes 10,000 Phoenix Incineration. Luo Sha's eyes widen. That's the Golden Crow Fire. Lu Jing is stunned. He's using his own body to contain the Golden Crow Fire? What kind of insane cultivation technique is this? Damn it! This is the same demonic technique he used back then to crush dozens of our elders. Chu Ran's voice cuts through the chaos. I told you. Whether it's the Taiji sect or the Li sect, I won't spare a single one of my enemies. He commands a storm of swords to launch at them. Go! Trapped in an instant, they had no idea what kind of power they were facing. It took a moment for Xing Tian to realize the horror. Oh no! This is the God-Fiend sword formation. It doesn't cut the flesh. It severs the soul. Realizing they stood no chance, Luo Sha and Lu Jing fell to their knees, begging, Celestial Venerable, we were foolish. We were blind. Please, we'll do anything we'll help you fight the others. We know we were wrong. Please, have mercy. But Chu Ran saw right through them. You're not sorry for what you did. You're just sorry you're about to die. He had no intention of sparing such filth. With a single devastating strike, he blasted them away. Chu Ran clenched his fist, feeling the surge of energy. Thank goodness I cultivated the one shadow sacred body. Without it, my body would have exploded from the Golden Rock's power. Meanwhile, back at the Dongshu sect's main hall, Chu Yi sneered at his opponent. Well, fellow Taoist Xiaohu, it seems we're at a stalemate. Hu Cheng looked at him with pure boredom, barely moving a muscle. Stalemate? I just landed 100 punches on your face, and you haven't even touched a hair on my head. Chu Yi grit his teeth, humiliated. Don't get cocky. Just wait until the elders return. You'll be dead meat then. Ho Cheng burst out laughing. Oh, them? I wouldn't count on them coming back. You lie, Chu Yi screamed. But just then, a commotion erupted nearby. Chu Yi spun around, eyes lighting up. They're here! Senlu's face paled with worry. Damn it. The Dongshu sect really did have a backup plan. Hualian clenched her hands, trembling. Is this it? Is the Tianshan continent really doomed? Senior Xiaohu, we. But Ho Cheng remained calm. Relax, just watch. Suddenly, Chu Ran stepped into the main hall. Chu Yi's eyes widened. You? You survived? He looked past Chu Ran. Sect Master Luo Sha. What are you doing standing there? Chu Ran said coldly. Save your breath. They can't hear you. The three figures collapsed to the ground like puppets, with their strings cut. Xingdao rushed over, panicked. Father, what's wrong? Chu Ran explained, his voice flat. It's no use. Their divine senses have been obliterated. For the rest of their lives, they'll be nothing more than empty shells. Chu Yi stared in horror, unable to process the reality. Three nascent soul experts. Gone just like that. Senlu and Hualian let out a long breath of relief. Thank the heavens. Those monsters got exactly what they deserved. Chu Yi's arrogance vanished instantly. How? How is this Chu Ran so powerful? Panic set in. I need to get out of here. Now. Chu Yi scrambled away, shouting, Retreat! Let's go! Chu Ran ignored him, turning his attention to the remaining disciples. He gave Ho Cheng a cold order. Let the innocent go, but anyone who participated in the massacre of the Taiji and Li sects, kill them all. Spare no one. Ho Cheng grinned, cracking his knuckles. With pleasure, he stepped forward, his voice booming. Listen up. As of today, the Dongshu sect is history. The elders bowed deeply to Chu Ran. Thank you, Immortal Master Chu, for saving us. Chu Ran nodded. You are all righteous cultivators. I only hope you stay true to your path. They bowed again, their voices unified in respect. We will, Master Chu. At that moment, Wanlong City felt more peaceful than it had in years. Chu Ran sat in meditation, channeling the heaven and earth energy. A powerful aura surged from his body, shifting colors as yin and yang danced around him. Slowly, he began to levitate. He gazed at his blade. I never expected the glory sword to be this potent. It's pushed my cultivation up by an entire realm. As soon as Chu Ran stepped out, Hu Cheng rushed over, beaming. Congratulations, Master. You've broken through to the Dao Palace realm. Ho Cheng started massaging Chu Ran's shoulders, acting sycophantic. My admiration for you flows like a never-ending river. Chu Ran shoved him away. Stop it. Cut the flattery. Dong Chang stepped forward, concerned. Benefactor, do you really intend to enter the Sin Land? It's incredibly dangerous. Chu Ran didn't flinch. Danger always comes with opportunity, and I'm sure the Sin Land is hiding treasures the world has never seen. Hu Cheng threw an arm around Dong Chang. Relax. With my master here, there's nothing to worry about. Plus, you've got me. Fine. Xia Ying stepped up. But I'm coming too. I want to be by your side. Lan Da raised his hand. Count me in as well. Chu Ran frowned. The Sin Land isn't a playground. You could die. But Ho Cheng grinned, undeterred. So? What's the plan, Master? We're not weaklings, Master. We can handle ourselves. Let us train with you. Seeing their determination, Chu Ran sighed. All right, if you're sure, then let's go. Suddenly, a light flashed, and little goo materialized out of thin air. Hop on, everyone, the creature chirped, and hold on tight. Dong Chang pointed the way. Immortal Master Chu, the entrance to the Sin Land is in the southeast of the 9 provinces continent. It's a long journey from here, Little Goo scoffed. Don't worry. With my void-shifting technique, we'll be there in half a day. Chu Ran smiled. patting the creature's head. Good work, Little Goo. Anything for you, master. Little Goo carried them all into a glowing portal, and in a blink, they vanished. Moments later, a rift opened in a desolate landscape. One by one, the group stepped out, safe and sound. Ho Cheng looked around, unimpressed. This is the Sin Land? Doesn't look so scary to me. Dong Liu shivered, her voice trembling. You don't understand. The Sin Land. It changes at night. Xia Ying frowned. Why? Do beasts come out to hunt? No, Dong Liu whispered. When darkness falls, the Soul Reapers and the Black Bones awaken. Zhu Baji scratched his head. The heck are those? Dong Chang explained grimly. Black bones are cursed remains. One touch, and your flesh rots off your bones. It's an agonizing death. And the Soul Reapers. They are monsters born from the fissures of this land. They hunt alongside the Black Bones, harvesting the souls of anyone foolish enough to be outside. Suddenly, Dong Liu's eyes widened in terror. She pointed into the distance, screaming, Quiet! Night is falling. They all looked where she pointed, feeling a suffocating killing intent radiating from the darkness. Chu Ran went on high alert. I can't see through the blackbone mist. It's too dangerous. We need to keep moving. Understood. After a grueling trek, they finally neared their destination. There it is, our village. Dong Chang's face lit up with relief. We'll be safe once we get there. Suddenly, a shapeless shadow engulfed Dong Liu. Dong Chang spun around in panic, but she was already gone. My sister! Chu Ran immediately gave chase. Leave her to me. You all get to the village, now. Following his command, they scrambled into the village as fast as they could. Dong Chang collapsed on the ground in agony. Seeing his despair, a villager approached to comfort him. Dong Chang. I'm so sorry. But a moment later, Chu Ran returned, carrying Dong Liu in his arms. Dong Chang's eyes widened in joy. Immortal Chu, my sister. The villagers were stunned. He actually made it out alive? Dong Chang bowed deeply. Thank you, Immortal Chu, for saving my little sister. Chu Ran stepped forward and helped him up. It was nothing. Please, stand up. Yun Shanliang also approached with gratitude. Thank you, Immortal Master, for saving my niece. I am Yun Shanliang, the village chief. Chu Ran introduced himself politely. Greetings, Elder. No need for formalities. Just call me Chu Ran. Ho Ching stepped forward, confused. Isn't the Sin Realm a place for exiled criminals? Why is this place filled with such supernatural horrors? The chief explained. You immortals may not know, but whether it's the Blackbone Mist or the Soul Reapers, they are all heaven's punishment upon us forsaken sinners. The Black Bone brings death, while the Soul Reapers slice away parts of the soul, leaving the victim in a state worse than death. Chu Ran frowned. If the soul is damaged, one loses the ability to cultivate and becomes a cripple. But then, why do Yun Wei and Yun Yi show signs of cultivation? Shan Liang sighed heavily. We've lived here for generations. We've found ways to survive. He continued, a soul shaman can traverse the Blackbone Mist and set up arrays to confuse the Soul Reapers. As long as we have a soul shaman, we are safe. Just then, a midwife ran up in a panic. Chief, bad news. The Wang family's daughter-in-law is going into labor. Shan Liang turned pale. What? Go invite Lord Soul Shaman, immediately. He started barking orders. Every time a child is born, the Soul Reapers break through the barrier to enter the village. Everyone lock your doors. Do not let them catch you. Yes, sir. The villagers scrambled. Go, warn everyone. Shan Liang prayed silently. Oh heavens, let our Yun village survive this calamity. Suddenly, Zhu Baji sensed a presence. Someone's coming. A soul shaman in a black cloak approached. Brother Yun, your village really is in the middle of nowhere. Shan Liang handed him a heavy bag. Shaman Jiang, thank goodness you're here. The Wang girl is in labor. Please, set up the formation. The shaman took the payment, grinning. No problem at all. Inside the house, screams of labor pain echoed out. The shaman clasped his hands and began the ritual. He quickly produced a golden disc covered in mystic runes. Focusing his energy, he shouted, Evil warding formation. A protective net spread across the area. His work done, he dusted off his hands and walked out. It is done. She can give birth in peace now. Chu Ran sensed something off and spoke up. Shaman Jiang, I sense the Soul Reaper's aura. It feels different this time. Stronger. Your formation won't hold. You should add another layer. The shaman scowled, clearly annoyed by the young man's audacity. Are you questioning my skills? Chu Ran held his ground. I'm just looking out for everyone's safety, the shaman snapped. If you don't know the art, keep your mouth shut. My formation could block 10 Soul Reapers without breaking a sweat. But the moment the words left his mouth, a dark shadow loomed behind him. Even Hu Qing had never seen anything like it. What the hell is that? The shadow, resembling the Grim Reaper himself, glided straight toward them. The shaman frantically activated a purple barrier. The creature, unable to pass, began striking the shield with its weapon, but the barrier held firm. Seeing the creature back off, the shaman smirked. See? As long as I'm here, nothing gets in. But the creature wasn't leaving. It was backing up to gain momentum. Suddenly, it charged, slamming into the shaman's barrier with terrifying force. The barrier shattered instantly. The shaman collapsed, trembling in terror. No, this isn't a normal reaper. It's a soul hunter general. It's 10 times stronger. Shan Liang panicked. How did we attract such a monster? What do we do? The shaman clutched his chest, staggering up. What else can we do? It wants the child. Just let it take the baby's soul, and it will leave us alone. Suddenly, he gasped. Chu Ran was walking straight toward the monster. Hey, what are you doing? Chu Ran remained calm. Chief, don't worry. This monster isn't getting anywhere near that house. Chu Ran unleashed his power, binding the monster in chains of energy. The shaman's jaw dropped. He can cast a binding spell on a soul hunter? The monster struggled violently against the chains, but Chu Ran tightened his grip, completely immobilizing it. I guessed right, Chu Ran said coldly. You look like a spirit, but you have flesh and blood. You're alive. Chu Ran raised his hand, power surging. And if you have a physical body, this gets a whole lot easier. He crushed the creature into the ground with overwhelming force. The monster, crushed by the overwhelming power, swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. Hu Qing approached to investigate. What on earth is this thing? Chu Ran replied. Just crack it open, and we'll know, won't we? Suddenly, the creature's form shifted, morphing into a perfect sphere. Jubaji leaned in, curious. Is it an immortal pet or a spirit beast? It's hideous. Even after studying it, he couldn't identify it. Never seen anything like it. Let's test it out. But before Chu Ran could even touch it, boom, it self-destructed. A shout rang out. Master, watch out! Just like that, the monster vanished into thin air. Hu Qing looked on, disappointed. It blew itself up. Xia Ying analyzed the situation. It chose self-destruction rather than letting us examine it. Seems this little monster was hiding a serious secret. Just then, celebratory cheers erupted from the delivery room. The midwife stepped out, cradling a newborn. Village chief. It's a boy with a rare spiritual root. Dong Chang took the child, gazing at him with awe. Wonderful. Shan Liang dropped to his knees, overcome with joy. Thank you, Immortal Chu. If not for you, my child wouldn't have survived today. He wasn't the only one. Every villager present bowed in unison. Thank you, Immortal Chu. Chu Ran waved it off casually. It was nothing, just a passing deed. Suddenly, Hun Wu approached, startling Shan Liang. Jiang Hun Wu, what are you doing? The old man knelt before Chu Ran. Immortal, please accept my bow. Chu Ran stepped forward to help him up. Why do you call me an immortal? Images of ancient runes carved on a stone wall flashed through the old man's mind. Hun Wu explained. In this land of sin, there are 18 cities. Each city holds a prophecy wall. It is written that after 10,000 years, a great immortal will descend to lead us out of this sea of suffering. The one capable of suppressing the soul-reaping messenger is that legendary immortal. Chu Ran understood immediately. So that's it, but I'm afraid you're mistaken. I am not the one from your prophecy. The old man bowed respectfully. I beg of you, great immortal, would you please travel to the nearest city, Jade Dragon City? Our grand shaman can verify your identity. Chu Ran nodded. I will go, but not right now. Hun Wu beamed with joy. That is fine, that is fine. When you arrive at Jade Dragon City, mention my name, and I will personally receive you. He bid farewell and turned to leave. I must go report this good news to the Grand Shaman first. You must come. I will be waiting. Hun Wu's figure grew smaller in the distance before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Hu Qing stepped up. Master, do you really intend to go? Chu Ran thought for a moment. We came here for treasure. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't get involved in other matters. He turned to the group. Everyone, get some rest. It's been a long day. You're all exhausted. Sleep. Yes, master. Early the next morning, a shout rang out. Hey, come look at this. Zhu Baji dragged out a cow. Look what good stuff I found. Ho Ching saw it and immediately started drooling. A Tiangang ox. That's a rare delicacy from the immortal world. Quick, boil the water, start the fire. The Tiangang ox raged. I am not food. Ho Ching rubbed its head, fantasizing about the menu. Beef salad. Beef stew. The ox collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. Please don't eat me, I still haven't saved my master, Chu Ran asked. Where are you from, and what are you doing here? Who is your master? The Tiangang ox sobbed. My master and I came looking for treasure, but he got trapped in a cave, its big eyes filled with hope. Could you please help me save him? Chu Ran glanced around. Is it telling the truth? Hu Qing confirmed, likely. For thousands of years, whenever the land of sin opens, plenty of people from the immortal world come here hunting for treasure. The Tiangang ox continued. My master is a nascent soul expert from the Lan family. If you save him, the Lan family will reward you heavily. Xia Ying perked up. The Lan family? You mean the Cultivation clan from the Chongxiao realm? Baji scratched his head. Chongxiao realm? Never heard of it. Hu Qing stepped in to explain. You dumb pig. The immortal world has 36 realms. Chongxiao is one of them, and the Lan family is a massive power there. Their ancestor is even at the divine realm. The Tiangang ox nodded vigorously. That's right. My master is the eldest grandson of the Lan ancestor. Chu Ran turned back to the beast. So, where is your master right now? It pointed a hoof into the distance. Over there. In a cave behind those mountains. Seeing Chu Ran's interest, Hu Qing was confused. Master, didn't you say we weren't getting involved in anything unrelated to treasure? Chu Ran recalled a memory. Years ago, when I broke through to the divine realm, the Lan ancestor helped guard me. Now that his descendant is in trouble, I can't just stand by and watch him die. Hu Qing nodded sagely. Ah, I see. Master is repaying a debt of gratitude. I admire your honor. Xia Ying rolled her eyes at the display. What a suck-up. The ox urged them. Let's head out. If we leave now, we can make it before sunset. Chu Ran shook his head. No. I'll handle this alone. You all stay here and help the villagers.